process to promote basic human rights. And it was the United States leadership that was able to advance from protecting the right of people to emigrate to dealing with trafficking in persons to recognizing that every country has a right to challenge other countries within the OSCE as to their record on human rights, because these are universal concerns and they affect the stability of the global community. So we have a right to challenge that, and the United States has been the leader in standing up for people's rights around the world. And fighting corruption, it was a couple months ago, I guess maybe 6 months ago, I was invited to the White House for a National Security Council briefing on a matter that they felt was urgent to our national security. And it was, how can we fight corruption? That corruption is actually acting as a cancer to our systems of government. And what can we do to deal with human rights? So I could go on, but I look at my role as the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to make sure that we stand up for America's values. We stand up for human rights. We stand up to fight corruption. And I've used my platform as a ranking member to remind my colleagues that this is what makes America strong. This is an incredibly important role that we play. So looking at Russia, we see the country that gives me the most concern of any country in the world, because of their influence globally, that it's a corrupt regime. Mr. Putin depends upon corruption in order to run his type of government. And it's a country that does not respect basic human rights of its citizens. They don't enjoy human rights. And I've tried to put a face on this because we know the numbers. We know the thousands of people who have been persecuted by the Russian government, their own people in Russia. But we put a face on it with Sergei Magnitsky back in 2009. We were able to show a person who was a lawyer, a young lawyer, just trying to represent a client, discovered massive corruption within the Russian system. And he did what a lawyer is required to do. He reported it to the authorities. As a result, he was arrested, tortured, and killed. And the people who were responsible were not held accountable. They were promoted. And Democrats and Republicans came together in the United States Congress to pass the Sergei Magnitsky law that was aimed originally at Russia to say that if you don't punish these individuals, we're not going to give them the benefit of our country. We're not going to let them travel to America. We're not going to let them use our banking system. And as a result of U.S. leadership, other countries followed. And we established international standards on how we treat people who are guilty of gross violations of human rights that are not punished by their own country. And now we've made that global in the last Congress, and I was proud of all that. Which brings me back to Russia. Russia today is a country that's posing tremendous threats by Mr. Putin's activities. We saw that last year in 2016, when they attacked our free election system. We continue to see it in their activities in Ukraine, where they invaded Ukraine and illegally annexed Crimea. They continue to support the separatists in the eastern part of Ukraine, which is causing death not only to the military, but also to civilians. And we see it in Syria, where they're complicitous in war crimes. But with the whole world saw that with what happened in Aleppo with the civilian casualties in their attack on humanitarian efforts. These are the facts. We're not arguing. This is what is happening today under Mr. Putin in Russia. We know what has happened. The question is, what do we do about it? And I want to start by saying I think the Trump administration has compromised itself in this regard. And I say that because it starts with what America stands for. And Mr. Trump, in taking over the presidency, with failing to release his tax returns, with not doing what every other president has done with his own personal wealth and business conflicts, no longer has the standing that America would normally have to question actions in other countries. So we've already, I think, compromised our ability, our credibility on these issues in dealing with Russia or dealing with other countries that commit corruption and fail to protect the rights of all of its citizens. So to me, it was shocking when President Trump continues to side with Russia. As we've seen over and over again, he's He criticizes every country, our allies, but for Russia, it seems like he won't say anything. He refuses to acknowledge the situation in Ukraine as a result of Russian aggression, even though there's no question about those facts. He questions our U.S. intelligence on Russia's involvement in our own election. And he appears to welcome cooperation with Russia in Syria, even though we know that Russia is complicitous in war crimes and is unreliable in any of the commitments that it makes. Bluntly, Trump's Russia policy, or lack thereof, is risky and dangerous to America. Perhaps the thing that got me the most concerned about this was the moral equivalency that he made in regards to Putin's murderous conduct and what he does in Russia versus any activities in the United States have any moral equivalency. It's just outrageous. Russia is not our friend. They have different values. They have different objectives. They're trying to bring down our democratic system of government. We need to acknowledge that. So what should we do? Well, first of all, we have to be strong. We have to be bipartisan. And we have to stand up for our values. We can't give Russia any space. You give them any space, they'll take it. They'll use it for aggression into other countries. They'll use it to interfere with the free election system. They will use any opportunity we give them, and we have to make sure that we do not give them the space to do other aggressive actions against our interests. Russia has attacked our democratic system. It was our political Pearl Harbor. It may have been by a mouse, but it was just as dangerous as a MiG. And we need to have a strong policy about that. The collective view of our intelligence community leaves no doubt that Russia was involved. They tried to manipulate and discredit our elections, and they favored one candidate over another. We cannot let that go unchallenged. A Russia dictator who allows no political dissent in his country to have any bearing on the trajectory of our election system. That is something that cannot stand. We must act. President Obama was right to impose sanctions. And of course, we were deeply troubled by General Flynn's contact, his misleading statements, now his resignation from the Trump administration. Let me go into that just a moment, because the first bill that I've introduced that I want to talk about is a bill that was set up an independent commission, similar to the 9/11 Commission, for us to have full-time people investigating what happened by Russia's involvement in our elections. General Flynn's contact raises concerns about that. We need to know more about this. We need to know whether there are deeper ties here. What was Russia's motivation in trying to interfere with our election? That's information that the American people need to know about so we can protect ourselves against similar activities in the future. And that can only, in my view, be done with the credibility of an independent commission. And I filed legislation to do this so that we can protect our country and take actions against those who have attempted to interfere with our free democratic system. I'm supportive of congressional investigations. I think they complement each other. An independent commission working with the different committees. There's certainly work being done by the Senate Intelligence Committee. I support that. There's work being done by the Armed Services Committee. I support that. There's work being done by the Judiciary Committee. I support all those investigations. And I equally support an investigation done by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, where I'm the ranking member. We have direct interest in knowing how do we deal with Russia. Let me just give you one example. It's the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that's responsible for authorization on the use of force. Well, we were attacked. How do you respond to a cyber attack? What is cyber force? How do you define it? Only the Senate Foreign Relations Committee can really respond to that. And we need to be prepared as to how we respond to that particular issue. Russia will do this again if it's left unchallenged. And we're seeing it now, the concern of what's happening in Europe. We know that Netherlands, Germany, France are very concerned whether their elections will be interference by Russia. So in addition to finding out what happened and take steps to protect ourselves, I've introduced a second bill. This bill is counteracting Russia's reckless, hostile conduct. It's a comprehensive bill, and it's bipartisan. I'm joined by Republicans and Democrats, and it's a growing number that are joining us in this effort. The lead Republican is Senator McCain, and we really have reached out to a broader number. What it does, first, it codifies the President Obama's sanctions, so it has the force of law, not just executive action, on the action he took against Russia on their attack to our country. Secondly, it allows for an imposition of greater sanctions against Russia for its activities, including action against the defense and intelligence sector and anyone who does business with them. Third, it protects ourselves from Russia propaganda. This is a new area, people. This is a new area. It's just facts that are used. People use alternative facts. They use fake news. It's lies. And it's funded with substantial resources so that the lies appear to be facts when they're lies. And we can't be naive about it. They're using our democratic system against us to try to bring down our democratic system. And we need to have a financed effort to counter this Russian strategy to compromise our democratic system. And my legislation provides authorization for resources in order to be able to deal with that. Fourth, this bill would deal with the ongoing aggression by Russia in Syria. They're violating Minsk agreements. They're violating the Helsinki Accord on sovereignty of states. They are clearly supporting war crimes by targeting innocent civilians and destroying humanitarian convoys. What this provision in the bill would do would allow for sanctions against Russia for not participating in their sovereign debt or privatization efforts, or its ability to develop its oil and gas fields. We deal with pipelines. We deal with the energy sector because that's where Russia desperately depends upon the regional and international community for the strength of their economy. Let me just point out, what's happening here is not a frozen conflict. This is an active hot war, and we have to respond in kind. We shouldn't be easing any sanctions on Russia unless they comply not only with Minsk, but with their Helsinki commitments. The legislation also builds on what President Obama initiated with the European Deterrence Initiative. As I think most of you are aware, under President Obama, we have put equipment and we rotate troops through the Baltics and through Eastern Europe to show our sign of our commitment to defend the sovereignty of these countries against potential Russian aggression. This is a very important point, but we also have to bolster the European democracy. So I have what's known as the European Democracy Initiative, where we will help support the democratic institutions, the civil societies, strengthen what is under attack by Russia in trying to bring down our democratic system. The bill also provides for better cooperation on cybersecurity. This is particularly important to me as a senator from the state of Maryland. As you all know, the cyber center of the world is in the state of Maryland with Cyber Command and with all the different institutions such as University of Maryland. And so we very much want to share that expertise that we have. I believe we have the best expertise in the world. We need to share that capacity with our democratic allies so that they can better protect themselves. This legislation is a comprehensive approach to deal with Russia. I am hopeful that we'll have serious discussions in the United States Senate and House, and we'll have a robust debate, and we will pass that legislation. In the meantime, we need to hurry and pass another bill that I am on, that I led with, leading with Senator Graham. It's a bipartisan bill, again, includes Democrats and Republicans, that would deal with our concern about the president unilaterally reducing or eliminating sanctions on Russia as part of a conversation that he may have with Mr. Putin. What this legislation would do would be to set up a review process similar to what I helped craft for the Iran nuclear agreement. So before the president could release these sanctions or change the sanctions, he would have to notify Congress, give Congress an opportunity to have hearings for the American people to understand the Russian policy that the president is promoting, give us a chance to weigh in. and perhaps change the trajectory of this discussion, or to pass legislation that would prevent that from occurring if there's that type of opposition in the United States Congress. The transparency alone will have a major positive impact on the way the president deals with the Russian policy. So let me just close, if I might, with a note about Vladimir Kara-Murza, the Russian opposition person, a courageous democratic activist in Russia who was poisoned in 2015. He asserted the government attacked him for his activism, and there's good reason to believe that Russia government was involved in his poisoning. He recovered, thank goodness. 2 weeks ago, we received word that he was in a coma, suffering from the same symptoms he had in 2015. The Russian government is clearly not finished with Mr. Kara-Murza. On June 7th last year, he testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In his testimony, he said the following, and I want to quote from him, if I might. Our friends in the West often ask how they can be helpful in the cause of human rights and democracy in Russia. And the answer to this is very simple. Please stay true to your values. We are not asking you for support. It's our task to fight democracy and the rule of law in our country. The only thing we ask from Western leaders is they stop supporting Mr. Putin by treating him as a respectable, worthy partner, and by allowing Mr. Putin's cronies to use Western countries as havens for their looted wealth. Mr. Kara-Murza is right. We must stay true to our values. President Trump is treating Mr. Putin as a respectable, worthy partner. He should take heed from Mr. Kara-Murza's advice and stop that immediately. I pray that Mr. Kara-Murza will recover. We got word that he's out of his coma, is recovering slowly. We pray for him. We pray for his family, that he returns and continues to be an activist on behalf of human rights in his country. We also are very much for the Russian people. We want their country to reflect the values that are universal in human rights and anti-corruption. I just want to make it clear that this senator is going to continue to work across party line. It's going to continue to reach out to any one of my colleagues to work together so that we can stand up for America's strength, our values, and for the right type of relationship with Russia. We know we have to engage Russia. We understand that. But when you engage Russia, recognize that they're not our friend, that they're trying to bring down our system of government. Approach them with strength and with resolve, and be willing to lead our international coalition that needs us to stand strong against Russia. That is our challenge, and that's what I hope the Congress, that the independent Article I branch of government will stand for in trying to create the right relationship between the United States and Russia. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator. That was terrific. I'm just going to ask a couple questions and then turn it over to our audience, so if you could all be thinking about your questions. Just to start with the thing that's in the news today with General Flynn's resignation, something that is kind of striking to me about the situation is, first of all, this is the second person who has resigned from the Trump organization based on public pressure about relationships with Russia. I think people forget that his campaign chair, Manafort, also resigned for similar reasons. And according to the Washington Post, Sally Yates had let the White House know about the concerns about Flynn a month ago. And seemingly they took no action, and he's only resigned today based on leaked information and public pressure. So I think that sort of raises the question of, this isn't really just about General Flynn. This is about the lack of action in response to what he did in the White House. So the White House's posture today is, well, we're putting that behind us. We'll have a new national security advisor and move forward. But it seems that we need to look more deeply into how the White House reacted to the news of General Flynn inappropriately talking to folks in Russia. And would just love to hear you speak a little bit to that, and if you think the congressional investigations are going to be able to adequately tackle that.
This is very much of concern. First of all, it appears that Russia was using their normal MO. They had information on General Flynn, and they knew that he was compromised and intended to keep that in mind if they ever needed to put pressure on the Trump administration, that they had an avenue through General Flynn to perhaps affect decisions in our government. That's blackmail and bribery and things like that, which is how Russia operates. Now, is General Flynn the only person who's been compromised? I don't know. We don't know. We need to understand the risk factors to our country. We know that they knew about the concerns on General Flynn several weeks ago, prior to President Trump taking the oath of office. And yet it was 25 days before action was taken, and that's of concern. We know that the Attorney General's office tried to give the Trump administration the advice as early as possible. We also know the principal person involved in there was fired for a different reason. All of that raises concern that we need to get to the bottom of, because it's not just General Flynn. It's the manner in which this whole relationship has been handled and whether America's national security has been further compromised.
And one way to do that, obviously, would be if the legislation you've introduced was enacted and we were to get an independent commission like the one we had after 9/11. Imagine what the pushback you get towards your legislation is that we have three committees in Congress already investigating that it's not necessary. Could you speak to a little bit about how an independent commission would differ from the investigations that are happening?
And first of all, we're not naive about this. The Republicans control both houses of Congress and the White House. We are only 25 days into the Trump administration, but we have seen a reluctancy of using the congressional investigations to deal with many issues that have been raised that would normally be the subject of congressional interest. There's been lack of interest to move in that direction. The Senate has been very busy on confirmations. The House have been busy repealing regulations and repealing the Affordable Care Act, so they haven't had time to deal with these issues, supposedly. So there's been, I think, a lack of commitment for oversight in the Congress. I think there is a need for Congress to do oversight, and it's too early to tell whether the Senate committees will do adequate oversight on this issue. We have limited jurisdiction. The Intelligence Committee has authority over the Intelligence Committee, Senate Foreign Relations over the State Department and Foreign Policy, the Armed Services over the Department of Defense, the Judiciary Committee over some of the legal use of systems. But no committee has the broad jurisdiction to deal with the overall concern about what Russia was doing, meddling with our election. That requires an entity that has broader jurisdiction than any one of the 4 Senate committees that I've mentioned. It also, I think, requires full time. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I don't know how many of you follow our work, but we generally have about 2 hearings a week. We meet with about 4 or 5 leaders a week. It's a busy committee. And in addition to serving on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, most of the members serve on 2 or 3 other committees. We need full-time attention to this issue. This is a matter of national security and requires the attention of an independent commission with the resources necessary to get to the bottom of what Russia was doing, attacking us, and then using that information to try to influence our elections. So it cannot be done by a congressional committee, even though congressional committees need to be engaged.
That's great. In your job with as the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I'm sure you spend a great deal of your time with folks at the State Department. What is your sense of how Secretary Tillerson will engage in these issues?
Well, I think I've said this publicly, I'm going to repeat it. I think Secretary Tillerson is very sincere in serving our country. He has a great deal of background as far as negotiations are concerned. I think that could be very helpful to us. I am not confident as to how the Trump administration is going to handle foreign policy. It is not clear that Mr. Tillerson will be the principal person dealing with foreign policy. We've heard members of the Trump family, a member of the Trump family might have more to say than Mr. Tillerson does on this issue. So it's not clear as to how he's conducting how the president will be receiving information on conducting foreign policy and how directives will be given by the Trump administration on foreign policy. We do know that the career people at State Department are incredibly gifted and knowledgeable in these subjects and have the expertise that are critically important. I very much respect Secretary Mattis's comments that if you don't support the State Department, you better give me some more troops, because the State Department keeps us safe without having to put our men and women in harm's way. So I hope that message will be accepted by the Trump administration, and that the State Department will be tasked with keeping America safe through all the tools they have at their disposal, and that Mr. Tillerson will be the captain of that effort. If he is, I think he's a capable person. My main concern with him is I see him too transactional for business reasons versus what I said in my initial comments, that America's strength is in our values, and that we should never trade an economic benefit for our basic values of human rights and anti-corruption. We should never compromise those principles. I hope that Mr. Tillerson will be a champion of that. I have my questions.
I'll turn it over to the audience. Does people have questions? Maybe right here in the front.
Morning, Senator Cardin, and thank you very much for your continued leadership on this issue. I had the privilege of working with you as a senior official in the Obama administration on these issues at both Commerce and AID, and you've been a long-standing standard bearer on these issues, and your leadership is more crucial than ever, I would say. I have two questions on the subject of leadership, actually. One is, in your conversations with your Republican colleagues and co-sponsors, are you sensing that they are concerned, among other things, about the growing risk of paralysis in our foreign policy as a result of what you referred to in your opening remarks as the fact that this may be just a non-policy at this point towards Russia, that as a result of this abundant confusion over what our priorities should be and how to engage and who may be compromised, that we're drifting now, and we don't have an actual policy of any kind. And so therefore, whether you're Republican or Democrat, you have to be concerned about, whether we're tying our hands at a time when Putin is capable tactically of doing any number of things. It's freeing up space, as you put it. So that's sort of one question I'd ask you to comment on. The other is, in light of this sort of same leadership vacuum, what are you saying to your counterparts in Kyiv, in Ukraine, about what they need to do to take more ownership of the good governance reform agenda, the anti-corruption agenda, and to, in effect, to create more sovereignty around their reform efforts, so that neither Russia nor a sort of paralyzed U.S. can interfere with that?
Well, first, I think Democrats and Republicans overwhelmingly agree that you cannot conduct foreign policy by a tweet. And they disagree with the way Mr. Trump is proceeding on foreign relations. They did not, I think it's pretty universal in Congress. We were extremely concerned, disappointed, worried, and thought reckless the way that he handled the initial tweet on China, how he handled the tweets on Mexico, how he handled his conversations with Australian Prime Minister, how he's dealing with Russia and complimenting them, how he's handling the attack on our country, how he's handling who's responsible in Ukraine. And the list goes on and on and on. And I hadn't even gotten to the Middle East yet. So I think there's general, real concern by both Democrats and Republicans. So there are different tacks we're taking. The election is over. So I think there is a different degree of confidence as to whether we can influence the Trump administration's structure to have a positive impact on foreign policy. Will a person like Mr. Tillerson make a real difference or not? So there's some different views among Democrats and Republicans. But there's certainly Republicans who are extremely anxious to get more reasoned views in the room before Mr. Trump makes his decisions. And that's been one of their top priorities. And we've seen a different in confidence during the confirmation process that relates. Secondly, there is views among Democrats and Republicans that we can influence, the Congress, can influence the Trump administration policies. And there's been some success on that. We've seen it with the transatlantic partnership. We saw what Mr. Trump said during the campaign and even shortly after he took the office of presidency. That has toned down quite considerably. And we think that we have some responsibility in changing that discussion, because there is no difference between the Democrats and Republicans in the absolute essential importance of the transatlantic partnership to America's national security. So whether it's NATO or whether it's the unity in Europe or whether it is the reliance upon conversations with our European partners before the president makes decisions, we have been harping on the president to understand that importance, and we've made some progress. We think you'll see that with Montenegro's accession. I think that will happen soon. And I think that's another example of where the Congress is going to weigh in to reinforce the importance of the transatlantic partnership. And then there's the third area. The third area is can we influence the president by our direct actions? Can we pass legislation? And it'll be interesting to see how the bill that Senator Graham and I have introduced, how it is received. I hope it's received positively. Remember, there was a lot of opposition to President Obama acting unilaterally without Congress in an important foreign policy matter concerning Iran. Let's see whether the same standard is used by this Congress as it relates to Russia. That, to me, will be a major test point as to whether Congress will take on its proper role in regards to major foreign policy decisions. There are some Republicans who believe it can only be done with a treaty, so that if he were to do something major with Russia, they would assume that he would submit it to Congress as a treaty. We know the president's not going to do that. We heard his comments about the courts interfering with his power, so it's unlikely he's going to think Congress can interfere with his power. I'm not too concerned about the treaty confirmations, but I am concerned with us having an opportunity to weigh in before there's major concerns. You're right about Ukraine. Ukraine can't fall prey to the lack of progress on its democratic institutions. It just feeds into the Russian narrative and weakens the European resolve to work with the United States to isolate Russia. So it's critically important that Ukraine make continuous progress on developing its democratic institutions. There's been progress, but it's not fast enough and it's not strong enough. They need to continue to do that.
Laura Jewett from the National Democratic Institute. As a Maryland constituent and someone who works on democracy in Eurasia, I want to thank you also for your efforts on these areas. I just wanted to ask if you would comment on how close are we to an independent bipartisan investigation? How much Republican support is there and how much more do we need?
We have to convince the Republican leadership in Congress that that's what is needed. My guess is if you put this up for a vote, it was a secret ballot, it would pass overwhelmingly in Congress. But we don't put things up. Only the majority leader puts something up on the floor. The speaker puts it on the floor. So you have to convince the Speaker of the House and the majority leader of the Senate that this is the right thing to do. I have had no conversations or indirect conversations with Speaker Ryan. I know how Leader McConnell feels about this, and he's certainly not in favor of a special commission. So it's a matter of whether what happens out in the public with the reactions to what's going on puts pressure on Republicans who put pressure on Senator McConnell, or whether it's individual senators who recognize something needs to be done, whether that will happen. And the way things are going, it might very well happen sooner rather than later.
Thank you very much, Larry Checco. Shortly after the election, Senator, I asked I guess I could call him a leading Tea Party Republican congressperson, if in fact Donald Trump was truly the party's man. And his response to me was, he is until he isn't. And I found that very, very disturbing, because I don't really get the impression that Donald Trump and his administration is the leader of the Republican Party. I see them as kind of an isolated, insulated institution that's acting completely on its own. My real fear is, over the last 3 weeks, it seems like we're constantly moving towards chaos. When does the Congress step in and say this charade needs to end?
Well, I wish I had an answer for you on that. We're trying to accelerate that moment, and we're doing everything in our power to do that. I think a lot of Republicans agree with the statement you just made, but don't take away the fact that Mr. Trump won the election and he gave the Republican Party the presidency. And he has a large constituency that was not traditionally voting for Republicans. And the Republican hierarchy sort of likes that. And they like the fact that the Democratic Party is in somewhat of a trying to reconfigure ourselves. So with the spotlight on the Democrats of being the party that needs to figure out what's going on, the Republicans are getting a free pass. And I think that will continue until the public determines that something needs to change. When that happens, I think the Republican hierarchy will recognize that Mr. Trump is not their future. But until then, Mr. Trump is the leader of the Republicans.
Okay, I think we have time for just one more question. Maybe over here on the left.
Hi, Joe Romer from the Irvington Group. You alluded to the uncertainty about foreign policy, and my question is, what would prevent you from calling someone from the Trump administration before your committee to lay out what the administration's policy is on foreign policy? I suspect they might have difficulty identifying someone that could cover the scope of foreign policy, but had you thought about that? Go ahead, I'm sorry. That's it.
No, that's a great question. The point is, the answer is yes, we will call the person who's responsible for that policy under the normal structure of government will come before our committee. Secretary Tillerson will be before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to defend not only the agency's budget, but the agency's how foreign policy is being configured, and he will be asked questions from Russia to Cuba. There's no question about it. My concern is he the right person? We can't call Jared Kushner. He has no official capacity. We're not allowed to bring in, I shouldn't say we're not allowed. The Republican leadership of our committee will respect the traditional bounds of the presidential advisors not being asked to come before a congressional committee. That would be very unusual. It may happen that they have to come before our committee for a particular purpose, but generally that is not how you do it. And it's somewhat insulting to the Secretary of State. So I'm not sure how we get to your specific question. And even if we get a clear, defined policy by Mr. Tillerson, we know that President Trump has surprises at times on foreign policy. And how does that gel? And we know that we don't think everyone is sharing the same information. We saw that in regards to General Flynn, where there were different messages coming out from different people within the Trump administration. So I think there's a fundamental problem of structure within the Trump administration that doesn't lend itself for Congress getting a clear representation on a major foreign policy issue. What we will try to do is have input before he announces that decision. We recognize that it's a new administration. We recognize that it's not as up to date on some of the areas as we would like them to be at the presidential level. We know they have that information within the State Department. They certainly should have that within the National Security Council. But we want to make sure that information also gets through us and that there's more flow back and forth with Congress. I'm going to give the president a little bit of a break here. He's only been in office 25 days. He certainly hasn't figured out how he's going to do business yet. At least I hope he hasn't figured out how he's doing business yet, because what we've seen so far is not encouraging. We hope that this will figure out a way of being done. I don't chalk this all off inexperience. there's no excuse for using a tweet for major foreign policy announcements. That's not how it should be done, particularly when they are irresponsible and reckless announcements. So we hope that will clarify itself as we move forward. Let me just, I guess, conclude on this. Our protection in our country is our checks and balance, our democratic system of government, the free press, and the institutions that we have. All of us have to strengthen that resolve. The president said things I've disagreed with over these last 25 days. But perhaps one of the ones that probably hurt the most is what he said about our courts. You know, the courts can't defend themselves. They depend upon all of us to protect the integrity of the courts. They don't have any army. They don't have any way of doing a budget. You know, Congress can protect itself. I can pass laws or help pass laws, and we have the power of the purse string. The president certainly doesn't need anybody to protect himself. He has power of executive order, as we've seen, and he can send troops wherever he wants to. The courts don't have that. So the protection of the judicial branch of government is critically important during these times, particularly when you have a president who's going to push his power as far as he possibly can. So strengthening the courts is going to be very important. For the Congress to exercise its independent role is going to be very, very important. And I say that whether it's a Democratic president or a Republican president. Normally, the one thing you can get Congress to agree on is that we need to be a check on the president. You know, we know there'd never been a president like Congress, whether it was of his own party or not, because we're too many and it's too inconvenient for him to deal with us. We need to exercise our independent oversight authority. Oversight's probably one of the most important functions that the Congress has. It's been only 25 days. Let's see how this shakes out over a little bit longer period of time. And we got to protect the free press. We know it's been challenged, and we know it's a different type of a press environment than it was with the internet and social media, et cetera. We've got to protect the free press. And if we do that, I am very confident we're going to get through this period. And our country is going to continue to be the great leader that it is for democracy and human rights globally. But it doesn't come without us actively working on that. And one of the positive things that I've seen in the last 25 days, maybe a little before that, is the energy that's out there on the streets. And this is not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's the energy that's on the streets on issues. We saw it with the Women's March, we saw it on the executive order on immigration. I see it every day on the phone calls and emails and texts that are coming into our office. People really want to be engaged in their system. They're more energized now to protect our democratic system than I've seen in a long time. We got to take that energy and turn it into a positive part of our government so that we not only get through this period, but America continues to lead the world on these critical values that have made America the great nation it is. I'm a senator. I'm optimistic. I hope this will happen, but we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cardin. I know you have to get back for a vote. Thank you for joining us, and thank you all for coming.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxTenPhoenix.com, and happy Valentine's Day to everyone. We're going to keep you going here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, taking you out to the House GOP presser that just wrapped up, but we were already in one event. We didn't want to switch over, so here is the entire House GOP presser in its entirety. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Oh, wow.
Hey, guys. We're here to talk about Obama cancer. I'm sure all the questions will be there. Grab the door. It's good.
Thank y'all for joining us.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Brady, Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Like many others, I live back home, not in Washington, and when I'm home, I can't tell you how many families, how many small businesses, how many patients have been hurt by the Affordable Care Act. And they are being forced into plans they can't afford, they don't want, and frankly damages them. And so at the Ways and Means Committee, we're working on solutions that will do this first, provide relief to hardworking families that have been damaged by the Obamacare taxes, the penalties, and the mandates. We're going to provide Americans, especially middle-class families who've been left behind by Obamacare, with the freedom to buy a health care plan that's right for them, not what's right for Washington, that is portable, that can travel with them throughout their lifetime, is tailored to their needs, grows with their family, and can be changed throughout their lifetime. We're also looking to strengthen options like health savings accounts, sort of those consumer-driven health savings accounts that can help families deal better with the day-to-day out-of-pocket costs that come with health care as well. So we are focused on repealing Obamacare, replacing it with the types of reforms that work for patients, that return control to the states so they can tailor health care to their needs, and restores the free market so Americans just have more choices.
Good morning. I'm Greg Walden. I chair the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I hail from the great state of Oregon, where I did 5 town halls in the last week. And I'll tell you what, I want to echo what Chairman Brady said. Health care is very important to all Americans. We want to get it right. We've been taking our time to do that. And I think you're going to see us come forward with a replacement bill after we repeal that makes sure that people have access to affordable health care for the first time. I mean, I've heard from farmers and ranchers and small business people about what's happened to their premiums, how they didn't get to keep their plan, how they didn't get to keep their doctor. And we've met with states, we've met with governors across the country over the last couple of weeks who understand that this is not sustainable. So you're going to see us move forward on the Energy and Commerce Committee, looking at reforms, looking at a better way to provide help to those most in need in our states and the Medicaid population, and to allow states to innovate. Our state of Oregon has had quite a bit of innovation over the years. We've got the CCOs in place that have actually brought better health care outcomes at lower cost. There are great ideas out there among the states, but right now they have to come back and beg permission from a federal bureaucrat to be able to do much of anything innovative. We want to give states flexibility, and we want to give people better health care. We're going to accomplish both, and the legislation will be marking up in the near future.
Thank you very much. I want to wish you all a very happy Valentine's Day, but more importantly, I want to wish my wife, Judy, a very happy Valentine's Day. And if the cameras are on, hey!
You losers.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Would you two like to come back up? Hey. All right. I do want to thank these two chairmen for the work they're doing, providing when it comes to replacing Obamacare. We all know the challenge is what's happening to so many families. The high deductibles, all those that joined the co-ops, those 23 co-ops that were given more than $2 billion, 18 of them have failed. Or when you look across the United States, those more than 3,000 counties, but now 1,022 of them, of those counties, 1/3 of America, only have one health care insurance company. That's the real challenge, is that continue to fail as we go. That's why we cannot slow down. We have to repeal and we have to replace it. And when you look at the functions of what we're doing, focusing on the individual, focusing on the care, the betterment of all of America, these two individuals and their committees are doing the work. Now this week we're continuing to make sure we're reforming and getting the regulatory process in America working right. When you look at the Congressional Review Act, only one time in history has one ever been signed into law. 2 will be signed this week. We'll have passed our 13th by the end of this week. Kevin Brady will actually be on the floor going through unemployment insurance drug testing. So many have been addicted in the past. We should not continue to help the very poor habits, but we actually should give states more flexibility, getting people back to work. That's exactly what we're being able to do. When you look at these reviews, Congressional Review Acts, what we're doing, especially regulatory, we're helping America get back to work, finding common sense regulations. But also in the long run, what we're doing is making sure a level playing field, that states have the flexibility and the protection. So we look at the other one that we're dealing with when it comes to retirement planning, making sure those individuals have the same protection in the private sector as also in the public. And I think that's very important, looking out after the individual, that what this Congress wants to make sure they do. I yield back.
Well, happy Valentine's Day to my lovely wife, Jennifer, back home.
think we know what the speaker's going to talk about, too. And to all of you, of course. Look, for years now, Americans have been telling us all across the country that Obamacare's failed. It's failed families. If you look at what it's done in the practice of medicine, we've seen so many doctors leaving the practice of medicine. In fact, a lot of them have ran for Congress and got elected to Congress to come and help rescue people across this country from the failures of Obamacare. And the good news is we've been listening to them, and we've committed that if we finally get the opportunity with the Republican House and Senate and White House, that we would repeal this law and actually replace it with reforms that put patients back in charge of their health care decisions. Healthcare decisions are too important to be made by unelected bureaucrats here in Washington. And what we're working on is legislation that will actually put that control back in the hands of families and patients and get it out of the hands of these unelected bureaucrats. And we're focused on lowering costs for families. One of the biggest failures of Obamacare is that it's made healthcare more unaffordable and more inaccessible for families, with double-digit increases. In my home state of Louisiana, a 25% increase in health care costs for hardworking families over what they were paying last year. And last year we saw costs going up again because of all of the unworkable mandates and taxes in this failed law. And so there is relief. There's help coming. Our committees have been working on this. Our committees have actually been engaging governors in this process, hearing from people all across the country that have really good ideas about how to put the control of healthcare decisions back in the hands of patients and focus on lowering costs. It's exciting to see that we've listened to Americans and we're actually doing the hard work. And this isn't going to be some bill written in the back room like Speaker Pelosi did back on the day before Obamacare came to the floor, where she literally wrote the bill in a room where nobody could read it, and it was voted on with people who had never read the bill. This bill is actually being worked on by all of our committees of jurisdiction in public view. You can actually watch it on C-SPAN. Hearings have been held already. More hearings are being held. Committees will be actually taking legislation and having votes and marking them up where people can watch this on C-SPAN. It's a much better change, a much better process, and it's going to result in much better health care for Americans all across this country.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone, and especially Brian, who proposed to me 11 years ago today. He did it right. As we approach our work as a unified Republican government, our 200-day plan, one of our top priorities is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And with the confirmation of our colleague, Tom Price, as Health and Human Services Secretary, we are excited to see him in that position, and we trust that he is the best choice to lead in this effort. And his confirmation is just one of those additional steps as we move forward with the repeal and replace of Obamacare. We're on track. Our committees are going to work on tax credits, on health savings accounts, on Medicaid, on restoring a robust insurance market. Really pleased to have Chairman Walden and Chairman Brady with us today to go into more details on these efforts. We're continuing to work to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a 21st century healthcare system that works for everyone, including the most vulnerable in our communities, the people with disabilities, the people with pre-existing conditions, the people who need help. Our goal is to ensure that everyone has better access, better options. We want people to be empowered to make the best healthcare decisions for themselves. It's important to all of us. For all of us, it's personal.
All right, I want to start off by saying Happy Valentine's Day to my wife, Jana. I'm sure she's watching this on C-SPAN. Look, our promise to repeal and replace Obamacare is about two big things. First, it is about rescuing people from this collapsing law, where premiums are getting higher and higher, and the choices are getting fewer and fewer to the point where people just have no choices left at all. This law is in a collapse, and we have an obligation to rescue people from that collapse. It's also about building a stronger healthcare system for the country, one that gives every American access to quality, affordable care. Instead of fewer choices, we want our healthcare system to be truly competitive. Insurers should compete for your business and treat you fairly. Instead of more mandates, you should have the freedom and the flexibility to choose the plan that best meets your needs. Instead of more bureaucracy, the patient and the doctor should be at the center of our healthcare decisions. Instead of all of this uncertainty, instead of worrying about whether or not you have to find a new plan or a new doctor, you should have real peace of mind. That's what our healthcare system should look like. All of this will help lower costs and end the annual sticker shock of higher premiums. I fully recognize and respect the strong feelings that people have about this issue. We should be passionate about this issue. It is about people's lives. This affects every person and every family in America. That is why we are taking a step-by-step approach, so people can see the changes that we are making, so that they can see how they will help. And working with Secretary Price, we will have a stable transition where no one has the rug pulled out from under them while we work toward a better, more stable system. So this step-by-step approach will rescue people from Obamacare's collapse and give every American access to affordable, quality health care. This is how we deliver on our promise to the American people. This is why we're doing what we are doing. We have to stop the collapse, and we have better ideas that have been time-tested that will make sure that we give the American people the kind of relief they deserve. Questions? Nice shoes. Manu.
My wife agrees.
Yeah. Do you want to come up and say Happy Valentine's Day to her?
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Speaker, in your opinion, does the American public deserve to know whether the President of the United States directed Mike Flynn to talk to the Russian ambassador about the issue of sanctions during the transition?
Yeah, let me take a step back for a second. National security is perhaps the most important function or responsibility a president has. And I think the president made the right decision to ask for his resignation. You cannot have a national security advisor misleading the vice president and others. So I think the president was right to ask for his resignation, and I believe it was the right thing to do. Let's speak about Russia for a second. I've always been a Russia skeptic and hawk. New administrations these days try to get better relations with Russia. The Bush administration tried to get better relations with Russia. The Clinton administration, Hillary Clinton and the Obama administration did the reset. So I understand it's reasonable and rational to try and improve relations with Russia. That's what new administrations inevitably do. But I'll leave it up to the administration to describe the circumstances surrounding what brought to this point. I think the key is this, that as soon as this person lost the president's trust, the president asked for his resignation, and that was the right thing to do.
Should Congress look into that?
I won't prejudge. I'm not going to prejudge any of the circumstances surrounding this until we have all of the information. Yeah.
Last year you said a travel ban was against our country's principles.
No, I said a Muslim ban would be against our country's principles, or a religious test. This is not that.
Well, this executive
Yeah.
order puts off access to 200 million people, mostly Muslims.
Just to clarify, would you support an independent investigation into Russia's ties? And are you concerned that it seems the White House knew about all of this call and everything 3 weeks ago and did not?
So to my same answer to Manu's question, I think I'm not going to prejudge circumstances surrounding this. I think the administration will explain the circumstances that led to this. The Intelligence Committee has been looking into this thing all along, by the way, just involvement with respect to Russia. I think it's really important that as soon as they realize that they were being misled by their national security advisor, they asked for his resignation. I can't speak to the rest of the circumstances. I think we need to get all of that information before we prejudge anything. Right there.
Mr. Speaker, do you have any concerns about the president talking apparently about the North Korea ballistic missile test al fresco at Mar-a-Lago?
Al fresco. I've never heard that in a press conference before. I don't believe that any classified information was discussed. So I think it's important that if classified information is discussed, it's discussed in what we call SCIFs. It's my understanding that no classified information was discussed, and talking about foreign policy at the dinner table is perfectly appropriate. Thank you.
Under what circumstances would you support investigation?
Take a second chance.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and a happy Valentine's Day to your loves, your ex-loves, and of course, your future loves as well. Hope everyone's just having a fantastic day here. We're set up for another busy stream here on the News Now stream. We're excited to have you all with us once again, part of this broadcast. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage. No commercials. Don't worry about it. We've got you covered on that. Here's what we're looking at today. So here's the Senate floor. We're going to be going in and out of that today because this is going to be senators debating the nomination of Linda McMahon to be administrator of the Small Business Administration. So we'll have that, and we're also right now getting tape playback of President Donald Trump meeting with teachers and parents from across the country. Once that tape starts playing, you can see it's frozen right now. Once it starts playing, we will bring that to you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let's take a look at the Senate floor, though.
Mr. Reg. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Davidow.
So I just want to congratulate you. You showed toughness and genius. As I said many times in my campaign, we want every child in America to have the opportunity to climb the ladder to success. I want every child also to have a safe community, and we're going to do that very much. We're going to be helping you a lot. A great school, and someday to get a really well-paying job, or better, own their own company, and a lot of people are looking at that. But it all begins with education, and that's why we're here this morning. And I'm here also to celebrate a little bit with Betsy, because we started this journey a long time ago, having to do with choice and so many other good things with education, and I'm so happy that that all worked out. Right now, too many of our children don't have the opportunity to get that education that we all talk about. Millions of poor, disadvantaged students are trapped in failing schools, and this crisis, and it really is a crisis of education and communities working together, but not working out, and we're going to change it around, especially for the African American communities. It's been very, very tough and unfair, and I know that's a priority, and it's certainly a priority of mine. That's why I want every single disadvantaged child in America, no matter what their background or where they live, to have a choice about where they go to school. And it's worked out so well in some communities where it's been properly run and properly done, and it's a terrific thing. Charter schools in particular have demonstrated amazing gains and results. and you look at the results, we have cases in New York City that have been amazing in providing education to disadvantaged children, and the success of so many different schools that I can name throughout the country that I got to see during the campaign. I went to one in Las Vegas. It was the most unbelievable thing you've ever seen, and they've done a fantastic job. So there are many, many such schools, and we want to do that on a large-scale basis. We can never lose sight of the connection between education and jobs. I'm bringing a lot of jobs back. We're bringing a lot of big plants back into the country. Everyone said it was impossible. And before I even took office, we started the process. And tremendous numbers of plants are coming back into this country, car plants and other plants. I have meetings next week with 4 or 5 different companies, big ones that are going to bring massive numbers of jobs back. So we're doing it from the job standpoint, but education only makes it better. Our goal is a clear and very safe community, great schools, and we want those jobs that are high-paying jobs. We've lost a lot of our best jobs to other countries, and we're going to bring them back. So I'm going to do my job, and Betsy at the education level will do her job. And just to do it very, very formally, I want to congratulate you on having gone through a very tough trial and a very unfair trial, and you won. And there's something very nice about that. And I'll tell you, the real winner will be the children. I guess a couple of adults will be in those classes, right? But will be the children of this country. And I just want to congratulate you.
Thank you, Mr.
Fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps we'll go around the room, and everybody knows our fantastic Vice President and Mike Pence. But if we went around the room, it would be very nice. So why don't we start? Go ahead. Betsy, you might want to say a few words first.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I am just very honored to have the opportunity to serve America's students. And I'm really excited to be here today with parents and educators representing traditional public schools, charter public schools, home schools, private schools, a range of choices. And we're eager to listen and learn from you, your ideas for how we can ensure that all of our kids have an equal opportunity for a high quality, great education, and therefore an opportunity for the future. So again, I'm just honored to have the opportunity to serve and looking forward to fulfilling the mission that you've set forward.
It's our honor, believe me, Betsy. Kenneth?
Ken Smith, educator, helping at-risk kids get through school. Vice President, actually has the largest application of Jobs for America's graduates in the country. And in a minute we'll talk about that as a solution.
Great, good. Laura?
Laura Parrish, I'm from Falls Church, Virginia, and I homeschool my 10 and my 13-year-olds.
Good, very good. Mary?
My name is Mary. I'm a charter school parent here in D.C. My kids go to the best school in America.
You think, huh?
I know.
I like that.
Oh, I guess we'll skip you.
Really? Is that right? Wow. Jennifer?
I am Jennifer Coleman. I am from Prince William County, Virginia. I am the mother of 6, and I homeschool my oldest 4. They're grades kindergarten through 7. And before that, I was a private school teacher.
Very good.
Bartholomew Sorenza. I'm a parent of 7. And my kids have gone through both private and public school, and I see differences. And
Big difference.
Big difference.
Okay, very good.
Good morning, I'm Julie. I teach special education at a public school in New Jersey.
Good, very good, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jane Quenville, and I'm a principal of a special ed center in Virginia, serving children ages 5 through 22 with autism and physical and medically fragile conditions.
How is that going?
Well.
Have you seen a big increase in the autism with the children?
Yes, yes. In fact, our school has shifted its population, so more children with autism, definitely.
So what's going on with autism? When you look at the tremendous increase, it's such an incredible, it's really a horrible thing to watch, the tremendous amount of increase. Do you have any idea? And you're seeing it in the school.
Yes, I think the statistics, I believe, are 1 in 66, 1 in 68 children are diagnosed with autism.
Now it's coming even lower than that, which is just amazing. Well, maybe we can do something.
I am Carol Bonilla. I teach Spanish in a private elementary school in Arlington. I teach the students from 4th through 8th grade.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President. My name is Amy Viana. I'm the parent of 2 children, 5th grade and 2nd grade, and I live right outside of Raleigh, North Carolina in Cary, and I'm also a former educator in public and private schools.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, thank you all very much. Let's get going.
Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, folks, you are watching live right here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Hoping everyone's having a great morning. We're going to keep you going here on the stream, get you all caught up on the latest top headlines as well. We're going to take you back out to the Senate floor right now.
Aye. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Rubio, Mr. Rubio. Aye. Ms. Heitkamp, Ms. Heitkamp. Aye. Mr. Udall, Mr. Udall. No. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Ms. Stabenow, Ms. Stabenow. Aye. Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Donnelly. Aye. Ms. Warren, Ms. Warren. No. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cochran, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Harris, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Hatch. Mr. Hatch, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye.
The yeas are 81, the nays are 19. The nomination is confirmed. Which one? Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report. No.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Senate's not in order.
The Senate will be in order. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to H.J. Res. 40.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to H.J. Res. 40, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
H.J. Res. 40, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Mr. President.
The senator from Iowa. Wait. Senate will be in order.
Before I speak on the issue before the Senate now, I would ask unanimous consent that floor privileges be granted this Congress for Darren Dodd, detailee from the U.S. Secret Service, and Celia Saluhin, detailee from the Department of Justice.
Without objection.
Okay. Today I come to the floor to address my colleagues about the bipartisan resolution of disapproval that I introduced on January 30th along with Senator Crapo and 24 other co-sponsors. This resolution now has 32 co-sponsors. And of course, this resolution of disapproval is absolutely necessary. The resolution is a procedure, as we know, under the Congressional Review Act for repealing executive branch regulations. The regulation at issue in this disapproval resolution was issued by the Social Security Administration under President Obama. This regulation unfairly stigmatizes people with disabilities. If the regulation is not repealed, it will allow the agency to very unfairly deprive Social Security recipients of their Second Amendment rights. The regulation would result in disability recipients being reported to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System as ineligible to own a firearm, and thus have their Second Amendment rights violated. Now, this is essentially a national gun ban list. The agency accomplishes this by doing two things: determining if a person has a disorder on a vague, quote-unquote, mental disorder list, and two, appointing a representative payee to manage benefit payments. This process has been in place for years to merely assign a representative payee. That's merely someone to help a recipient with their finances who is authorized to deal with the bureaucracy on the behalf of that Social Security recipient. Now it is being used to report beneficiaries to a list so that they cannot buy or own a gun. And of course, once on that list, individuals are prohibited, as I've already inferred, from purchasing, owning, and possessing firearms, thus violating Second Amendment rights. The regulation is flawed beyond any kind of repair. It results in reporting people to the gun ban list that should not be on that list at all. It deprives those people for their constitutional rights and in a very important way, violating their constitutional rights without even due process. Under current federal law, one must first be deemed, quote, mentally defective before being reported to the gun ban list. However, the mental disorder list in this regulation is filled with vague characteristics that do not fit into the federal, quote unquote, mentally defective standard. The disorder list is inconsistent with the federal mentally defective standard. More importantly, the list was never designed to regulate firearms. As such, it is improper to use it for that purpose. Many of the disorders on the list are unrelated to gun safety. For example, the disorders list includes eating disorders, disorders that merely impact sleep or cause restlessness, and even disorders that could cause, quote unquote, feelings of inadequacy. Because the Second Amendment is a fundamental right, the government must have a very compelling reason to regulate, and the regulation must be very narrowly tailored. It unfairly stigmatizes people then with disabilities. The government is essentially saying that a person with a disability, such as an eating disorder, is more likely to be violent and should no longer be allowed to own a gun. There is no evidence to support that general idea, and consequently people being denied constitutional rights without due process. And if a specific individual is likely to be violent due to the nature of their mental illness, then the government should have to prove it. Pretty basic constitutional law. The government should have to prove if you're denied a constitutional right. The National Council on Disabilities, and that happens to be a nonpartisan and independent federal agency, has said this, quote, "The rule stigmatizes a group of people who are not likely to perpetuate the kind of violence the rule hopes to address. Furthermore, it deprives a much broader class of individuals of a constitutional right that was intended by federal law," end of quote. In addition, the American Civil Liberties Union has said, and I quote, "We oppose this rule because it advances and reinforces the harmful stereotype that people with mental disabilities, a vast and diverse group of citizens, are violent. There is no data to support a connection between the need for a representative."
With these parents and educators, and with hosted by the President and Vice President today, talking about the various approaches that parents have taken to ensuring that their children have a great education and therefore a great future. We did a lot of listening, a lot of comparing notes, and we, I think, jointly agree that there is so much that can be done and must be done to ensure that all kids in our country have the opportunity for a great, high-quality education and future. So I thank all of these dedicated parents and educators on behalf of the President and the Vice President. Thanks very much.
More about autism at the meeting? No questions?
Can you answer some questions?
Those unfounded assumptions, end of quote. In other words, unfounded assumptions about who might be disabled or not. So, Mr. President, I ask that these letters be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Some of the supporters of the new gun ban have brought forth arguments to try and discredit the other side. They have said that repealing the agency rule will allow the mentally ill to acquire firearms. Let me tell you why that is not true. Under this regulation, the Social Security Administration never, ever determines a person to be mentally ill before reporting them to this ban list. It does not provide due process before reporting them to the list. Once the agency places a person on this disordered list, it then moves to assign a representative payee. But that is a very flawed process as well. The former Social Security Administration Inspector General said the following last year in testimony before a committee about assigning a representative payee. A very short quote from the Inspector General. It is not a scientific decision. It is a personal opinion. End of quote. Now, it's quite obvious under our Constitution due process that the personal opinion of a bureaucrat cannot be the basis for taking away a person's Second Amendment rights. Further, a June 2015 internal Social Security report found significant shortcomings in the representative payee process, namely that, and I quote from the Social Security report, the Social Security Administration's capability determinations were undeveloped, undocumented, and insufficiently documented. End of quote. Now, very legitimate question can be raised. How can any of us be comfortable allowing our fellow citizens to be subjected to such a process that leads to the violation of constitutional rights? The regulation does not then require a formal hearing at any point. Federal law and other regulations require that a formal hearing take place. 18 U.S.C. 922, Pren D, Pren 4 requires adjudication before depriving someone of the right to own a firearm due to mental illness. There can be no adjudication if there is no hearing. And a 1996 ATF Federal Register notice says, quote, "The legislative history of the Gun Control Act makes it clear that a formal adjudication is necessary before firearms disabilities are incurred," end quote. The Obama administration knew that fundamental rights required constitutional due process. At the bare minimum, that requires a hearing. Yet, in this rule, no hearing is being afforded to that individual that will eventually have their constitutional rights abrogated. And of course, that ought to be considered not only a travesty, but a travesty on the Constitution as well. The constitutional due process is entirely non-existent because there is absolutely no opportunity for an individual to challenge the proceedings against them. The American Civil Liberties Union has echoed the same concerns, and I quote from the ACLU, "The rule includes no meaningful due process protections prior to the Social Security Administration's transmittal of the names to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System database. End of quote from the ACLU. The Second Amendment is very much being tossed aside without a formal dispute process to challenge the actions before a constitutional right is abridged. On these facts alone, the regulation should be repealed, but there's yet more. The regulation fails to establish that a person is a danger to themselves or a danger to others before taking away the constitutional rights that the Second Amendment allows. If a rule premised on safety is to have any credibility, one would obviously think that the government needs to prove a person is dangerous. But this rule fails in that regard because it does not require the agency to find a person is in fact dangerous. The Second Amendment is a fundamental right requiring the government to carry the burden showing a person has a dangerous mental illness. This regulation obviously and simply does not achieve that requirement. To be clear, however, if this regulation is repealed, federal gun prohibitions will still exist. Individuals who have been determined to be a danger to themselves or a danger to others will still be prohibited from purchasing firearms. Also, individuals who are found to have a dangerous mental illness will be prohibited from purchasing a firearm. Also, a person convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence will still be prohibited from purchasing and owning and possessing a firearm. The same for those involuntarily committed to a mental institution. So, Mr. President, as government expands, liberty contracts. And it follows that with the expansion of government, power is centralized here in this island surrounded by reality that we call Washington, D.C., rather than throughout the American people. And often with that centralization of power, the centralization of power that you see in this regulation by the Social Security Administration, fairness does not necessarily follow. This Obama-era regulation is a perfect example of government wielding too much power. The power to deny people due process, the power to deny people their constitutional rights under the Second Amendment. The process I described here is extremely problematic, and it calls for doing away with this rule by passing this resolution of disapproval. It is not clear that any of these disorders a person is labeled with has anything whatsoever to do with a person's ability to responsibly own a firearm. And there is insufficient due process to ensure that a person actually has a given disorder that would interfere with their safe use of a firearm. Notably, even a representative payee has been assigned. Notably, even if a representative payee has been assigned, the individual still maintains the capacity to contract. Thus, the government is subject to a very low threshold to report names to the gun list and no burden of proof being necessary. By contrast, under this regulation, those who are reported to the list must prove the negative. They got to prove that the government's wrong. They must prove, in a sense of proving the government's wrong, they must prove that they are not a danger in order to get their name off of that gun ban list. For the government to shift the burden to the citizens whose rights it is depriving is clearly unfair. It's not only unfair, it's unconstitutional. The failure to determine a person mentally ill or that person being a danger to self or to others is a material defect to this regulation. And so is the failure to afford constitutional due process. There is no reasonable basis under this regulation to justify abridging that very important fundamental constitutional right. And that is why this regulation must be repealed through the passage of this resolution of disapproval. I yield the floor. Can you wait a minute?
Sure will.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate recess from 12:30 till 2:15 today.
Is there objection?
Mr. President?
Without objection. The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, the Senate is currently considering H.J. Res. 40, a resolution of disapproval regarding a misguided Social Security Administration regulation that infringes on many American Second Amendment rights. As a co-sponsor of the Senate companion to this resolution, which was filed by Chairman Grassley, I would like to add my voice to that of the many advocates, including the National Disabilities Rights Network and groups like the National Rifle Association, who work to protect the rights of law-abiding gun owners who have expressed support for this important legislation. I would also like to express my appreciation to Chairman Grassley and others for their leadership on this issue. This ill-advised regulation not only stigmatizes individuals with disabilities, it also violates the Second Amendment and due process rights of many Americans, and it should be repealed. As a longtime supporter of Americans' constitutional right to keep and bear arms, I was deeply troubled by this regulation, which allows the Social Security Administration to report individuals they considered, in the words used in the regulation, to be, quote, mentally defectives, unquote, to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or NICS, as it is called, if they have, quote, mental impairments, unquote, receive disability insurance benefits, and receive those benefits through a representative payee. When someone receives benefits through SSA's representative payee program, SSA field office employees have deemed them unable to manage their finances. However, SSA's representative payee program itself is, by many accounts, ineffectively administered. And you don't have to take my word for it. As recently as 2013, the Government Accountability Office identified that SSA, quote, struggles to effectively administer its payee program, unquote. There are unexplained and large discrepancies across various regions of the country that SSA serves in numbers of beneficiaries who are assigned by SSA field offices to be in the payee program. Yet despite these known gaps and discrepancies, SSA apparently thought that this system was sufficient to determine whether some beneficiaries should be afforded a constitutional right. Well, let's be clear. Under SSA's rule, individuals who were not found by SSA employees or any other competent authority to be a danger to themselves or others, but rather simply need help managing their finances, will be prohibited from legally purchasing a firearm. While we all want to make sure that the NICS system works effectively to prevent violent criminals and those who actually do pose a threat from purchasing firearms, this regulation is exceedingly overbroad. Moreover, it is not at all clear to me that SSA employees in field offices should be put in charge of deciding who can legally purchase a firearm. Of course, the bureaucracies at SSA who were prodded by the Obama administration to write the rule say that they will create some sort of internal structure to allow beneficiaries to appeal the decisions of SSA employees. Of course, that means that SSA would need to construct a new, costly adjudication system to review decisions that its employees are not well equipped to make in the first place. This is particularly strange given that it is standard practice at SSA to decry the agency's funding levels while also claiming that it is already unable to adequately serve its beneficiaries due to budgetary shortfalls. Mr. President, all of this simply does not add up. The SSA is at all not equipped for this kind of decision making. Moreover, the standards that would apply under the regulation for SSA to report a beneficiary to the NICS represent a much lower bar than the one anticipated in the applicable federal statutes to determine the eligibility to purchase a firearm. That being the case, we need to pass Chairman Grassley's resolution of disapproval, which has already been approved by the House of Representatives with bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this resolution, and I want to thank my friend from Oregon for allowing me to go forward on this short set of remarks. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I've listened carefully to my colleagues on the other side, and I want to make sure people really understand what this debate is all about. This debate is about background checks. It's about mental health. It is not about taking away constitutional rights. And I'm struck, Mr. President, and I know the distinguished President of the Senate has taken part in a lot of these debates as well, is whenever there is a discussion about guns in the United States Senate, senators get up and say, we shouldn't be debating guns. We ought to be debating mental health. That's what we're talking about here today. Mental health, and colleagues, we're talking about background checks. Now, the fact of the matter is, you can go into town hall meetings in any part of America, and you will hear extraordinary support for the whole idea of background checks. Background checks, as I indicated, is right at the heart of this morning's debate. Supporting background checks is not some extreme, far-out position to hold. In fact, opposing background checks is the view that's way out of the mainstream of American political thought. A recent poll found that 92% of gun owners supported expanded background checks. Let me just repeat that. 92% of gun owners in America support expanded background checks. As the courts continue to interpret the language of the Second Amendment, one matter has been made clear. Background checks are a constitutional part of the exercise of those rights. So what I'm going to do is describe what this is all about. But I want to, as we get going, make sure that people understand that fundamentally this is about background checks, it's about mental health, it is not about taking away somebody's constitutional rights. So here's how the proposal under discussion works. If there is an individual with a severe mental impairment, that means that another person, perhaps a family member, is in charge of their Social Security benefits, then the background check is to be informed by Social Security that the person with a severe mental impairment is ineligible to buy a gun. Now, the fact is, you can always talk about tailoring the rule in a slightly, different way. It's critically important that individuals who wind up in the background check system are not treated unfairly. But the fact is, anyone who thinks that they have been unfairly affected by this proposal can appeal. And they are most likely going to win as long as they are not a danger to themselves or anyone else. And if the Social Security Administration says no, that person has the power to take their case to court. So what we're talking about here is, in my view, not about Democrats and Republicans, and liberals and conservatives. I think we're just talking about plain old, unvarnished common sense. We want to, all of us, stop shootings by those who are in danger of hurting themselves or other persons. The rule came out last year, but it goes back to the shootings at Virginia Tech and Sandy Hook. What the previous administration sought to do was to find some common sense gun safety steps that could be taken under laws on the books. And I want to emphasize this as well, Mr. President, because whenever we talk about guns, what senators always say is, let's use the laws on the books. Let's use the laws on the books. We don't need to chase new laws and the like. So the administration sought to use the laws on the books, the previous administration, to prevent the horrendous acts of violence that have so scarred our country in recent years. And I know the distinguished President of the Senate knows something about that from his own state. So I hope my colleagues will oppose the resolution. I think we're all aware here in the Senate that whenever you have an issue that even touches on guns, everybody goes into their corners. They go into their respective, corners. My own view is, and I represent a state with a great many gun owners. I've had more than 750 town hall meetings at home. A lot of them involved.
All right, we're going to step away from the Senate floor for just a little bit. We have Ron Hoon up here. Hope everyone's having just a great Valentine's Day morning.
Yes, well, I saw you walking in with that bold pink.
Yep.
I mean, that's not a subtle pink,
no,
man. That's
it is,
a full-on hot pink.
It's a bright pink, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good, though.
No, I like it. Got to be festive. You got to be festive
sure.
for it.
I think I saw somewhere that tomorrow is Singles Appreciation Day.
Oh, okay.
So the idea is, so you got the 2 days.
This is for the couples. Today's for the couples.
Right.
Tomorrow's for the singles.
Yes, exactly.
Well, there we go. And did you know? I didn't know this, but it makes a lot of sense that Valentine's Day is the second most popular day to go to a restaurant.
Is that right?
First is Mother's Day. Take out your mother. Yeah.
Do a Mother's Day brunch or something
yes.
like that. Yeah, you don't want mom cooking on Mother's Day. Yeah, no, I believe it.
So the restaurants love it. So the restaurants love it.
Restaurants love it. It's also Statehood Day in Arizona.
Sure.
So it's kind of a big day, and maybe you just saw on Instagram. It's my daughter's birthday.
Oh, awesome!
That's
great.
It's funny because my wife and I, we reminisce, and she was actually. I was doing the 6 o'clock news on a station up in Spokane, and my wife calls and says, "You better get home. It's happening right now." And it's icy, night in February, but that particular year, which was 1981, it was Friday, the 13th.
Oh, okay.
And I looked at the calendar and I said, honey, you know, if you can just hang on till midnight, then we'll have a Valentine's baby instead of a Friday the 13th.
That's awesome. That's a nice memory now.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, it's amazing how fast life just marches by.
Oh,
but
sure.
Anyway, we're not here to talk about romance.
No, we're just, we're less than an hour away from Sean Spicer to get there at the podium for the White House briefing. And today it's going to be probably all about Michael Flynn, huh?
You know, I would sure think so. And wasn't it interesting to see how the tone changed from the early morning talk shows, where the message out of the White House was the president has complete confidence in him, and then by 10:30, Sean Spicer says we're evaluating.
Yeah.
Well,
that's because what was coming down was the DOJ was warning the White House that Michael Flynn could be compromised.
Right. So, you know, I have to believe, well, obviously they knew that. That warning came from the woman who was at the time running DOJ, who, remember, is out now.
Yeah.
So the White House was aware of that for a while. I really, truly think this is as much about Mike Pence as it is about Michael Flynn.
Okay, yeah, because
I think he feels lied to, and which he should, and I think he felt like he went out on the line. And you know, you're starting your new administration. You want to have credibility, and if the first thing you're doing is going out on the Sunday talk shows and telling something that is not true, you know, that hurts you as well.
Sure.
So, and I mean, we all remember it was not that long ago that after Benghazi happened, we had for the previous administration, Susan Rice going on the talk show circuit and saying it was all being blamed on a YouTube video. When later on we learned there was a lot more to it. So that's the kind of stuff that can haunt you. You know?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So I think they kind of felt like, for the sake of the credibility of Mike Pence, and for the level that the president, Donald Trump, of respect that he has in Mike Pence, as much as anything, I think he probably did this for Pence, because I don't know, but I imagine Pence was probably pushing pretty hard for it.
Oh sure, sure. I mean, he lied. It looks like he lied to the vice president, and then the vice president goes on all these national talk shows.
Correct.
And
you just wonder what actually changed. You do wonder what changed yesterday, so that the tone coming out of the White House moved pretty quickly. You know, who has the president's ear right now?
That's true.
You know, was it Ivanka?
Yeah.
Is it Jared Kushner? Is it Reince Priebus? Exactly who is it?
Yeah.
You know, so, or is it Mike Pence? Somebody had the president's ear yesterday, and by the middle of the morning, this is why Sean Spicer's news conferences are sort of must-see TV.
Yes.
By the middle of the morning, you could tell things were changing, and it looked at that point like Flynn was going to go.
Yeah.
So they let him resign.
Yeah.
But let's face it.
Yeah, you're fired.
It's a firing.
So do you think the words were, "You're fired," or?
Well, you know, so for those of you who are not watching locally here in Phoenix, because we know we have this worldwide audience, I do these constant news updates in the newsroom all morning long with all the news stories going. And that was pretty much the exact approach I took to that story. Was here is a man who, you know, became a household word, his name across the country for that phrase, "You're fired," and will he say "You're fired" today? I think he had great respect for Mike Flynn, a guy who was out there early for him on the campaign trail, and I think he doesn't like doing this.
Sure.
For the people he's really invested in, I don't think he likes firing them, but I think there were probably too many others around him saying, you know, he's you lose trust.
Yes.
Number one, and number two, when he makes your vice president look bad, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's true.
So, anyway. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Sean Spicer has to say about it all. And now the question is, could it mean the resurgence of General David Petraeus.
Yeah, because he's mentioned now as maybe one of the replacements.
Yes. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
That would be, because, during the campaign trail, there were so many times where he was mentioned.
Donald Trump mentioned it, saying,
that
hey,
he got a raw deal.
Correct. Look, Hillary Clinton is living large up there in Chappaqua, and here's David Petraeus. So, I don't know. I don't know what their relationship is like right now, but don't be surprised if he is the one that maybe emerges out of this whole thing.
That could be interesting. And then a little bit later today, Chris Christie is going to visit the White House today.
Yes.
So we'll see what comes out of that meeting. Now, do you think he's tapping him because sooner than later, his term is going to be over as governor?
I guess so. I mean,
do you think he's going to go in the private sector?
So you know the whole backstory about Jared Kushner and Chris
Christie,
right?
Yes.
How Christie, when he was a prosecutor,
went after his dad.
And there's no love lost there. So I don't know. I mean, in these early days of the White House, I think everybody's trying to kind of feel their way around, and so maybe on second thought, a chance to reflect. Hey, here's a guy who was very loyal, was the first of all the candidates, the first to come out and endorse Donald Trump. Remember that?
Yeah, that's true.
Remember that was pretty surprising.
That was,
news conference.
Yes.
Because then you thought, wow, okay, he's really, building a base of support.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe he won't have quite as high profile a position as before, but, there were thousands of jobs to fill.
Yes.
And so, sure. I mean, a lot of people are get on the government gravy train.
Yeah.
And don't ever really want to get off of it. So, who knows? Maybe Chris Christie has a life now, a second political career in Washington, D.C.
And what I always wondered about these trips is, do the New Jersey taxpayers pay for Chris Christie to go to the White House? Is that how it works? Is that like an official trip?
That's a good question.
I never know how those things they work out.
Yeah. I would guess so. Particularly, the way the game is played is, remember President Obama, he would fly on Air Force One, government paid, and do a campaign appearance, campaign fundraiser, but because he stopped first to meet with local officials and talk a little bit of business, then it's a business expense. It's like the businessman trying to write off his 3-martini lunch. Did you actually discuss business?
Yeah.
So, it could be the same thing for Chris Christie. Maybe he meets with the president for a little while and says, look, these are the things my state needs right now, and now let's talk about what's next.
Let's talk about
Who knows? Big Mike. Hey, let's pull up my poll question.
Yeah, let's do that. So you ran a new one.
Before we get too far away from the whole issue of Mike Flynn, we'll see how
there we go.
See how the poll is looking here.
You already have over 100 votes.
That's pretty good. Just a few minutes time.
Let's show it. Okay.
About 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
Just lower that so people could see it all there. Okay.
So the NSA chief resigns over Russian contacts. Democrats demand, what did President Trump know and when did he know it? Investigate him? The bottom line is the Republicans have control of both the House and Senate.
Yes.
Things will change so dramatically after 2018 if the Democrats are able to get a hold of either the Senate or the House.
Yes, it will.
We will have investigations like you've never believed before. So that's why, people talk about the first 100 days. It really is the first about year of the Trump presidency is the time to get your plans through. And if they get bogged down, a lot of people took a look at when President Obama, in his first 2 years, had the House and had the Senate, and why didn't he do more?
He could have ran the table.
Spent his political capital on Obamacare, and a lot of people in his party were pushing for big tax increases, on the wealthy, combined with middle-class tax cuts. And so anyway, let's see how
it's going. Right. So we got to click on one. So we'll click on it and vote. Okay. So 59% right there say no. Baseless allegations. And you were mentioning before on the morning show today that we go back to Richard Nixon, and they would ask him,
Yes, right.
what did he know and when did he know it, right?
Okay.
That's what, so go into that a
quick
little.
Hooner history lesson
Yes.
on that one. That was a summer when they were investigating Richard Nixon. That was the story permeated, I think, pretty much the entire society. I know we're in a fractured media world today, and people have, thousands of different interests. But you just got the feeling wherever you went, because we'd never been down this road before, of a president who was on the verge of resigning.
Yes.
Who was being investigated to this level. We had been, we did have an impeachment prior, going all the way back to the days of Andrew Johnson after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. But here was but he was not he was impeached but not convicted in the Senate. So the House is investigating on Richard Nixon, and there was a folksy senator from Tennessee whose name was Howard Baker. And there was an even folksier chairman and these were Republicans who were turning on Richard Nixon, who was a Republican. The party rank and file did not hold in that case, and you could just see it building. And anyway, there was a congressman named Sam Ervin, who was this jolly sort of kind of looked like the Maytag repairman.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And he was very folksy but very determined to get at the facts. And then in the Senate, there was this senator by the name of Howard Baker. And I just even remember the moment and the TV coverage where he sort of had his hand like this, he's kind of, he already feels worn down about it, and he's interviewing a witness there under oath, and he said, look, I'm trying to focus on the president. What did the president know? And when did he know it?
Yeah.
And that distilled everything. But you have to remember, that story was bubbling and Richard Nixon's popularity had been nosediving he was reelected in 1972, but the story was out almost immediately, during the election. The break-in had happened, and like they always say, it's the cover-up, right?
That always burns you.
Yep. And so then it became known that there were secret recordings going on in the Oval Office that even the visitors didn't know about.
Wow.
And, once that came out, and then all of a sudden they discovered there was an 18-minute gap in one of the recordings, in one of the crucial conversations. And the whole thing just seemed like you couldn't write a script that was more sort of mysterious and clandestine. And so Nixon's presidency failed. He ultimately was forced to resign, and it was an Arizona senator who was sent to the White House, the famous Barry Goldwater, who was sent by key members of the Senate, Goldwater also a Republican, who had to go to the White House and break it to the president. You don't have the support. If you fight this, you will be impeached, and you'll lose in the Senate, and you'll lose your office. So Nixon did resign, and it all really crystallized when that one senator said, "What did the president know, and when did he know it?" This isn't anywhere near to that level.
Yes.
Primarily because things are happening at such a fast and chaotic nature right now that because Mike Flynn resigned, it's a big story today. But by tomorrow, there could be another huge story.
Yes.
And one of the things that Donald Trump has done very effectively is kind of hold his political opponents, catch them off guard, because they never know quite what to respond to, because then he goes on and does something else that's controversial and grabs all the headlines. Because we could be very quickly now back to the travel ban.
That's true.
Who knows what?
Because
the announced tax cuts.
Yeah.
Or what if he and Netanyahu? What if something major comes out of that meeting tomorrow?
Yeah.
So, anyway, there isn't this single-minded focus on this Russian story.
There's so many
Correct.
different ways you could go.
Correct. And the era, frankly, is different. The two sides are farther apart now than they were a generation and a half ago, back in the 70s. And people will really stay to their party lines. So the Democrats have been voting against just about every nominee. The Republicans have been voting for every nominee. And, we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out in the end.
So 2018 is going to be a big year. That is going to be a big year.
Yes, absolutely.
Midterm elections, wow.
And the Republicans have a pretty sizable
advantage
in the House, but it's narrow in the Senate.
Oh, sure.
Michael, you and I actually should do some analysis of that. We should stop and take a look and actually begin to calculate are there some vulnerable Republicans that are running in 2018 versus vulnerable Democrats? Because the party out of power always picks up a little.
That's true.
In the off-year elections, and so we shall see.
Yeah.
What happens with Obamacare? Because they can't repeal without a replacement. You've seen the anger at these town halls, and I realize it's an organized effort. It's not a complete just groundswell.
Mm-hmm.
I always say, look at the signs in the crowd, and if they all look like they came off the same printing machine,
yeah.
I mean, it just pays to be skeptical. And I realize it's an organized effort. But most of the polls I've seen do indicate that people do want to see some kind of a replacement. So what if they can't agree on that? What if they do repeal and don't replace? That could really hurt them heading into next year. And there could be some other things as well. So, as we say, stay tuned, because this year he's going to have to get done what he wants to get done, because by the beginning of next year, it's going to be sides staking out their two positions.
Wow. Yeah. So that's why we've seen him hit the ground running, because it doesn't have too much time before things could be up in the air there.
Yeah, exactly.
So that'll be interesting. So we're moments away from Sean Spicer taking that podium there at the White House. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah. I see Sami out of the corner of my eye. Old SK swinging by. What time's she coming up today?
She's coming up at 11.
Oh, is she now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
well, that's good.
We switched times today just to keep everybody a little unbalanced.
Right. Shall we see what people are saying this morning?
Yeah, we'll see what... I saw somebody up here just moments ago say, any car chases? Yeah, we're expecting one at 3:20 Eastern. I wish we could tell you when we could have one there, but... Yeah, is the dam still there? Yes, it's still there, but they're worried about tomorrow and Thursday about the rain.
Yeah, I know it. And that's
in
part
California.
To me, that's got to be part of the issue, which is how rain-soaked. I know they released water behind the dam, which was necessary for the immediate pressure that was actually being placed on the dam structure itself, including the concrete structure. But what about all of this? Because most of that drop is more of an earthen dam. They've got a spillway that's concrete lined, but you have this huge earthen dam that got constructed. How can you guarantee the safety of that?
That's true.
If the water continues to just soak the ground all the way around it. I mean, unless they put like a plastic tarp along the bottom of the lake.
Yes.
I'm sure they didn't. I just don't think in the day and age that we live in, where people, where so many businesses, government agencies, et cetera, are afraid of being sued, or things being litigated, or even, like car makers potentially facing criminal charges, having to pay billions to kind of get off the hook. I just don't think in the day and age that we live in, where it seems like everybody is trying to be out of an abundance of caution, can they say tomorrow, okay, everybody go back home?
Yeah, I know.
Until they can get a 100% guarantee, because if they send folks back home and then it does fail, if more rainstorms are lined up or whatever, I mean, it would be a catastrophe, and they would be. All the powers that be would be absolutely vilified, and maybe there would be investigations. There could be criminal charges. There could be political fallout over this.
Oh, sure.
The fact that There are three environmental groups that are now coming forward to say, hey, we warned you guys over a decade ago that this could be a problem, and nobody wanted to hear about it. Which again, and I believe it was the Department of Water Resources in California. I just say to myself, they are such a big economy, and they tax people a lot. Where does all of that money go?
I know.
In California.
Yeah.
Where does it go? Because it sure seems that 10 years ago, if these kind of issues were being raised, not just by one person, but three different groups.
Yeah.
It sure seems like that would have been money well spent. Of course, it's hindsight, is 2020.
And so many
It
people,
looks bad.
and thousands of people have to juggle their lives this week.
Yeah.
You figure, where are they staying? They got to find family, maybe friends, maybe at a shelter.
Right. And so what do you do if your job, if you don't have like full-time employment, you're working part-time or you're working minimum wage, or and you've still got rent due, on a house or an apartment that you can't even be in, and you've suddenly lost your paycheck and you don't know if you're going back tomorrow or 2 weeks from now or a month from now. I mean, economically, it's already a disaster.
Yeah.
I would think.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what about business owners? That are just kind of barely making.
That's true. Yeah, where they need to be open every day.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
Mark my words, the fallout from this, even if the dam doesn't fail, the fallout from this, we haven't even scratched the surface on.
That's true.
I'm talking about the political fallout.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't rain too much then tomorrow and Thursday there for them.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's the last thing they need.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Isn't that something when we're talking about California, where we're like, don't rain now, don't rain?
Yes.
When it's like, it should be the opposite.
Yep. But I go back to that famous quote that I know I've laid on you a few times. It was a guy from the Weather Service who said, all epic droughts end with epic floods.
Yeah.
And
when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, and we've seen some really bad floods. The only thing I haven't seen yet is whether, because so much of this is Northern California, is whether how close southern, and they're out of the drought. But I think the last figure I saw was about 50% of California is already out of the drought. But what about Southern California? How close are they now getting to being out of the drought as well?
Yeah, that's true.
I'll tell you one thing, you won't know that the drought is over. I mean, you'll know that, what's the best way to say this? You'll know that the drought is over when you drive up to Vegas and you look over at Lake Mead and it's brimming full.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is that is an ugly bathtub right now on that lake, and it's still so low compared to where it was at one time.
Yeah, you see all the markers where the level was. That's something.
We still got a long way to go.
Yep. All right, Ryan. Well, thanks for stopping by. I know you got to go in a meeting in a little bit.
Yep.
But in about half an hour, expected Sean Spicer, so we'll be watching that and see what news comes out of the news briefing. It's amazing when Sean Spicer hits that podium. That too, we see the numbers just spike.
Oh, I'm sure.
He's like, we call him Little Trump Jr. on that, because first Trump gets the big bump and then he gets a small little bump.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's something. All right. Well, we're going to take you out to a live look at the White House, everybody. Thanks so much, Ron.
Yep. You bet.
Stopping by.
Okay.
All right, folks, as you can see here, we are awaiting a press conference from the House Democrats on the resignation of Michael Flynn. Making some remarks. We're watching live right here, and then as soon as Sean Spicer hits that podium, of course, we'll take it live for you.
Can I turn this off for now? 2 minute heads up. Thanks, everyone.
We've heard that one before. We'll play by 5, right?
Okay.
That's what it was last time.
Good job.
Page, come in on stage. Come in. Wake up. Page, wake up. Come in on the spot.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh, you meant like not on the hill?
You have it on there?
I do.
Well, good afternoon. We're going to get started. The leader will be with us shortly, but I wanted to begin by just making a few observations and then invite my colleagues to do the same. I think there are two aspects to the resignation of Michael Flynn that we ought to keep in mind, two parts of the context of what has happened within the last 24 to 48 hours. The first is that it's very important, I think, for us to do a thorough investigation of any contacts between the Trump campaign and any Russian officials during the course of that campaign. Among, I think, the very serious allegations have been that there were a course of contacts that is within the scope of what the House Intelligence Committee will be investigating. And I think those are among the most serious allegations, because if there was any form of collusion with the Russians during the course of their illegal activities, that would obviously be of the utmost gravity. So I think that is a part of the context here. That is a set of allegations that can and must be investigated. What has taken place most recently, though, surrounds the issue of Flynn's contact with the Russian ambassador at the end of December. And to me, the salient point here is if, in fact, the Justice Department alerted the White House, alerted White House counsel weeks ago that Flynn had lied about his discussions with the Russian ambassador, it is inconceivable to me that the White House counsel would have kept that to himself. So others in the administration were aware that the National Security Advisor of the United States had misled other administration officials who had in turn misled the American people. And they were okay with that. The administration was okay with the fact the American people were laboring under the falsehood that they had not discussed the sanctions with the Russians. The resignation of Michael Flynn was brought about not by discovering the falsehood, but by the fact that the falsehood became public. And that ought to be deeply disturbing to everyone, that the White House would have even contemplated tolerating a national security advisor who would lie to them and to the American people through the vice president. This obviously begs a lot of questions about whether those conversations between Flynn and the Russian ambassador were sanctioned by the president himself or others in the administration, whether they were knowing of those conversations, and why those who were knowing did nothing to correct the record when the American people were told otherwise. All of this merits investigation. That investigation, I believe, ought to be done in part through the Intelligence Committee as part of the investigation we're doing now. And I was very disappointed to see the Speaker today unwilling to commit to investigate these communications between Flynn and the Russian ambassador. My feeling is that if the Speaker is not willing to commit to this, he ought to allow the formation of an independent commission and get out of the way, because these questions are far too important to go unanswered. I'm also want to say that I'm pleased to see at least some Republicans stepping forward today to call on the president to speak directly about whether he authorized these communications between Flynn and the ambassador, whether he was aware of these. The president, I think, owes the American people an explanation, and he ought to do that directly and not through dissembling aides. And with that, let me introduce Elijah Cummings, the ranking member on the Government Reform Committee.
Let me begin by asking everyone in this room a very simple question. Do you hear that? Do you hear the silence? This is the sound of House Republicans conducting no oversight of President Trump. Zero. That is what it sounds like when they abdicate their duty under the Constitution. We've been asking for months for basic oversight of the president and his advisors and their ties to Russia. But our chairman, Jason Chaffetz, has not lifted one finger. He has not requested a single solitary piece of paper. And think about where we are right now. General Flynn flew to Moscow to have a lavish dinner with President Putin and celebrate the Kremlin-backed media outlet RT. According to our own U.S. intelligence officials, RT is, and I quote, the Kremlin's principal international propaganda outlet, unquote. Flynn now admits that he got paid for that trip, but he refuses to say how much he was paid. He may have violated the Constitution in the process. As a retired officer, he may not, except for foreign emoluments. The Pentagon is investigating this, and we may hear back from them this week. Flynn was secretly communicating with Russian officials at the same time Russia was attacking our democracy. Let me say that again. Flynn was secretly communicating with Russian officials at the same time that Russia was attacking our democracy. Flynn may have violated the Logan Act by discussing the sanctions imposed by the United States in response to Russia's attacks. We have no idea why Flynn was doing all of this and why he was trying desperately to help Russia. And I know he's now resigned, but he's not going to get off that easy. We need some answers to a whole lot of questions. But the obvious questions are, what did the president know and when did he know it? Was the president aware of Flynn's efforts? Did he support them? Last night, we learned that the Justice Department warned the White House counsel 3 weeks ago that Flynn secretly talked with the Russians about sanctions and may have lied about it to the vice president. The department warned that the National Security Advisor was at risk of being blackmailed by the Russian government. And that was 3 weeks ago. 3 long weeks ago, 21 days ago. So why did the president say on Friday he did not know anything about Flynn's calls with the Russian ambassador? Did the White House counsel really never tell the president? Because if that's true, if that is true, I cannot see how the White House counsel could stay in his position. That would be a major national security breach not to inform the president of such a serious charge. Another question, why did Flynn continue to sit in on the most sensitive classified meetings until just 2 days ago? Ladies and gentlemen, something is wrong with that picture. Who at the White House? And I want the press to press these questions. Who at the White House decided to do nothing for 3 weeks as Flynn sat in on meeting after meeting after meeting, Did the president decide to wait? Did council decide to wait? Something is wrong here. Madam Leader, just this morning, Flynn tweeted, and this is a quote, "Scapegoat," end of quote. Scapegoat. He basically described himself as a scapegoat. And so I believe we need to hold a public hearing with Flynn to get to the bottom of this. Our committee held 3 or 4 hearings, emergency hearings on Hillary Clinton in a matter of a week or two. And if there was any emergency at this moment in the history of this country, this is the moment. And so we need to get his security and clearance documents. I want to see them. I want to see what he put in those documents to find out if he was honest on those forms. And we need to know how much he got paid to have dinner with Putin. But that is only the beginning. The press has asked us over and over again. I know they've asked Mr. Schiff and asked the leader, does it end here? Shouldn't things end here? No, they cannot end here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a fight for the soul of our democracy. The question is whether we will clearly understand that this is our watch. And let's be clear. Schiff said it quite eloquently. The Republicans need to join us. This is not a Democratic issue. This is not a Republican issue. It's not an independent issue. This is an American issue for the soul of our democracy. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the chairman, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Conyers.
Unless we want to yield to the leader.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Our ranking member.
Thank you so much. The overdue resignation of General Flynn last evening does not resolve this matter. I want to make that clear because I've been trying to get my chairman of the Judiciary Committee to hold a hearing immediately today, certainly not later than tomorrow. What did President Trump knew and when did he know it? What did Vladimir Putin know and when did he knew it? How is it possible that the White House counsel knew this for about 3 whole weeks and did nothing? Now, the American people deserve answers, and they're not receiving them from either the Trump administration or from the Republican Congress. So we will do everything within our power to continue to get to the bottom of this very serious breach in trust and security. We have not heard back from our leadership today, and we've called repeatedly to Chairman Goodlatte about this matter. Now, why is it that the Flynn resignation does not resolve this matter? We need to know and to find out who authorized Flynn to speak to the Russians. We need to know why he lied to the administration and the American people, and why the White House counsel's office sat on this information for 3 weeks. Now, it would surprise me to find out that Flynn was acting on his own. He seems to speak to the President of the United States almost every day. And so we want everyone to know that this is just the beginning of an inquiry, that we're not making accusations. We're just trying to find answers to these very vexing problems. Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Benny.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Benny Thompson, Ranking Member of Homeland Security. From what you've heard from other members, this resignation only starts the issue. There are a lot of unanswered questions. You can't blame the press for a person's resignation. The press, just like the people, have a right to know. There are a lot of unanswered questions that go with this resignation that as members of Congress, we're duty bound to try to find answers to. So I'm looking forward to the leadership, should they desire, on the Republican side to step forward and do the right thing for this country. Russia, under any circumstance, has demonstrated that they are a bad actor and complicit in a lot of what's going on. The people have a right to know. And so we're here today to put front and center that while this is the people's house, the people, just like members of Congress, have a right to know what's exactly behind the resignation, who knew what was going on before the phone calls, whether there are transcripts available. We understand there might be, but that's why Congress can get engaged in this as well as the people so we can finally get some answers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Elliot Engel. I'm the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you, Madam Leader, and thank you, fellow ranking members. Good afternoon. The National Security Council is at the top of our foreign policy decision-making apparatus. If the Council is dysfunctional, if its leadership is compromised, it puts our national security at risk. So it's a good thing that General Flynn stepped down. But his departure raises more questions than it answers. What promises did General Flynn make to Putin's ambassador, and who else was involved? How deep were the connections between Russia and President Trump's campaign prior to the election? Why did the White House ignore the warnings of the Justice Department and allow someone subject to Putin's blackmail to remain in a critical national security role? This problem, therefore, is far from resolved. We need to pursue, punish, and protect. Pursue the answers about Russia's interference in our election and Putin's ongoing ties to this administration, a thorough investigation by a nonpartisan commission. Punish those responsible for trying to undermine our democracy from overseas. And protect future elections from this sort of unlawful interference. Legislation introduced by Ranking Member Cummings, the Protect Our Democracy Act, and my own bill, the Secure Our Democracy Act, would put us on the right path. These bills should be no-brainers. But we don't hear much from our Republican friends. Unfortunately, House Republicans don't seem to have any interest in dealing with this challenge. It's really hard to believe. A foreign government tried to undermine our democracy and until last night had compromising material on a very senior administration official that we know of. Republicans don't seem to care. What else does Putin have? And on whom? Apparently, House Republicans aren't interested in finding out. Already today, their leadership has offered a collective shrug when asked if there should be an investigation. That's the definition of putting party before country. But we're not going to back down. We're going to press this issue again and again until we get answers. Democrats are not going to remain silent. House Foreign Affairs Democrats are not going to remain silent. This isn't about politics. This is about grappling with a real threat to our security and our democracy. Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Richard Neal, the ranking member of the committee.
Thanks. We're about to undertake the most comprehensive tax reform plan that Congress has witnessed since 1986, before the internet was invented. And during the course of the campaign, President Trump noted, and remember, a campaign is about forming a government, and he indicated during the course of that campaign that the American tax system was broken. There's universal agreement on that. He then took it to the next step when he said only he knew how to fix a broken tax system. So we're hopeful that he'll share that information with us as to where the fractures occur. So there's an opportunity to go forward. The last 7 American presidents have released to the American people their tax forms. And they've done it as a standard operating procedure through the course of the campaign and then subsequently during their time as president. It was an annual event. And there was sufficient opportunity then for members of Congress, members of the administration, and the media to sift and sort what those tax forms told us. So in this instance, I think there is, again, an opportunity for all of us to review the president's tax forms to find out just how extensive the overseas investments have been. And it'll then give the American people the chance to see it. He indicated that once the audit was done, that he would release the tax forms. And then pointed out just a few weeks ago through a spokesperson that the American people didn't care about those tax forms. Well, I believe ABC News has indicated that 75% of the American people would like to see the tax forms consistent with what the last 7 American presidents have done. Now it's a pleasure to introduce Leader Pelosi.
I thank my colleagues for their leadership and their presentation on this important issue, the national security of the United States. It's really their presentation. I'm here to answer questions if you have any. But I will say this. I didn't know until I heard from our colleague that the tweet of General Flynn today was scapegoat. Scapegoat. You know what a scapegoat is? That means in a community where people want to absolve themselves of guilt, they get a goat and they heap all of the ills onto the goat, and then they run the goat out of town. So the inference to be drawn from his statement is that other people have blame that should be shared in all of this. The good news is that General Flynn is gone because he was totally inappropriate, wrong for the job. But the questions that arise are even bigger. I have a tweet I'm going to make. I'm telling my staff right now. It's not scapegoat. It's Stonewall. And that's exactly what the Republicans in Congress are doing. The Intelligence Committee has said they're not pursuing this. The Judiciary Committee said they're not pursuing this. We don't know what's happening in the Senate. I'm just talking about the House. And again, Mr. Neal, whose importance in this meeting is that we need to see the truth of the President Trump's investments. His committee has the authority, the chairman of the committee in the House or the chairman in the Senate, Chairman Brady or Chairman Hatch, and in addition to that, Finance Committee and Ways and Means Committee, the Joint Committee on Taxation, the chairman of that committee, Mr. Brady, again, have the authority to ask the president, the Secretary of the Treasury, for the tax returns of anyone in our country if there's reason to know that. They can ask for the president's tax returns, and then by a vote of their committee, they can decide whether they should be released to the public. So there's another stonewalling because they said they can't be caught up in, rummaging. This isn't rummaging. This is truth and consequences. The truth is the American people have a right to know the truth. We see the consequences that can be dangerous to our national security. We want to know by what authority did General Flynn have these conversations, and who did he report to after that, among the other questions that our colleagues have posed. I'm sure they'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Oh, am I doing Nancy?
A couple of questions. So Mr. Cummings' chairman said today that it's not within your committee's purview. Then the chairman of your committee said that all these conversations between Mr. Flynn and the president are probably covered under executive privilege anyway, so there's nothing to know. So 2 questions. Why do you think that, at least right now, Republican leaders don't want to investigate? And what's the biggest unanswered question you have right now?
I don't know why they don't want to investigate. I don't know why. But let me tell you something. I agree with Ranking Member Schiff. It's fine for the Intelligence Committee in the House and in the Senate to look at this. One of my concerns has always been having headed up the Select Committee, and Schiff was on that committee too, on Benghazi. We saw what happened there. It got into a partisan problem, big problems. And so my position was, it's fine for them to do that, the intelligence committees, but we need to have this commission sort of based on the 9/11 commission, so that they could figure out exactly what happened, have subpoena power, no senators, no congressmen on that commission, but reputable citizens, just like the 9/11 commission, to get recommendations, find out what happened, get recommendations, and make sure it doesn't happen again. I think that's the best way to handle this. But as far as why he won't do it, you have to ask him. But one of the things that I've said in my committee is that if you're going to operate with Hillary Clinton and do what they did to her, I mean, if they heard a rumor about Hillary Clinton, there was a major investigation. And all I'm saying is the things that we are looking at here, you're talking about Russians hacking our election system? I mean, I don't think you can get any bigger than that. But again, you have to ask them. He may have some, I think he talks to the Republicans more. Maybe he can tell you, give you a better answer.
Our investigation on the Intelligence Committee by bipartisan agreement is going to look at any contacts the Russians had with U.S. persons during the course of the presidential campaign. The question that's been raised within the last 48 hours is, will the scope of that investigation now include contacts after the campaign between people like Flynn and the Russian ambassador? I haven't had a chance to discuss that with the chairman. I think it ought to be a natural extension of what we do. If we're going to be looking at Flynn's contacts with the Russians during the campaign, we ought to be looking at the continuation of those contacts after the campaign. But in terms of the executive privilege, that privilege, number one, is not usually something that the Congress invokes. That's invoked by the executive. It's something that the Congress usually challenges. But beyond that, that privilege doesn't apply to the time before Flynn became National Security Advisor and before the president became sworn in. So it has complete inapplicability to this conversation with the Russian ambassador. Moreover, even after he became National Security Advisor, if we look at the Benghazi Select Committee, we did interview Susan Rice during the course of that investigation while she was National Security Advisor. So there may or may not be things that the administration asked to be walled off in terms of privilege, but that's not something we should be asserting for them, and it wouldn't at all cover any kind of the communications before he took office.
Yes, Carolyn.
Yes, Leader Pelosi, in light of all this, in light of the last 3 weeks, you guys are out of power. You really can't do anything but complain. How has your strategy evolved for how to combat this administration and how ultimately to win back power?
Well, I don't associate myself with your characterization. All we do is complain. They have given plenty grist to the mill for undermining the democracy of our country, the national security of our country, and I commend my colleagues on their respective committees for their leadership in putting forth this. But I will make a distinction. When President Obama was sworn in on January 20th, on the steps of the Capitol, he called for swift, bold action now for jobs and education and all for the 21st century and more. 1 week and 1 day after that, the House passed the Recovery Act. 1 week later, the Senate passed it. And on February 17th, that would be Friday of this week, the administration and Congress worked together for a bill for legislation that created or saved around 4 million jobs. Where is their jobs bill? Where is their jobs bill? They're making a mess on the national security side, but where is what they talked about during the campaign? They were going to create jobs. Where is their jobs bill? Where is their infrastructure bill? We haven't had seen hide nor hair of any of that. Where is their, they were supposed to notify Congress to begin the process of renegotiating NAFTA. Not a word. Not a whimper, and they'll never be able to complete that in the first 100 days because they haven't started the process. So the fact is, we're not here to complain. We're here to make a distinction. I've told President Trump that I worked very closely with President Bush on many things, even though I disagreed with him with the war in Iraq. What could be worse than that? As well as disagreed with his privatizing of Social Security, but we worked on many things, and I can go into them if you want. But the fact is that they have offered nothing. They have put forward nothing to work with them on, and we want to make that distinction. But I heard someone in the press yesterday say, well, what do you expect? They've only been in office 3 weeks. Well, 4 weeks from when President Obama was sworn in, we had a job creating to the tune of millions job out there. He had already signed the Lilly Ledbetter Act, S-chip and other legislation as well. So this is not about complaining. This is about calling for action. And again, on this issue about our national security, which we take an oath of office for, and if Hillary Clinton had won the election, we still need to know what the involvement of the Russians was in disrupting our election. So the question is, why is the FBI not fully investigating the political, personal, and financial ties of Donald Trump to the Russians? Show us your tax return so we can see what some of that connection might be, and stop flirting with lifting sanctions and condemning the START Treaty and the rest of that, which because you're flirting with Russia, which has a direct impact on the safety of the American people. Any of my colleagues wish to respond to that? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
This question is for you, Leader Pelosi, and also Ranking Member Schiff. You both are members of the Gang of Eight, so I was wondering if you all were briefed at all with regards to Flynn's call to the ambassador or the Justice Department's recommendation and the way White House counsel conducted business?
Mr. Flynn.
We have not yet been briefed on that subject, and we do get periodic briefings if, for example, there are counterintelligence investigations involving U.S. persons. If that comes to the attention of the intelligence community, we do get periodic briefings. I would expect this falls very much in that category. So I would expect that we will get briefed on it. We are going to be requesting that we get any transcripts, any tape recordings of conversations between Flynn and the Russian ambassador. I hope those will be provided to us. Those are not only going to be a necessary part of investigation, but those are things that I think we ought to get as part of the Gang of Eight.
Before they destroy them. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you, do you think that this investigation into Flynn and the fallout from it could lead to Trump's impeachment down the road?
I'm not here. We're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about accountability to the American people. We're talking about truth and consequences, and concerned about lies and danger to the American people. Does anyone?
No, I agree. I agree.
Is that not that's not a possible consequence, though? I mean,
that's speculation.
No, this isn't a calling for investigation. For calling for an outside, nonpartisan, independent commission, as Eric Swalwell has done, and others have joined him, to call for, Mr. Cummings, of course, leading the way on that, to call for an outside independent commission to investigate the Russian connection. Impeachment's about another subject. It's about whether the president has broken the law. That's not what we're talking about here.
And the other thing that, and one of my colleagues said it a little bit earlier, we have a duty under the Constitution. Every 2 years, we raise our hands and swear that we're going to uphold the Constitution. And part of our duty is check and balance. And so we're just trying to do our job. And again, I don't want you all to miss this. Don't miss this. This is a fight for the soul of our democracy. I mean, if you really think about it, it is a fight for it. That's what it's about.
You know, I don't know if this was said before I came in, but this is the third administration person to resign. Carter Page. I don't even know what Manafort's first name is. Manafort and now Flynn. So if we were not looking into it, you would wonder. You have a heightened responsibility now because this is about transparency. Openness is a characteristic of a democracy. Secrecy is the tool of an authoritarian regime, and they are engaging in secrecy at the expense of our national security. One last question. Yes, sir.
I mean, aside from the specifics of this, what's your general reaction or response to the fact that this is a high-profile member of the administration resigning with a lot of questions less than a month into an administration? Just the timing of all of this.
Does anyone want to speak to, I mean, I will in closing, but I want to yield to my colleagues.
Well, it's profoundly concerning, I think, at a couple levels. One, for what it says about the administration itself, its disorganization, and as I mentioned earlier, its tolerance for the fact that they had propagated this lie to the American people, and until it was exposed, they weren't willing to set the public straight. But it's also concerning because, we just had the North Koreans launch a missile into the sea. There may be a crisis with Iran tomorrow. We need a National Security Council and infrastructure that works, that's not dysfunctional, that's not at each other's throat, that's not worried about whether they're going to have a job tomorrow. And we don't have a functional National Security Council. We don't have a particularly functional White House when it comes to national security. And that's terribly concerning, just in terms of the paramount responsibility of government, that is protecting the country.
Any of our colleagues? Mr. Thompson, did you? Well, let me just, please, Alan.
I just want to reiterate, we have had our election, our democracy, potentially compromised by things that Russia has done. I mean, that would be bad enough just in itself. But when you then add that there may very well be collusion between high-ranking officials in this administration with the Russians, I mean, that's just a double whammy. That's something that should scare all of us as Americans who really love our democracy and cherish it. This, to our knowledge, has never happened before. And, my Republican colleagues, who I know many are wary of Russia and Putin and what he stands for, it's just unbelievable to me that they are not leading the charge to demand the bottom line, the truth, from this administration in terms of Russia, in terms of hacking our election, in terms of trying to undermine the democratic process. I cannot remember in my lifetime another crisis, and that includes Watergate, that's more serious than this one is right now.
I think it's important to note, because most people don't know what the National Security Council is and how important it is. The person who is the chairman, who is the President's National Security Advisor, is the person who manages all of the, say, for example, all the committees that we're talking about, the Department of State, we're talking about the Department of Homeland Security, we're talking about the Department of Defense, we're talking about Foreign Affairs, all of the aspects of our national security. So clearly the president exercised very poor judgment in putting in somebody there who couldn't even manage himself. Thank God he is gone. But again, it raises so many questions about the judgment of the president. And I will take it one step further, and my colleagues don't have to associate themselves with this. But my fear is now we will have as a shadow national security advisor Bannon and his national security vision influencing all of the agencies of government that I mentioned, as well as advising the president. So this is deadly, deadly serious, what's happening now. And there's a chance to right the course, There's a great deal of respect for the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security. So there's some people there who may be able to right the ship. But right now, this is a raging example of a president who is incompetent, reckless, and strategically incoherent. Thank you all.
Brilliantly handled. Glad you did it.
Oh, we've been joined by our colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee from Texas.
Should we get the daily call or Sinclair to come sit up front to the All right, everyone, we are awaiting the White House press briefing. Sean Spicer, scheduled to speak any minute. A very highly anticipated press briefing as Flynn resigned late last night.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Happy Valentine's Day. I can sense the love in the room. First off, last night, the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, labeled the Venezuelan vice president as a specially designated narcotics trafficker under the Kingpin Act. Before I continue with the briefing and look forward to your questions, I want to turn it over for a short time to newly minted Secretary of the Treasury, Stephen Mnuchin, to issue a brief statement on this and deliver a few questions. Secretary Mnuchin.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here on my first busy day in office. Yesterday, the Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control, known as OFAC, designated Venezuelan national Tarek El-Assami as a specially designated narcotics trafficker pursuant to the Foreign Narcotics Kingpin Designation Act for playing a significant role in international narcotics trafficking. Al-Sami's primary frontman, Venezuelan national Samark Lopez Bello, was also designated. These designations follow a multi-year investigation into Al-Sami's criminal activities. And President Trump appreciates the hard work put into this case by the Department of Treasury, the Department of State, as well as the National Security Council and many people throughout law enforcement. Following the signing of the executive order last week, designing to break the back of criminal drug cartels, this action demonstrates the President's seriousness about fighting the scourge of drugs in the United States. In addition, he wants to send a clear message to the people of Venezuela that America stands with them. And with that, I'm happy to take 2 or 3 questions specifically about this.
Since sanctions are directly relevant, obviously, to the Treasury Department, which is an agency that you now oversee, can you talk a little bit about plans to sanction Russia and if you will keep Obama-era sanctions against Russia?
Our current sanctions programs are in place, and I would say sanctions are an important tool that we will continue to look at for various different countries. But it's a very important program within the Treasury Department.
And for Russia specifically, sir?
The existing policies are in place.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Contemplating any additional sanctions against Iran, and can you tell us what you think the bottom line will be of these particular sanctions you announced yesterday and are referring to today for the Venezuelan Vice President? What's it going to mean?
First, let me just comment, again, this is as a result of a very long effort. Yes, this was underway. This was a very long effort, but the implication is quite significant. We expect that there will be frozen tens of millions of dollars. And again, that sanctions are a very important way of us sending a message that we will not stand for illicit activities, whether they're drug trafficking or terrorism.
Secretary, including sanctions, what other tools are you looking at?
I can't comment on all the tools, but again, let me just reinforce that sanctions are a very important tool within the department, and we will use them as appropriate.
Contemplating more with Iran, sir?
In this case, we did freeze assets again, as I mentioned, tens of millions of dollars of assets, and that will have a very big impact on this. So I'll take one more question, please. Yes, in the back.
During the campaign, the president had made comments about Janet Yellen and whether basically inferring that she was being too political and that she should be ashamed of herself. Do the folks at the Treasury Department and within the administration feel confident with Mrs. Yellen at the helm and to be able to set monetary policy going forward?
Well, let me just comment. I'm really here today again to talk about the Venezuelan situation. But let me just say that there is a tradition of the Secretary of Treasury having ongoing meetings with the head of the Federal Reserve, and I look forward to that now that I'm in office, doing that and spending time with her. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here on my first day.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to the fun. We've been reviewing it. I want to address the events of last night first and foremost. We've been reviewing and evaluating this issue with respect to General Flynn on a daily basis for a few weeks, trying to ascertain the truth. We got to a point not based on a legal issue, but based on a trust issue, where the level of trust between the president and General Flynn had eroded to the point where he felt he had to make a change. The president was very concerned that General Flynn had misled the vice president and others. He was also very concerned, in light of sensitive subjects dealt with by that position of national security advisors like China, North Korea, and the Middle East, that the president must have complete and unwavering trust for the person in that position. The evolving and eroding level of trust as a result of this situation and a series of other questionable instances is what led the president to ask for General Flynn's resignation. Immediately after the Department of Justice notified the White House counsel of the situation, the White House counsel briefed the president and a small group of his senior advisors. The White House counsel reviewed and determined that there is not an illegal issue, but rather a trust issue. During this process, it's important to note that the president did not have his Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, who he trusts immensely, approved by the Senate. When the president heard the information as presented by White House counsel, he instinctively thought that General Flynn did not do anything wrong, and the White House counsel's review corroborated that. It is not ordinary for an incoming national security advisor to speak with his counterparts about the issues of concern to them. In fact, he spoke with over 30 of his counterparts throughout the transition. As Charles Krauthammer said last night, it is, quote, perfectly reasonable for him to do so. The issue here was that the president got to the point where General Flynn's relationship, misleading the vice president and others, or the possibility that he had forgotten critical details of this important conversation, had created a critical mass and an unsustainable situation. That's why the president decided to ask for his resignation, and he got it. The irony of this entire situation is that the president has been incredibly tough on Russia. He continues to raise the issue of Crimea, which the previous administration had allowed to be seized by Russia. His ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, stood before the UN Security Council on her first day and strongly denounced the Russian occupation of Crimea. As Ambassador Haley said at the time, the, quote, dire situation in eastern Ukraine is one that demands clear and strong condemnation of Russian actions. President Trump has made it very clear that he expects the Russian government to de-escalate violence in the Ukraine and return Crimea. At the same time, he fully expects to and wants to be able to get along with Russia, unlike previous administrations, so that we can solve many problems together facing the world, such as the threat of ISIS and terrorism. The president is currently evaluating a group of very strong candidates that will be considered to fill the National Security Advisor position permanently, and is confident in the ability of General Kellogg, a decorated and distinguished veteran of the United States Army, until that person is ultimately chosen. Before I get into the president's schedule for today, a quick recap of the president's activity over the last few days, since we haven't had the honor of sharing so much time together. The president's been keeping a close eye on the Oroville Dam situation in California. We've worked closely with Doug LaMalfa, who represents California's 1st District, where the dam's located, and other state officials to help people who have been impacted. The situation is a textbook example of why we need to pursue a major infrastructure package in Congress. Dams, bridges, roads, and all ports around the country have fallen into disrepair. In order to prevent the next disaster, we will pursue the president's vision for an overhaul of our nation's crumbling infrastructure. We hope everyone remains safe as the evacuations continue, and will be working alongside with FEMA and appropriate government entities to make sure that we are doing everything we can to attend to this matter. The president was honored also to welcome the Prime Minister of Japan last week from their first official meeting at the White House to their joint press conference at Mar-a-Lago, their joint press conference and their time together at Mar-a-Lago. The president and the Prime Minister had a productive visit that reaffirmed their determination to further strengthen the U.S.-Japan alliance and economic relationship. At Mar-a-Lago, the president was proud to stand behind Prime Minister Abe on Saturday to convey the United States' unwavering support for our Japanese allies in the face of North Korea's most recent missile launch. On Sunday, the president met with now Secretary Treasury Mnuchin and Mr. Steve Wynn before returning to Washington. Yesterday, the president had an incredibly productive set of meetings and discussions with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, focusing on our shared commitment to close cooperation in addressing both the challenges facing our two countries and the problems throughout the world. Our countries share a profound economic interest, with more than $2 billion in two-way trade flowing across our border every day. The president was pleased to launch the Canada-United States Council for the Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders by holding a roundtable discussion here at the White House. Together with Prime Minister Trudeau, his daughter Ivanka, the president discussed the unique challenges that women face in the workplace with an incredible group of successful and respected female business executives from both countries. A full list of the participants is available through the pool. In addition to his in-person meetings with the prime ministers of Japan and Canada, the president also recently had phone calls with the presidents of Tunisia, Peru, Nigeria, Colombia, and South Africa. Readouts are available on all of those calls. Finally, following the Prime Minister's visit to yesterday, the President met with Chairwoman McDaniel and Co-Chairman Paduchik of the Republican National Committee. In the afternoon, the President participated in a pinning ceremony for Major Ricardo Turner, one of his military aides. The aides to the President are mid-grade officers, one from each of the services. They provide direct support to the President as in his role as Commander-in-Chief, and their primary responsibilities are to serve as an emergency action officer, aide-de-camp, and ceremonial aide. It's a long-standing tradition that one of the President's military aides is promoted to the next higher grade. The President conducts that promotion. Major Ricardo Turner, the President's military aide, was recently promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, and the promotion was held in the Oval Office. The President also spoke yesterday with Maureen Scalia on the one-year anniversary of her husband's passing. The President and Mrs. Scalia discussed her late husband's incredible legacy and how the President is making every effort to carry it on by nominating Judge Gorsuch, who shares the love of the Constitution, to succeed him on the bench. Last night, the President obviously hosted the swearing-in of Secretary Mnuchin in the Oval Office. Secretary Mnuchin is a world-class financier whose decades of experience with financial and monetary matters make him the ideal person to spearhead the President's plan to develop a dynamic, booming economy that works for all Americans. We're glad to officially have him on board. Now moving on to the schedule of today. This morning, the President and newly confirmed Secretary of Education DeVos held a parent-teacher conference meeting with parents and educators from public, private, charter, and homeschools this morning. The President opened the meeting by congratulating Secretary DeVos for her toughness and staying the course throughout her confirmation process. He then discussed his vision for all Americans to have an opportunity to climb the ladder of success, starting with making quality education available to every child, no matter their zip code. Under the current system, the President believes too many of our children are trapped in failing schools, especially in the African American community. The President told the group to begin addressing this problem, which he views as a civil rights issue. He wants parents to be able to decide what educational options are best for their children. The group launched into a wide-ranging discussion that included public and charter schools, homeschooling, dropout prevention, and the Basis Schools program, states' responsibilities, and the current state of the U.S. Department of Education. The President's ultimate goal is to create safe communities, great schools, and well-paying jobs. He believes that each of these goals is linked to the others, and the Trump administration is taking concrete steps to achieve them all. The President also spoke on the phone earlier today with Prime Minister May of the United Kingdom, continuing the productive conversation they started during her visit earlier this year. A readout on that call should be coming soon. The President then had lunch with New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and his wife regarding combating drug use. At 2 o'clock, the President will sign House Joint Resolution 41 in the Oval Office. The resolution is the start of rolling back harmful Obama-era regulations, which have cost the American businesses and consumers a staggering $890 billion, making our companies less competitive and even driving some of them out of business. The American free enterprise system is the greatest engine for economic prosperity in the world. But for too many to reach its maximum potential, we must remove the barriers to productivity that are holding back our great workers and businesses. Misguided federal regulations, such as the SEC rule addressed by HJR 41, inflict real cost on the American people and put our businesses, especially small businesses, at a significant disadvantage. It's a priority for the Trump administration to fix our broken regulatory system so that it enhances American productivity and well-being without imposing unnecessary costs and burdens. Signing this joint resolution is one more step towards achieving this goal. Later this evening, the President will meet with Secretary Kelly and Attorney General Sessions to continue discussions on potential options for addressing the very clear national security threats we're facing in light of the recent Supreme Court ruling. Tomorrow, the President is pleased to be welcoming Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House. They will discuss ways to advance and strengthen the special relationship between our two countries and stability in the Middle East. They will consult on a range of issues, regional issues, including addressing the threats posed by Iran and its proxies, the crisis in Syria, and countering ISIS and other terrorist groups. As the President has made clear, his administration will work to achieve comprehensive agreement that would end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict so that Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. The way forward toward that goal will also be discussed between the President and the Prime Minister. They will hold a joint press conference tomorrow as well, and further guidance will be coming on the time and location. Looking ahead to Friday, the President will travel to Charleston, South Carolina to attend the rollout of the first Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. This visit will give the President an opportunity to celebrate a huge milestone for thousands of workers at Boeing, America's #1 exporter and the millions of American workers involved in aerospace. This trip has been months in the making, and we're thrilled to celebrate the rollout of this amazing plane. With that, I'd be glad to take some of your questions. Jonathan Karl.
Back in January, the President said that nobody in his campaign had been in touch with the Russians. Now, today, can you still say definitively that nobody on the Trump campaign, not even General Flynn, had any contact with the Russians before the election?
My understanding is that what General Flynn has now expressed is that during the transition period, well, we were very clear that during the transition period, he did speak with the ambassador.
I'm talking about during the campaign.
I don't have any. There's nothing that would conclude me that anything different has changed with respect to that time period.
And why would the President, if he was notified 17 days ago that Flynn had misled the vice president, other officials here, and that he was a potential threat to blackmail by the Russians, why would he be kept on for almost 3 weeks?
Well, that assumes a lot of things that are not true. The president was informed of this. He asked the White House counsel to review the situation. The first matter was whether there was a legal issue. And we had to review that whether there was a legal issue, which the White House counsel concluded there was not. As I stated in my comments, this was an act of trust. Whether or not he actually misled the vice president was the issue. And that was ultimately what led to the president asking for and accepting the resignation of General Flynn. That's it, pure and simple. It was a matter of trust. We went through a very deliberative process, a very thorough review. The first part of it was clearly to understand the legal aspect of this. And that was simply concluded there was no legal aspect. And then what happened is the president evaluated the trust aspect of it. Major.
When the president was asked on Air Force One on Friday rather, traveling down to Mar-a-Lago, about reports, about conversations with the Russians, about sanctions, he said, "I don't know about it. I'll look into that."
Mm-hmm.
Was he being truthful?
No, what he was asked specifically is, was he aware of a Washington Post story? He hadn't seen that at the time. Of course he was involved. I just said that he was aware of the situation right after the White House counsel informed him back in January.
And his inquiry to the White House counsel was strictly about the legalities involved, not the propriety of the conversations between General Flynn and the Russian ambassador.
Well, initially, just to be clear,
criticism of the merits of those conversations about sanctions before the Trump administration had been inaugurated.
So just to be clear, the acting attorney general informed the White House counsel that they wanted to give, quote, a heads up to us on some comments that may have seemed in conflict with what he had sent the vice president out in particular. The White House counsel informed the president immediately. The president asked him to conduct a review of whether there was a legal situation there. That was immediately determined that there wasn't. That was what the president believed at the time from what he had been told, and he was proved to be correct. The issue, pure and simple, came down to a matter of trust. And the president concluded that he no longer had the trust of his national security advisor over.
It was proper for the incoming national security advisor, not part of an administration, to be discussing an issue as sensitive as sanctions with the Russian ambassador.
I mean, his job is to discuss issues with his counterparts. I mean, Charles Krauthammer put it perfectly last night. That's what he's supposed to be doing. I mean, that's his job. We would constantly read out throughout the transition who he was speaking to, how he was getting ready. The president was receiving congratulatory calls from around the world. We would read out the world leader calls. The job of the incoming NSA is to sit down with the counterparts and start that dialogue, and that's exactly what he did. So the question wasn't, did he do anything improper or illegal? It's the question of, could he be trusted further? And that trust, or the erosion of that trust, was frankly the issue. So, hold on.
Did the president instruct him to talk about sanctions?
No, absolutely not. No. But no, and there's no, that's never.
So would you prefer he had not done that?
Well, I think the president had no problem with the fact that he acted in accord with what his job was supposed to be doing. He had the ability to talk about issues that were important, whether it was that or the 30 other countries that he spoke to. That was part of his job. As has been noted by many people, that's what the National Security Advisor and, frankly, other positions do. They begin the process of preparing their incoming job by talking to counterparts, people who have previously held the job, etc. If he had not done that, there would be questions as to whether he was properly prepared on day one.
Conversation about sanctions.
No, the issue isn't whether or not what he discussed. There's been a complete legal review of that, and there's no issue with that. The issue is whether or not he failed to properly inform the vice president or not be honest with him, or not remember it. But that's the plain and simple issue. And when he lost trust with the president, that's when the president asked for and received his resignation.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Yesterday, Kellyanne Conway, the counsel to the president, said that the president continued to have trust in General Flynn.
Right.
What happened between yesterday morning and yesterday evening that led the president to lose confidence in General Flynn?
Well, I'm not going to get into the specifics of where the president's thinking was, but I will just say, as I noted in the opening statement, that it was an evolving and eroding process. And so at the end of the day, the president made a decision, as he does on all subjects, and asked for and received the National Security Advisor's. But he is one of those people that we've noted before. When he's ready to make a decision, he makes it, whether it's hiring somebody or asking for someone's resignation. Once he is determined that he has made a decision on any subject, that's when he informs the staff. So going into the day, it was an evolving situation. He made a determination late in the day, and he executed on it. Yeah, Alexis.
Extremely loyal person, General Flynn. Was it a difficult decision for the president to let General Flynn go?
Well, sure. I mean, General Flynn is a dedicated public service. He's headed the DIA. He has been an outstanding member of the Army, both as an officer and then as a flag officer. He's served this country admirably. And I think the president appreciated his service to his nation, his commitment to his campaign, and his service to this country so far. But at some point, the decision came down on whether or not that trust had eroded. The important matters, as I mentioned, that are before the president when he's dealing with issues of world matters, of all of the issues, friends and allies, foes, hotspots, he needs to rely on a national security advisor to give him sage advice. And I think at a certain point, that guidance, that trust eroded, and the president, as he does on all matters, ultimately decides that when he's ready to make a decision, he executes. Alexis.
Questions. Does the president believe that anything that he discussed with General Flynn during the transition might have been construed by the general as a request or an encouragement to discuss sanctions with the Russian ambassador? That's question number one.
So, then we're going to pause. So on the first, again, as I made clear, there's nothing that the general did that was a violation of any sort. He was well within his duties to discuss issues of common concern between the two countries. I will say it again. What this came down to is a matter of trust. The president was glad that he was out there conducting his job, preparing for his job, going back and forth with his counterparts throughout the world, much as the president had done, with all of these world leaders calling the president, congratulating him, looking to set up calls for him once he was inaugurated. Similarly, General Flynn was beginning that process with his counterparts throughout the world. That was never of a concern to the president from day one that he was briefed from the White House counsel. The issue, plain and simple, came down to a matter of trust. And once that occurred, it was over. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
The president does not believe that any discussion that might have taken place, and we know from intel it did, on sanctions, creates a problem for the president in any way. That is not a problem. That General Flynn discussed sanctions with the Russians.
No, there is. As I can't state it clearly enough. There was nothing in what General Flynn did in terms of conducting himself that was an issue. What came down to, plain and simple, was him misleading the vice president and others and not having a firm grasp on his recollection of that. That's it.
First question number two. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill from both sides of the aisle would like to investigate or probe or ask more questions about this. Does the president hope to cooperate with those investigations? Would he instruct members of his staff who work for him here and in the administration to cooperate with those investigations?
Well, we're going to comply with the law. I think the president feels very confident. The review that was conducted by White House counsel was very thorough and concluded very conclusively, as he had first instinctively come to the conclusion that there was nothing wrong. So, people are free to do what they wish, but I think that they will find exactly what the president first believed and what the White House counsel concluded. And frankly, I believe a couple publications even reported that there was no investigation for a reason, because it was not an issue of law, it was an issue of trust. George.
When do you expect to have a replacement in place? And secondly, on another topic, there was a report yesterday that one of your colleagues said the White House is keeping dossiers on reporters.
Yeah.
Can you say if that's true or not?
That is absolutely not true. There are no dossiers being kept. Just a binder that I put right here. That's about it. That was a joke. Hold on one second. And then, I'm sorry, George, the first part?
The timetable on a replacement.
Just like the way he handled this situation, the president will meet with individuals, and when he's ready to make a decision and he feels as though the person is qualified and can properly advise him on the issue, he'll make that decision. But that's all decisions rest with him. I'm just going to go to my first Skype seat. John Huck of WKVVU out of Las Vegas. John?
Thank you so much on behalf of our viewers here in Southern Nevada for the opportunity to join you today. As you know, Sean, Las Vegas has suffered terribly in the last recession, more so than perhaps any other city in the country. As the administration moves forward with repealing financial regulations and possibly rolling back Dodd-Frank, what guarantees can you make to Nevadans that those actions won't lead banks and investment banks to re-engage with the risky financial behaviors that tanked our economy the last time and left taxpayers here on the hook to bail those banks out?
Thanks, John. I think one of the things, if you look at the intent of Dodd-Frank, it was to make sure that we didn't have institutions that were too big to fail. And frankly, it has actually created institutions that are now too big to fail. Dodd-Frank actually did exactly the opposite of what it intended to do. And I think when you look at the regulation, HJR 41 that the president is signing today, this is another example of the president taking decisive action to roll back regulations that are frankly creating more of a burden on our nation's banks and businesses than helping them. I think the president is going to be very clear with making sure that we do things that build up the goal of what Dodd-Frank actually intended to do. But right now, we actually, through Dodd-Frank, put taxpayers more on the hook than we let them off. We've created more institutions and created more guarantees for the federal government to bail out some of these institutions if they exceed their authority. John Roberts.
Let me come back to what you said at the beginning. You said the White House counsel's office reviewed this and determined that there was nothing illegal. What evidence did they look at in making this determination? And secondly, Democrats up on the Hill say that they want an investigation of this. They're looking into what did the president know and when did he know it. So can you tell us what evidence you looked at the White House counsel's office, and what did the president know about all of this, and when was he aware of it?
Well, as I mentioned, the first day that the Department of Justice made White House counsel available or sought to notify White House counsel was January 26th. The president was immediately informed of the situation. As I said, based on the information that was provided at the time, his view was that this was not a violation. He was proved instinctively correct. And White House counsel at that time undertook an extensive review, both of materials and questioning. I'm not going to get into the specifics. What I will tell you is on multiple occasions, they had an exhaustive and extensive questioning of General Flynn on several occasions based on information that was provided to them or materials that were provided to them to review. I'm not going to get into the details of that, but I will just say that there was an exhaustive review. And again, the thing that's important to note is the Vice President, myself, in fact, I think the first time I brought this issue up was January 13th. The Department of Justice didn't notify the White House or the White House counsel at that time in the transition phase until 13 days later. So I think it's important to understand something very, very important. This idea of why did it take so long, I think the first question should be, where was the Department of Justice in this? They were aware of this. We were making statements based on what General Flynn was telling us starting on January 13th. The Vice President went out on the 15th, right? They didn't notify the White House counsel's office until January 26th. At that time, there was an immediate, the President was immediately informed of that and then asked the White House counsel to conduct a very, very thorough review. The first part of that review was focused on whether or not there was any legal issue. That's it. Once that became the issue, then it shifted into phase two, which is whether or not there was trust still maintained. And that issue, then that became a separate set of issues that were.
I'm speaking to the actual evidence. That the FBI has transcripts of these intercepts, which I assume were done by the NSA via a FISA court order. Was there any communication between the White House counsel's office and the FBI? Did those transcripts ever enter?
I will say that obviously there was obviously communication between the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. I'm not going to get into the specific nature of that. I think it would be inappropriate because of the nature of the information that was being discussed. Yeah.
Why not dismiss the general on January 27th? Why, if the question was of trust, and immediately, you have January 15th, he's on Face the Nation saying that, Vice President Pence is on Face the Nation saying that this is what General Flynn told me, and then January 26th, you hear the opposite. Why not immediately act? Why wait another 2.5 weeks?
I don't understand how that's a due process. Because what the Attorney General didn't come in, and the acting Attorney General come in and say that there was an issue. She said, we wanted to give you a heads up that there may be information. Okay? She could not confirm there was an investigation. And so it would be unbelievably short-sighted and wrong to go in and dismiss someone immediately. In fact, what the president did was take decisive action to make sure that the White House counsel thoroughly reviewed and vetted the situation. He took immediate decisive action. And if you look at the timeline in terms of what he did and how that expanded, The White House counsel's first and foremost goal was to make sure that there was not a legal issue at hand. Once that was concluded, then it became a phase of determining whether or not the general's action on this and a whole host of other issues undermined his trust in the president. But the president, from day one, from minute one, was unbelievably decisive in asking for and demanding that his White House counsel and their team review the situation, first and foremost to question whether it's a legal issue. And what they immediately determined, not immediately, but within several days, was that after review, that there was not a legal issue, and then it moved into a second phase.
Because Sean, the president tweeted this morning, the real story is leaks, illegal
leaks. It is leaks. But if you think about this, understand that all of this information was leaked. I mean, I got to, and again, I know we've got this, me lecturing you about what stories should be, but I think that there's a real story here. The idea that not just in this administration, but the Obama administration, going back to the Bush administration and back, that we have an issue where classified information, of which this would be, is handled in such a way that it is being given out. And I know in some cases it's a good story, and I understand that, and that's to some degree your responsibility to write that. But I think there's also a story here where the amount of leaks that are coming out of people that are entrusted with national security secrets and classified information are leaking it out. That's a real concern for this president, that when he's talking on the phone with a world leader, that when he's making key decisions that are in the interest of protecting this country, that we have to wonder whether or not people who work for our government, who are entrusted with classified information and decisional-based materials, are leaking that information out. That, I do believe, is a big story that should be reported. I also believe that the president is rightly so very, very concerned about this, because it's not just something that is plaguing the current situation, but it goes back through the Obama administration, the Bush administration, the Clinton administration. When we have government employees that are entrusted with this and then leak it out, that undermines our national security, frankly. Trey. I'm sorry. I apologize, Mara.
I know you just forgot. I have a question, but I want you to clarify something you just said to John. Are you saying that no one has read the transcripts of the calls, or you just don't want to tell us whether they have?
I have said that I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay. So my question is about sanctions. You were very specific in talking about the sanctions against Crimea, and that he doesn't want to lift them until Crimea is returned. But the sanctions that Flynn was discussing were the sanctions for the election hacking.
Right.
That's something the president could remove on his own if he wanted to. Is he committed to keeping those?
I think Secretary Mnuchin commented on that. There's no change in our current sanctions strategy or with Russia, and I've got nothing for you on that. Trey.
So the current story is leaks. What is the president willing to do to investigate further to determine where these leaks are coming from?
I think this goes back to the same way he negotiates. Telling people what we're going to do to cover up additional leaks wouldn't be a very sound strategy when it comes to making sure that doesn't happen again. The president's been very clear when he's negotiating or dealing with an issue like this, you don't telegraph to people how you're going to handle it. Good. Hold on. Trey gets a follow-up. Everyone else got one.
So he is going to take some sort of steps to investigate these leaks?
I would just say that the president is, as I said, is clearly upset about this. He understands the threat that they pose to our national security, and he's going to make sure that he continues to take action to make sure that stops. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. So you mentioned time and time again that this is an issue of trust. You also said that it was an evolving issue, and that the issue of the trust that the president had for Flynn came down to this deception that happened with the vice president, but also a host of other issues. What were the other issues, and was the vice president the only person that was misled by Flynn? Were other people misled?
I mean, I think I've stood before you before and explained what General Flynn had conveyed to me. I think there were some others that had similarly expressed that to as well. So, that's why it's others, because it wasn't just people who went out and made public pronouncements, that in a series of questioning that was rather exhaustive over a long period of time, he continued to maintain that had not occurred. And I think that's where the president continued to, and that's why the president was very clear that it was an eroding issue, because it was after a series of issues and a series of statements and pronouncements that the president came to that conclusion. Hold on.
Were there other issues outside of this call and the deception over that led to the mistrust?
I think the statement's very clear that it was this and a series of issues. With that, let me go to Jason Stevens of the Federalist paper in Ashland, Ohio.
Thank you.
What our readers at the Federalist Papers Project are most interested in is returning the country to the first principles of Republican government, as understood by the American founders. One of those principles in the Declaration of Independence is the consent of the governed. So my question is this: what are the president's future plans for rolling back the expensive and burdensome regulations of the administrative state, most of which are the product of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats who never received the consent of the governed to do anything, let alone make law?
Thanks, Jason. I think, as I mentioned today, the president in just a few minutes is going to be signing HJR 41, which is one of those attempts to roll back some onerous Dodd-Frank regulations with respect to the SEC in particular. He is going to continue. Last week we rolled out another one of those executive orders that ensures that for every new regulation, 2 must be gotten rid of. The president's commitment to rolling back regulation and the overreach of government, I think, is unwavering and unquestionable. So you're going to continue to see this president undo a lot of that government overreach. And so, Jim.
Yeah, just a quick question. You said earlier in your comments that the president has been incredibly tough on Russia.
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible? He has made comment after comment over the course of the campaign, the transition, where he defended Vladimir Putin. He had an interview with Bill O'Reilly where when he was asked, Vladimir Putin's a killer, he said, well, America hasn't been that much better in this regard. To me, it seems, and I think to a lot of Americans, it seems that this president has not been tough on Russia. How can you say that?
Because I just walked through. I think there's a difference between the president wanting to have an understanding of how a good relationship with Russia can help us defeat ISIS and terrorism throughout the world. Look, the Obama administration tried to have a reset with Russia. They failed. They tried to tell Russia not to invade Crimea. They failed. This president understands that it's in America's national and economic interests to have a healthy relationship. If he has a great relationship with Putin and Russia, great. If he doesn't, then he'll continue on. But he's not going to just assume that because it wasn't able to happen in the past. I think you've seen with Prime Minister Abe in particular and others that the reset that Prime Minister Netanyahu has talked about tomorrow, so many of these countries from around the globe are looking forward to resetting the relationships that this country has with them, that they feel as though that they were abandoned over the last 8 years, and that they are excited about the prospect of a new U.S. relationship under a Trump administration. But with respect to Russia, I think the comments that Ambassador Haley made at the UN were extremely forceful and very clear that until they leave...
Haley, not the president.
She speaks for the president. I speak for the president. All of us in this administration, and so all of the actions and all of the words in this administration are behalf and at the direction of this president. So I don't think we could be any clearer on the president's commitment. Katie Pavlich.
Just a quick little follow-up, because I haven't had any follow-ups, but
really?
Or questions in a while, but anyway. The other question is, just getting back to what was asked a few moments ago about trust and being misled. Are you saying that the National Security Advisor was intentionally misleading the president, the vice president, yourself, when he made these comments to you about that conversation?
The trust is given by the president. It's a relationship between he and any individual. And so, as I mentioned in the comments, maybe it was because, I don't know that it was intentional, he may have just forgotten, but I think at some point, trust isn't just a trust.
Forget though, in a conversation.
But that's the point, Jim, is that at some point that trust eroded to a point where the president did not feel comfortable with him serving in that position and asked for and received his resignation. Katie Pavlich.
On the trust issue and eroding of trust, last night in General Flynn's resignation letter, he said he inadvertently briefed the vice president-elect and others with incomplete information.
Right.
Considering his role in advising the president on national security matters, is the White House concerned that he maybe briefed the president-elect, vice president-elect with incomplete information on other matters of national security in addition to his phone calls with the Russian ambassador?
When you look at the team, it's not one person in isolation, Katie. It's several. You've got General Kelly on the Homeland Security front, General Mattis on the DOD front. He's got an entire national security staff and apparatus that briefs him. Director Pompeo at the CIA and others from the DNI's office that come in and brief him on a whole host of issues. So it's not a single position.
giving
Well,
incomplete
yeah, regardless of whether it's a single situation, it's not as though there's one person briefing him. And the president synthesizes a lot of information, both written and stuff that is briefed to him, and ultimately is he who makes that decision based a lot on what he already knows, what he is presented with. So the president gets information from a lot of people, generals, admirals, people in the military community, ambassadors, people in the State Department, an exhaustive team at the National Security Council, and then makes an ultimate decision based on that and what he already knows to be the case.
Sean. All right.
So since you won't answer.
Sean, you've been asked a couple times about these transcripts of calls.
Right.
Will the White House declassify those and release them?
Look, it is inappropriate for me to comment on those at this time. Right now, the focus is on some of the evolving issues that are that were going around the globe. As you know, let me answer the question. It is not an issue that has come up. I think the president right now is focused on replacing his national security advisor, making sure that he's presented with the best possible information to make these key decisions. But at this time, we also have got to be careful that we were not involving ourselves in a matter of national security. And the review, as I mentioned, was done, and then immediately last night when the president felt as though it was time for a decision, made it. That's where we are in this iteration of the process. If we have anything further for you, we will update you. I want to go to Joyce Kaufman of WFTL Talk News in Palm Beach, Florida.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm approximately 6 miles away from Mar-a-Lago right now, and the president met with the Prime Minister Abe from Japan at Mar-a-Lago this weekend, and beside giving us traffic and security nightmares, there were apparently conversations that took place by telephone and with the Prime Minister that were in a relatively insecure dining area. There's already video of this surfacing. Will there be a skiff put in place in these dining areas, these public places? And one last question. When he meets with Prime Minister Netanyahu tomorrow, will they be discussing moving the embassy and settlements?
On the second one, I'm not going to get ahead of the Prime Minister's discussion with the president. We'll have a readout. After that, there'll be a press conference at that. With respect to the first, there is a skiff at Mar-a-Lago. And just to be clear, the president was briefed in a skiff ahead of dinner. He went and with his national security team, they briefed him on the situation in North Korea. Subsequently, he had a dinner, which was attended exclusively by U.S. and Japanese delegation members. At that time, apparently there was a photo taken, which everyone jumped to nefarious conclusions about what or may not be discussed. There was simply a discussion about press logistics, where to host the event. And then after the dinner, the president went back into the skiff to get a further update from his team. So I'm not really sure where people jump to conclusions. There is a skiff there. It was utilized on 2 occasions that evening to convey to the president by his national security team the situation in North Korea. And then the president subsequently stood shoulder to shoulder with the Japanese president to make sure that our commitment to their security and stand against North Korea was fully made aware. Margaret.
Can you just clarify, because I got a little turned around. Did President Trump, or President-elect Trump at the time, know of General Flynn's discussion of the sanctions while he was NSC designate? And if not, when did he finally learn about them? And if so, why was he okay with that?
So no, he was not aware, as he's not back briefed on every conversation that his national security team has or other staffers. They were performing their duties as other people were in terms of getting up to speed, conveying with counterparts and previous members of their team. That being said, when he was made aware of it, once the White House counsel briefed him on concerns the Department of Justice had. And at that point, as I mentioned, what he asked and what he believed at the time and was confirmed by White House counsel was that there was no legal issue here. Discussing the issue didn't violate anything. It was appropriate in the normal course of action to discuss that. And he immediately asked the White House counsel to further confirm what his instincts were at the time. Thank you, guys. Have a great one. We got to get ready for a bill signing. We got a bill signing. Margaret gets a follow-up but he's.
Is the administration undertaking any sort of effort, either cabinet-wide or like inside the shop, to make sure that everyone comes forward who had any communications with the Russians about sanctions or otherwise?
There is no other information. I mean, that as far as we are aware, that is an isolated incident that occurred. And again, the key point in this isn't that there were discussions. There was nothing wrong or inappropriate about those discussions. It purely came down to a matter of trust. That's it. Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Happy Valentine's Day.
What are the consequences for me?
Yep, I got you.
All right, guys, that wraps up Sean Spicer's daily White House press briefing. Joining me now is Ron Hoon. That was a very highly anticipated press briefing. It seems like every day it's a highly anticipated press briefing with Sean Spicer, but this one even more so following last night's resignation of General Flynn.
And it's so interesting to me that he seems ready for every question. And if there's a question that he either doesn't want to go there or doesn't know the answer, he just basically, I don't have anything for you, and then boom, right on to the next person. But, I mean, he can be to the point where he can be almost confrontational.
But you know what? He seemed happier today.
Yes. No, I think he actually is thriving on this job. I think he's doing a really good job. And obviously Saturday Night Live is making some hay off of the whole situation. But,
Right.
yeah, no, I mean, he had a specific message that he wanted to get out today, and he got it out, right? How many times did he answer a different iteration of the same question with, it was looked at by White House counsel, it was deemed that no illegal activity had taken place. Then we moved on to phase 2, which was there an intent to mislead, and did the president any longer have trust?
Right, so he kept saying this wasn't a legal issue, this was a trust issue, specifically using the phrase eroding trust between the president and his national security advisor.
And I would say, I don't know, maybe we'll never, there's so many things that happen behind the scenes at the White House. I was really hoping to get the answer to the question today, which was asked, and which I am really curious about, which is, how did it go from Kellyanne Conway yesterday morning in the morning shows saying the president has complete trust in General Flynn to 11 o'clock in the morning our time, and Sean Spicer saying we're at the level of evaluation? It was so obvious that how quickly they were dialing it back.
Well,
what really
I've read
changed?
some things about that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously I've been reading Politico a lot because there's so many articles analyzing this, and a lot of journalists out there are analyzing what Kellyanne Conway's role actually is in the administration. Some people say she's not as much of an insider as people like to believe. That she might have been out of the loop on this one.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm also reading other articles about how there's some internal conflict between Sean Spicer and Kellyanne Conway. So when he saw that, he immediately put something else out. Obviously, this is, I kind of view the internet and Twitter as just this like sort of gossip fodder.
Yeah.
But
that is
there are all sorts of things going on in DC.
I actually believe that if somebody said you have to come down to one theory or another, my theory is that she did not know to what level it was already being considered, meaning the dismissal.
Right.
And so, whether Sean Spicer was upset about it or what, who will ever know about that? But that is the theory that makes the most sense. That it wasn't a sudden change of course, because it sounds to me like the analysis on can we trust this guy any longer was actually underway for several days.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was, it was huge breaking news. It broke late last night, just after 9 o'clock here in Arizona.
Is that how late it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
I found out, I think it was like 9:01, 9:02, I tweeted it.
Wow. So that would be 11 o'clock on the East Coast.
Right.
Yeah, that was shocking then for people back that way. Okay,
Did you read the full resignation letter?
No, but I saw you. Did you tweet it?
I did tweet it late last night, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that up.
Good.
One moment, guys, while
One moment, please.
Get that off my phone.
We're standing by.
Let me get it. Do
you have you and me on your Twitter page?
Yeah,
That's
I do have a picture of us.
I like it.
Okay. So, are you able to read that?
Well, with my glasses.
Yeah,
so
it's
here.
pretty small print, but
quite tiny. Okay, so in the course of my duties, let me see if it'll work better like this. Yeah, there we go. In the course of my duties as the incoming NSA, I held numerous phone calls with foreign counterparts, ministers, and ambassadors. These calls were to facilitate a smooth transition and begin to build necessary relationships between the President, his advisors, and foreign leaders. Such calls are standard practice in any transition of this magnitude. Unfortunately, because of the fast pace of events, I inadvertently briefed the Vice President-elect and others with incomplete information regarding my phone calls with the Russian ambassador. I've sincerely apologized to the President, the Vice President, and they have accepted my apology. Throughout my 33 years of honorable military service and my tenure as the NSA, I've always performed my duties with the utmost of integrity and honesty to those I have served, to include the President of the United States. I am tendering my resignation, honored to have served our nation and the American people in such a distinguished way. So, I think that, I mean, it's well worded, but I don't know. What was your first reaction when you heard it? Unfortunately, because of the fast pace of events, I inadvertently briefed the Vice President-elect and others with incomplete information. I mean, the way I understand it is Mike Pence asked him point blank, did you talk sanctions?
And he said
because
no.
Somehow that was already out there in the air somewhere, right?
Well, they had been told by the DOJ, right, that information had been compromised. That
but I think that was after the conversations had taken place,
okay.
And they were overviewing transcripts of the clandestine work that our intelligence services do on the Russians. Okay,
I see.
And so that happened after the fact, but somehow, as I recall, it was out there enough that I think Mike Pence felt he needed to ask that specific question, because sure enough, it was asked of him the following day on the talk show circuit. So that's one that I don't think you can say, well, things are happening too fast, Mr. Vice President.
Like, you would remember if you talked about sanctions, is what you're saying.
Correct.
It's not something that just kind of slips your mind.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Washington is a town where people thrive on alliteration and on parsing of words. So Mike Flynn could have said, I think we did, but I'd be hard-pressed to say how extensive it was or something.
Right.
If it is really truly fast-paced and you can't remember exactly what got said, but you would remember whether that topic came up. It's probably the number one sore spot between the Americans and the Russians right now is the sanctions. You would remember whether that topic came up, and to say, no, we did not discuss. To me, just seems like an out-and-out falsehood, not the fast pace of events. That's a funny sentence to me.
Right.
Due to the fast pace of events. No.
Well, I mean, you have to blame it on something, right? When you're issuing a statement like this, you have to accept blame,
right? But
also offer an explanation.
Yes.
And the way it's worded,
yeah,
offers an explanation without blatantly saying, I lied.
Yes.
Right?
True. But I don't know how the fast pace of events makes you seem like anything other than somebody who is disorganized, right? I mean, due to the fast pace of events. And I do believe there was a lot going on, and he probably had obviously had lots of phone calls going back and forth. I don't know. I mean, even a I better get back to you on that, Mr. Vice President, because thinking back on it now, I think it might have come up or something, but to just say, nope, absolutely not. I mean, I don't know, but I haven't seen the transcript, but to paraphrase, that he was pretty firm in his denial, and I actually think his fate was sealed pretty much the very next day when Pence went on the talk shows and defended him, and now you got the Vice President.
Because it makes Pence look bad.
Yes, and he's built a whole political career on trying to be a solid, trustworthy guy.
Right.
So, yeah. Now, it's just going to be interesting to see where we go from here. I do have a poll question up, which is Democrats are pushing now the narrative of what did the president know and when did he know it.
Right. I'm
Which-
going to pull up your poll. While you
Okay. Which
keep
I think is
explaining it.
which I think is part of the reason that that we heard the same message about 6 different times from Sean Spicer, which is, I'm telling you when he knew it. He knew it when the White House counsel came. Keep in mind, this is a pretty savvy businessman. He's not going, the White House counsel is going to bring it to him, and he's going to have a conversation in what basically we could call a safe space, which is there with the attorneys advising him along the way and other top key advisors, and not just picking up the phone like LBJ would have. He was famous for his phone calls and berating people, not just picking up the phone and saying, get me Flynn on the line right now.
Right.
You know? I mean, he's smart enough to know how you have to kind of handle this situation when it's first presented to you.
So, we have your poll on the screen.
Yes.
You want to go ahead and read it?
NSA Chief Mike Flynn resigns over Russian contacts. Democrats demand, what did the president know and when did he know it? And then the question is, investigate him.
Let's find out.
Right now, 43% say yes, it seems suspicious, 57. I try to always get as close to 50-50. I feel that is a well-composed question. The last thing I ever want to see in a poll is 95-5.
Right.
You know, it's sort of a waste of time that way when you know, oh gosh, well, everybody has the unanimity of opinion. And so, yeah, this is one that's running a little outside that 50-50 mark. But I had a poll yesterday regarding whether you should get off Twitter that had almost 700 votes.
Wow, and what were the results?
In that one, the majority of people, it was very close. If I recall, 52% say no, I like what he's doing. 48% say yes, just govern. Just govern. So.
Every morning, I know when I open Twitter that I'm going to see a new tweet from the president.
Yes.
From his real Donald Trump account, not
That's
the
right.
POTUS account.
Right.
The real Donald Trump account.
Yes, right. And, you know, I was thinking about it today. I think about the news a lot, even when I'm away from here. And I just thought, I wonder if this is just going to be the new norm and people are just going to have to get used to it, that the curtain is drawn back a little bit more, and even if you are the leader of the free world and you have to couch your words and you have to be somewhat mindful of, okay, what I'm about to say, how does that impact this relationship and that relationship and that relationship? Nevertheless, there may be things that you feel are either a little bit more personal or a little more flip, sort of, that would be okay to talk about. And insulting Mark Cuban, you know, is not any type of national security issue or anything along those
Well,
lines.
that's why it came from his personal account and not
Yeah.
his POTUS account.
Right. And I mean, he's such a competitive guy. I think he loves the fact that, you know, he can get a dig in like that. And it was, not only is he not smart enough to be president, he's not even smart enough to run for president.
But Mark Cuban is significantly younger than Donald Trump.
Yes, right.
So he has
appeals
some
to a
more
different-
years. I'm just saying he has some more years to
Right.
choose to run for president. He could possibly run for president.
Yes, right. I thought it was kind of interesting. If you do a Google search on what is the best estimate of the net worth of those two gentlemen, they're quite close to each other.
What if we had a Cuban versus Trump 2020?
Oh my goodness, could you imagine? Instead of what we're all anticipating, which is the Kanye versus Trump in 2020.
I don't know. Yesterday I read a Politico article about how Hillary Clinton is probably going to run in 2020. So anything's possible.
And that was Politico?
Yeah, was
Really?
it Politico? I think so, but someone was providing all of these examples as to why Hillary Clinton isn't quite out of the race just yet.
Oh.
And I think
okay.
one of the most valid points, I
Yeah.
guess, I read was
Yeah.
the fact that in a different year, people might deem Hillary Clinton as too old, but come 2020, she'll still be a year younger than the person she is.
I know.
Running
and isn't
against.
it funny, really,
If-
age is just not an issue, especially for Donald Trump.
Right.
I mean, he's...
very youthful,
Yeah.
doesn't drink or do drugs. That helps.
I think so.
You know,
Yeah.
that keeps you young,
Yeah.
healthy.
Did you see the Bill Maher story today where he went out and said, 4 years ago, I gave $1 million to some organizations to try to keep Mitt Romney from being president. He said, I will now give Mitt Romney $1 million if he'll come back to politics and just take over and be president. So all these names
It's like,
that have
be
been
careful
around,
what you wish for.
right? All
Bill?
these names that have been around for a long time, they just kind of resurface. But I don't know. Yeah.
I know. I still remember, you and I up here on News Now in 2015 talking about how Mitt Romney is not going to run because he wants to let someone young and fresh enter the Republican Party and be the standout star like a Marco Rubio or a Jeb Bush.
Right. I think it's hard. I think it's hard when you're so invested in it politically. It's just like these superstar athletes who are approaching the end of their career.
Right.
And they want to keep playing, and it's so hard for them to say goodbye to what they love. And so I think Peyton Manning, if he felt like he still had it, he would still be in the league. And the fact that Tom Brady has not suffered any type of extremely serious, even though he broke his leg many, many years ago, he hasn't in recent years had any kind of extremely serious injury. He doesn't want to hang it up, and he shouldn't.
He's still winning.
Right. Hillary Clinton, I think people really have passed judgment on her, and I just don't see it turning around for her. And as far as Mitt Romney goes, I think he actually really flirted with it this last time around, but there was so much pushback from, remember at the time, how many people wanted to, remember how the field started with 17 Republicans? There was so many pushback from so many people saying, it needs to be my turn this time around, that I think he finally stepped back. So, anyways.
Well,
yeah,
lots happening. We have this press conference that's about to start, although I'm not exactly sure when it's going to start. I just see a podium that says United States Senate.
Okay.
As far as what they're going to talk about, it's unclear. Looks like there was a Senate policy luncheon. And
yeah, so it's 2:15 back there. They'd be wrapped up. They can have some long lunches back there.
I wonder what they eat for lunch. The people want to know.
Yes, sure, they do. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see very soon. But yeah, it looks like with the podium set up, maybe we will see. It's a stakeout, so you can't be 100% sure.
Right.
But usually they wouldn't be popping up the live feed unless they got a heads up that Mitch McConnell was going to speak, and maybe a couple of other senators as well. I think, they did approve the head of the SBA today, Linda McMahon.
Right.
Which is kind of a high-profile appointment. What else were they discussing this morning? I know during the Mike Pace show.
Oh, yeah.
Or the Big Mike show, as I like to call it. They were discussing... Oh, here they come. Here we go.
Let's listen in.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're slogging our way through these cabinet appointments. Our Democratic friends are burning all the time they possibly can to keep the president from getting his outstanding cabinet selections in place so the government can function. But we'll soldier on here and get as many through as we can. The order that I set up last night, I think you're familiar with. We'll go to Mulvaney first, Pruitt second, and we're also going to do one Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval in the context of the week, and that would take us through to the end of the week, unless there's agreement by our Democratic friends to allow us to confirm some of the nominations for cabinet that they feel and have said are basically not controversial. As you may have noticed, the non-controversial nominations are being held hostage, while the more contentious ones are chewing up a lot of time. So we'll be back at it. The floor staff is well rested now and ready to go again.
Let me just speak, if I might, for a minute about Judge Neil Gorsuch. Again, we are very excited about his prospects. We think that the American people have recognized what a quality judge he is. There is a Gallup poll out that says he has an approval rating of 50 to 30. So I think the American people are concluding what most of us have concluded, and that is that this is a judge who is very well qualified, who's in the mainstream, has the temperament to be on the Supreme Court, and will judge impartially. And just with respect to the whole issue of temperament, he wrote 800 opinions on the 10th Circuit. 98% of those were unanimous. And so less than 2% actually were, and this is on a divided court where you had 7 Democrat appointments and 5 Republican appointments. So out of 800 opinions, 98% were unanimous. And with respect to him being in the mainstream, those cases that were appealed at the Supreme Court, all but one were upheld, and that one was vacated, and many of those that were upheld unanimously. So this is somebody who deserves an up and down vote in the United States Senate. There have been a number of our colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle who have indicated that they believe he deserves an up and down vote, and we want to hold them to that, and we hope that the American people will as well. This is a judge who shouldn't be filibustered. This is someone who needs to get an up and down vote in the United States Senate, and needs to, on behalf of the American people, ultimately, I hope, be confirmed as the 9th Justice of the Supreme Court.
This week we'll be voting to confirm Scott Pruitt as the head of the EPA. When you take a look at the resources that we're blessed with in this country, you want to do several things with them. One is that you want to make sure we use them in a way that protects our environment. The other thing you want to do is make sure you use them in a way to help strengthen and provide for a healthy economy. We need people committed to public service who are committed to both of those two goals. The EPA, over the last 8 years, with its regulatory rampage, has really lost sight of the balance that we need between environmental protection and a strong and healthy economy. The EPA has been working in a way that I believe has been irresponsible and reckless. It's time to fundamentally change the direction of the EPA. Scott Pruitt is the right person to do that. As Attorney General of Oklahoma, he's somebody that protected the environment, worked to strengthen the economy, as well as to protect states' rights. So he knows the importance, as do all of us, of clean air, clean water, clean land. It's not an either or. It's not just a healthy economy or a healthy environment. We can and must have both. Scott Pruitt is the right person to be the administrator of the EPA.
As a member of the Intelligence Committee, looking at what the White House and General Flynn decided yesterday, I think was the right decision. General Flynn's service to the country over decades has been admirable. His service as the Director of Defense Intelligence was, in my view, admirable in the relationship we had with our committee and him at the time. But if you're going to be the National Security Advisor, your credibility has to be absolute. And so I think that was the right decision. Certainly I wish General Flynn well. The Intel Committee, the Intelligence Committee, is looking at what the Obama administration left on the table about Russia and our elections. Chairman Burr and Senator Warner will decide who comes before that committee. But I think it's likely that General Flynn will be at some point asked to come and talk to the committee about both post-election activities and any other activities that he would be aware of.
Nancy.
What type of investigation do you think would be most appropriate when it comes to General Flynn's actions and his resignation? And what's your biggest unanswered question right now?
Well, with regard to our involvement in it, I think Senator Blunt just gave the answer I would give, which is the Intelligence Committee is already looking at Russian involvement in our election, and they have broad jurisdiction over the intel community writ large, and they can look at whatever they choose to. With regard to White House personnel decisions, I don't, it's the President's call. Everybody at the White House serves at the pleasure. He can speak for himself on that. I think it's pretty obvious why he decided to make the decision he did.
Senator Connell, you talked a moment ago about the state of play with nominations here. Andy Puzler seems to be the most controversial one from the Democratic side. There are 4 Republican senators kind of on the fence here. Are you confident that one will get through? I know that's not even in your queue yet. He is hearing Thursday.
Yeah, well, look, it's hard to tell who's controversial and who isn't, since they're throwing up opposition to everyone, including holding hostage those that they claim are not controversial. I'm a strong supporter of Andy Puzler. I think he's uniquely qualified for this job. We hope we'll be able to get his hearing this week and deal with him when we get back. But I'm a strong supporter of Puzzler. I think it's a great choice.
Senator McConnell, are you confident that President Trump did not direct Mike Flynn to talk about the issue of sanctions with the Russian ambassador?
Look, you'll have to ask the White House those kinds of questions. I think the fundamental question for us is what is our involvement in it and who ought to look at it. And the Intelligence Committee is already looking at Russian involvement in our election. As Senator Blunt has indicated, it's highly likely they'd want to take a look at this episode as well. They have the broad jurisdiction to do it. And any questions as to why the president did what he did ought to be directed to the White House.
Should Intel look at that?
Actually, I'm wondering if you could look at the president's reactions as far as the concern about the leaking of these documents. The FISA angle, is this going to be looked at as far as whether or not these documents should have been leaked at all?
Roy, you want to look at that?
I think there are a number of unanswered questions that need to be answered about the documents, about whether there was a FISA order. There are lots of things that I assure you that Intelligence Committee members will be looking at, and I think we'll be talking about that even later today and later this week.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, guys, that wraps up this press conference. We're now going to take you to the White House. We are just waiting for tape playback to begin. This is a feed that's being sent to us. President Trump signing some executive orders. This feed should start any minute now. Stand by. Again, we are just waiting for this tape playback to start. The White House basically feeds back the video. Looks like they dropped the feed. Stand by. Here's a quick look outside that Senate luncheon once again. We are waiting for that feed. Trump signing executive orders at the White House. We'll go back to that feed as soon as we get a picture up. Stand by. All right, looks like we're getting that feed now. Stand by. Should be starting any minute now. Again, we appreciate your patience. We are waiting for this tape playback to begin. Trump signing executive orders at the White House. This feed should begin any minute. Again, we are waiting for this tape playback to begin rolling. The White House sending out the feed of Trump signing executive orders. As soon as the feed starts, you'll be getting it live here on Fox 10 News Now.
Hello. Well, thank you very much. This is a big signing, very important signing. And this is HJ Resolution 41, disapproving the Securities and Exchange Commission's rule on disclosure of payments by resource extraction issuers. It's a big deal. And I want to thank Speaker Paul Ryan for being here. He's been tremendous. Jeb Henserling, very, very important and really worked hard. Representative Bill Heisinger, and all of the friends. Peter, all of my friends are up here, and we really appreciate it. This is one of many that we've signed, and we have many more left. And we're bringing back jobs big league. We're bringing them back at the plant level. We're bringing them back at the mine level. The energy jobs are coming back, and it's you see what's going on with the stock market. They know that we know what we're doing, so it's going up at record clips. So I think what I'm going to do, if I might, can I ask you to say a few words?
My pleasure, Mr.
This
President.
is Bill Heisinger.
Thank you. And so this is the first CRA that has been signed by the President, and very pleased to be the author of House Joint Resolution 41. Over 20 years, there's been 56,000 rules that have been put in place with very little legislative input or oversight. And it's time that changed, and I'm very thankful to the President, the Speaker, our Chairman, Henserling, for being able to make this happen, and we think this is a good first step. So very pleased. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good, let me have that. I'll sign it. We may have to give him the pen. I don't know.
I got one. Someone's going to have to fight for me.
We're not giving it to Pence. Pence has gotten too many, right? Congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
You've done a fantastic job. All right, a lot of people going back to work now.
That's right.
A lot of people. Thank you, Matt. Great job, everybody. Thank you.
President. Good.
Where's the guy?
Hey, right here. Right here. Thanks.
He's working on Obamacare. It's going to be very soon, right?
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, we are going to cut away from the White House now. Senator Chuck Schumer holding a press conference.
Of the Trump administration, from assistants sitting in cramped cubicles to the man occupying the Oval Office. I hope our Republican colleagues will join us in this call, because the crisis here rises above party. Was General Flynn directed or authorized to do what he did? What was the extent of his conversations and contacts with Russia? Who else from the Trump administration, transition, or campaign had contact with the Russians? And why wasn't General Flynn fired? As soon as the administration find out, why did they act only when they were caught misleading the media? These are just a few of the questions that need to be answered. And these questions shouldn't just apply to General Flynn, but to senior officials in the Trump campaign, transition, and administration. Every one of these questions should be applied to all of them as well. There needs to be an independent and transparent investigation because the White House knew for weeks that General Flynn misled the Vice President, and that his discussion about sanctions with the Russian government could potentially compromise our national security because he was subject to blackmail. And yet, they let him stay on for weeks, present at and participating in the highest level of national security discussions until those reports were made public. If an investigation is not independent, nonpartisan, and most of all transparent, there's no guarantee this administration will take the decisive and immediate actions necessary to keep our country safe. The White House counsel cannot lead this investigation, and the new Attorney General cannot be, Jeff Sessions, cannot be the person to lead that investigation. Department of Justice regulations specifically prohibit individuals with political ties to the subjects of an investigation from leading that investigation. I want to read you the regulations from DOJ website. Quote, no Department of Justice employee may participate in a criminal investigation or prosecution if he has a personal or political relationship with any person or organization substantially involved in the conduct that is the subject of the investigation or prosecution, or who would be directly affected by the outcome. The regulations continue. Political relationship means a close identification with an elected official, candidate, political party, or campaign organization arising from service as a principal, advisor, or official. Personal relationship means a close and substantial connection of the type normally viewed as likely to induce partiality. Jeff Sessions was chairman of the National Security Advisory Committee alongside General Michael Flynn. He was a senior advisor in the Trump campaign, the first senator to endorse the president's campaign, and nominated him at the Republican convention in Cleveland. Those facts and the Department of Justice's own rules disqualify Attorney General Sessions from running this investigation. Because the rules are so clear, I expect Attorney General Sessions will recuse himself and make sure that an independent and thorough investigation proceeds. The American people deserve a full investigation. We need a transparent investigation, and we need an impartial investigation. I'll take your questions.
Would it be okay if Sessions did what Loretta Lynch did and said, I'm going to leave it up to the FBI, or do you need some sort of
Look,
independent counsel or something like that?
my watchwords are that A, I expect Jeff Sessions to recuse himself, and B, I expect what's put in its place to be independent, transparent, and impartial. We'll wait and see what they propose.
On the Andy Puzder nomination, I know you spoke pretty forcefully last Thursday against it with Senator Murray here. There seem to be some Republican, about four senators who are on the fence at this point. Do you think that this is one that you can actually torpedo, or do you know yet?
Look, I've been surprised and disappointed that my Republican colleagues have marched in lockstep to so many nominees that have views that are so far out of the mainstream, so many nominees that have ethical conflicts. Puzder is at the top of the list. There are now 4 Republican members of the committee who haven't committed. I hope they'll do the right thing. The thing they know in their hearts is right.
Senator Schumer, do Democrats plan to hold the floor for the full 30 hours of debate on Congressman Mulvaney's nomination for OMB?
We're working that out with Senator McConnell. They don't have this. The Senate committee, investigations committee, does not have prosecutorial authority. There are potential violations of law here by General Flynn and potentially others. What I am calling for is an independent investigation with executive authority to pursue potential criminal actions. I am not going to specify exactly what it should be. I do believe the rules give Jeff Sessions no choice but to recuse himself, and then we and the American people will judge what they've put in its place. I can't hear you, ma'am. There are potential criminal violations here.
Senator Schumer.
Logan Act, Emoluments Clause, and many other things. I am not outlining. What I am calling for is an independent investigation. Are there people in the Justice Department, career people, who could do an independent investigation? Yes, there are. Could there be people appointed as an independent counsel to do an independent investigation? Yes, there could. I am not specifying what there should be. I believe that General Sessions has no choice but to recuse himself, and then he should and must put an independent investigative authority in charge.
So you have no faith anymore in the Intelligence Committee's ability to...
No, they're two separate things. The Intelligence Committee cannot prosecute. The Intelligence Committee is part of the legislative branch and can explore. I have a great deal of faith in Mark Warner, and I think he's doing a very, very good job. Whether Chairman Burr will rise to the occasion, I hope he will. Warner and many of his members are keeping a close eye on that, but that is separate from an investigation from the executive branch as to what potential criminal liabilities occur. The two are separate, and wanting one has no implications as to what I think of the other.
Senator
Any other questions?
Senator Schumer.
Yep, go ahead. I think Flynn should come clean in every way, and if that involves testifying at a public hearing, absolutely. Okay? All right. I can't talk about intelligence briefings here.
Do you think that the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan should attempt to take jurisdiction here? Since
I'm not.
A lot of this happened in New York City.
I am not specifying what should happen. I am telling you what we need. Thank you, everybody.
All right, guys, you just heard from Senator Schumer. We are going to show you this press briefing from earlier with the House Democrats, since we're talking members of Congress.
Everyone, thank you for being here. I know there's a number of events going on, so we appreciate your attention. First of all, I just want to once again to speak briefly about the Issues Conference. We had a very successful Issues Conference. I want to thank the Vice Chair of our caucus for her support. Can you hear? You're fine? We had a very successful Issues Conference. Very pleased with the speakers, with the agenda that was there in Baltimore. Important steps in developing our message as we go forward that resonates with all Americans, fighting for all Americans. So we're energized, we're unified in our goal.
And we're actually going to cut out of this because now we have a live feed from the Senate floor.
Pursuant to the 2007 NICS Improvement Amendments Act, a law passed in the wake of the horrific Virginia Tech
Currently on the Senate floor, a discussion on background checks for guns.
check system. The Social Security Administration will submit records to NICS for Social Security recipients who meet a specific set of carefully defined criteria. The regulation will apply only to a subset of Social Security disability recipients. It does not apply to those who are receiving Social Security retirement benefits. It applies only to those disability recipients who have been found, based on the Social Security Administration's established criteria, to be severely impaired due to a mental disability, and who are therefore unable to perform substantial work or manage their own disability benefits. That is almost an exact quote. Repealing this regulation could lead to great harm, exacerbating the loopholes and failings in the background check system that erode public safety. I have a letter from the United States Conference of Mayors, which represents city leaders from across the country. I ask that it be made part of a record, Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection.
Without objection.
It says, quote, "We all know that it is due to loopholes in current law that too many mass murderers are still able to too easily obtain guns. This includes the individual responsible for killing 32 people and injuring 17 others at Virginia Tech in 2007 that led to enactment of the NICS Improvement Amendments Act. These killings must stop, and this rule, as implemented last year, will help to do that. I ask unanimous consent also that a letter from the National League of Cities, which makes the same point, be included in the record."
Without objection.
We must note, it is critical to note, in fact, that neither I nor any of the proponents of the Social Security Administration's rule believes that all or most or even a significant percentage of those who are suffering from mental health issues are dangerous. Far from it. The overwhelming majority of people who confront mental health issues are peaceful and law-abiding citizens who seek only the treatment that should be everybody's right. In fact, I've been a strong advocate over many years of mental health parity, beginning when I was Attorney General in the state of Connecticut, and the very first federal law on this issue was passed, modeled in many ways after the state law that I championed. And I was proud to support the passage of a bill last year to provide more resources to those seeking treatment. And I hope that it moves this country toward providing everyone with the care that they need. Mental health issues should be no cause for fear, no reason for stigma, no excuse for shame. Those who have come forward and been open about the treatment they have sought, in fact, have done themselves and their communities and country a great service. If I thought SSA's regulation unfairly targeted people with mental illness, or that it advanced the perception that they are inherently dangerous, I would oppose it with every fiber of my being. But that is not the regulation that we have here. As Senator Durbin said this morning, and my colleague Senator Murphy reiterated, This rule is not one loosely applied to anyone who has some trouble balancing a checkbook. It applies only to those disability recipients with a serious and debilitating mental health issue. And that is estimated to about 75,000 people nationwide out of approximately 10 million Americans who suffer from a serious mental illness. Everyone who suffers from mental illness should have a right to treatment, but not all should have a gun. It is very unlikely that people who meet these criteria will be able to safely handle a gun or to safely store it in their home and by others. But it's possible that SA's initial determination will be wrong. And that's why, crucially, please understand, crucially, the regulation also provides due process. In fact, these due process protections are necessary when a constitutional right is at stake. And this right, Second Amendment right, must be respected as the law of the land. The regulation entitles those who are affected by it to advance notice. They are told when going through the process to appoint someone else to handle their benefits, that they will forfeit their firearms rights. They are given that notice, and they are given due process. If they believe this is inappropriate or unnecessary, the regulation gives them that process to appeal, and it's one that allows SSA to grant relief upon a determination that the beneficiary will not be, quote, dangerous to public safety, end quote, a term that has meaning. SSA is also required to notify the NICS background check system if the beneficiary's name should be removed, whether because it was submitted in error or because the beneficiary has recovered from the condition or because they were granted relief through the appeals process. Those are rights with real remedies, with due process, with fairness. If I thought this regulation failed to provide adequate process that every individual is due, regardless of how much I support its goal, I would oppose it with, again, every fiber of my being, because it should be, and it is, the law of the land. Of course, there may be ways that this regulation, like any regulation, could be improved if the criteria could be better targeted, or if the due process protections could be made stronger, or if the administration could be made more efficient. We should not hesitate to make those improvements. I would welcome suggestions for enhancements. But the methods chosen by my colleagues to attack this regulation, the Congressional Review Act, prevents all of those improvements, any at all. In severely limiting the time for debate, it denies us adequate consideration. And much worse, it is a blunt force instrument that will prevent the Social Security Administration from issuing any, quote, substantially similar, end quote, regulation in the future. So the passage of this resolution will prevent the Social Security Administration from complying with the legal requirement to submit records to the background check system in the future. It will hamstring this agency and prevent it from fulfilling its obligation to public safety. And that's regardless of whether new information comes to light or whether it would be possible to devise a better method of submitting these records. In the words of the well-known and respected group, Americans for Responsible Solutions, using the CRA to undo this rule would, quote, not only allow guns to be placed into the hands of individuals determined legally incapable of using them safely, but it also creates an irresponsible, irreversible precedent. As I have always said, I will work with any of my colleagues on good faith steps to stem the tide of gun violence in this country, and I would be more than happy, in fact, I'm eager, to work with them to fix flaws that they see in this regulation. We need to come together to improve the integrity and efficiency of the national background check system and keep guns out of the hands of people who cannot safely handle them. People who are dangerous to themselves or others. It may be a very small number, but they can do great tragic damage. The resolution we will vote on shortly accomplishes neither of these goals. It does nothing to answer my constituents who ask me time and time again why Congress does nothing to confront the epidemic of gun violence in this country. It would create an irresponsible, irreversible precedent. But more important than the precedent is the consequence in real lives of the death and injury that could result. Those deaths and injuries are truly irreversible and irresponsible, and we can help to stop them by taking the right stand on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Brett of Fox10Phoenix.com, taking a live look here at the Senate floor. Once we have another senator talking, of course, we will up that volume, but I'll give you some of the top headlines going on right now. Well, folks, coming March 7th, the White House tours, they're coming back. The tours had been temporarily suspended, which is typical when there's a new president, but the length of the suspension apparently had begun to cause angst, notably in Senator Chuck Grassley's household. The Iowa Republican tweeted this past Sunday that whoever monitors Twitter at the White House for businessman President Trump, when is the White House going to be open for public tours? Mrs. G wants to know. First Lady Melania Trump gave Grassley and everyone else who had been wondering an answer Tuesday when she announced that the popular tours are resuming early next month. I am excited to reopen the White House to the hundreds of thousands of visitors who come each year, she said in a written statement. The White House is a remarkable and historic site, and we are excited to share its beauty and history. I am committed to the restoration and preservation of our nation's most recognizable landmark. Tours of public areas of the White House are self-guided. Requests for a ticket must be submitted through a member of Congress. The tour route includes the blue, red, and green rooms, the state dining room, and the East Room, where Trump held a news conference on Monday with the Canadian Prime Minister. The tours are available from 7:30 to 11:30 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday, and 7:30 to 1:30 Fridays and Saturdays, excluding federal holidays or unless otherwise noticed. So that's a great idea for everyone that's traveling to D.C. next month. Now you could go on a White House tour. And if you're addicted to that Netflix series called Making a Murderer, continue to listen. State attorneys tried to persuade a panel of federal appellate judges that a Wisconsin inmate featured in the Netflix series Making a Murderer made a voluntary confession and was properly convicted. Brendan Dassey was sentenced to life in prison in 2007 in connection with Teresa Halbach's death 2 years earlier. Dassey told detectives he helped his uncle, Stephen Avery, rape and killed Halbach in the Avery family's Manitowoc County salvage yard. Avery was sentenced to life in prison in a separate trial. Now attorneys for both the DOJ and Dassey presented oral arguments to a 3-judge panel at the 7th U.S. Court of Appeals in Chicago on Tuesday. And just breaking on the wires now, Cigna says it's ending Anthem's proposed $48 billion acquisition bid and seeking a $1.85 billion termination fee. In other news, folks, crews working around the clock atop a crippled California dam reported progress today in repairing the damaged spillway and reducing the water level by at least 8 feet at the reservoir that has been central to this farming region for a half of a century. Helicopters carried giant sandbags and cement blocks from a staging area on the south side of the Oroville Dam toward the stricken spillway on the north side. Crews operating heavy equipment loaded rocks and boulders into dump trucks, which carried them over the dam and dumped them on damaged portions. Workers are rushing to repair the barrier at the nation's tallest dam after authorities ordered the evacuation of nearly 200,000 people living below the lake amid concerns that the spillway could fail and send water roaring downstream. Evacuations remain in place. Governor Jerry Brown asked for federal assistance for an estimated 10,000 displaced residents. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York is calling for a thorough and independent investigation of the situation with former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. As part of it, Schumer insists that Attorney General Jeff Sessions must recuse himself. Schumer tells reporters today that General Flynn's resignation is not the end of the story, it is merely the beginning. The resignation raises more questions than it answers, and the American people deserve to know the truth, he said. As for GOP suggestions that the House and Senate Intelligence Committee pursue any investigation, Schumer noted that the committee does not have the authority. He says he is calling for an independent investigation with executive authorities to pursue potential criminal actions.
once again, to speak briefly about the Issues Conference. We had a very successful Issues Conference. I want to thank the Vice Chair of our caucus for her support. Can you hear?
Well, I'm going to be very brief.
Fine.
So, Mr. Vice President,
we had a very successful Issues Conference. Very pleased with the speakers, with the agenda that was there in Baltimore. Important steps in developing our message as we go forward.
Most important, this
that resonates with all Americans, fighting for all Americans.
Make sure I recognize.
So we're energized, we're unified in our goal of offering alternatives to President Trump and the Republican.
Years, Merle Barry. I think everybody knows when you go into service, your whole family does. My daughter Jennifer and my son Daniel, so I want to thank them. This is really such an honor to be able to serve our veterans, and I have such a obligation and duty that I feel to making sure that we give our veterans everything that they deserve. I think that we have a system that's doing terrific things with very dedicated people, but we all know we have a lot of work to do, and that's what I plan to do as secretary. People who know me know I can be impatient, especially my staff who are here. And so the irony is that before I got into government, I used to say to my staff when I ran hospitals, what's it going to take, an act of Congress? And then, of course, look where I am. So I truly want to thank and just so honored that our ranking and our chairman are here of both the House and Senate. Having their support and confidence and showing the American people that there's one thing that we all agree upon, and that is that our veterans deserve the very, very best that we can possibly do, just is the biggest gift that I think that all of us can have, that we're going to do what it takes together to make sure that this nation's veterans do have Lincoln's promise to bear to take care of those who have borne the battle for generations to come. So thank you very much.
Outstanding. Thanks, everybody.
All right, folks, we are taking you now to breaking news here in Chicago that hearing reports of a triple shooting that left a 2-year-old dead and a 20-year-old dead. We don't know the condition of the other person that was shot. You're watching this all unfold live right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. People are demanding a car chase. But I can't do nothing about it. I got a triple shooting for him.
Yeah, but they want a car chase.
All right, here is the latest information, everybody. A toddler was among 2 people killed so far in a shooting on Chicago's west side. Authorities said the shooting happened just before 2 p.m. local time in the 2300 block of South Kenneth Avenue in the Lawndale neighborhood. The child, believed to be between 2 and 3 years old, and 1 other person were killed in the shooting. Details on what happened right now not immediately known at this time. We're learning that the third person was wounded. You can see here police are investigating. We do have a car there in the alleyway as well that is being looked at with that door open. Crime tape is up, and at this moment, investigation is ongoing. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see that several blocks here are blocked off at this moment, including the alleyway here as well, for this crime scene investigation. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. Get you back out to the Senate floor now, live.
To their sweetheart, the National Rifle Association. To the Republicans and President Trump, nothing says I love you let's weaken background checks on gun sales. Because that's exactly the issue before us today. Today, Republicans in Congress and President Trump want to gut a common sense safety measure that would help keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. After the tragedy in Newtown, Connecticut, the Obama administration undertook a comprehensive review of federal law to identify, quote, potentially dangerous individuals who should not be trusted with firearms. The Social Security Administration was required to identify and report to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System those people who receive Social Security benefits due to severe mental impairment and who require a fiduciary representative to manage those benefits. That is a sensible policy. If you can't manage your disability benefits because of a mental impairment, you probably shouldn't be trying to manage a gun. Indeed, current law prohibits individuals from purchasing a firearm if a court, a board, a commission, or other lawful authority has determined that a mental health issue makes them a danger to themselves or to others, or that they lack the mental capacity to contract or manage their own affairs. So, the purpose of the rule is simply to include in the federal background check system information about the Social Security Administration that it already has about beneficiaries who current law already prohibits from possessing a firearm. But even this fair, reasonable, and common sense limitation on gun purchasing is too much for the NRA and its Republican congressional allies. So they have turned this afternoon to the Congressional Review Act to roll back this rule. And by doing so, they would block the Social Security Administration from issuing a similar rule on this subject in the future. So this is short-sighted on the one hand and very dangerous on the other for a long, long time in our country, because it's these loopholes in the background check system that have already allowed people to obtain guns despite being judged a danger to themselves or to others, especially family members. Loopholes in the system allowed the Virginia Tech, Tucson, Aurora, and Newtown shooters to obtain guns. We need to close loopholes like the ones that allow people who are mentally impaired from buying guns. Repealing this rule only keeps the loophole open. Recent polls show that 92% of Americans support background checks for all gun buyers, including 87% of Republicans in our country support background checks on who is, in fact, purchasing a gun in our country. But not the National Rifle Association. The National Rifle Association sent an action alert to its membership on this current attempt to repeal the background check rule, stating, quote, the first pro-gun legislative act of the Trump era and Congress is on the verge of success, but it needs your help to get it over the line. That's all you need to know. So on this Valentine's Day, the United States Senate should show some real love and compassion. Let's open our hearts to the American people who overwhelmingly are demanding common sense gun control efforts like the one this rule puts in place. Let's defeat this ill-advised effort to roll back a rule which keeps guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. This is really the job of the Congress. This is the carnage that we see in America. It's the indiscriminate issuing of licenses for guns to people who have not gone through the background checks that ensure that they are qualified for the handling of a weapon within our society. Everyone else can get the weapon. Everyone else who goes through the check gets the weapon, but not people who should not have them. So this is a big moment here. It unfortunately gives an insight into what the Republican agenda is going to be this year. It's a radical agenda. It's an agenda which says to the National Rifle Association, we are going to pass your agenda no matter how radical out here on the floor of the Senate. What the American people are saying is that they want NRA to stand for not relevant anymore in American politics. That's what they want us to be saying, especially with the polling so overwhelmingly bipartisan, Democrat and Republican, in terms of common sense background checks that are in the law to protect innocent families in our country. So all I can say is this isn't anything that's radical, this regulation. It's something that's common sense. It's something that protects American families. And I urge strongly that the United States Senate reject the removal of this regulation from the statutes of our country. And I yield back, Mr. President, the balance of my time.
Who yields time? Second. If no one yields time, time will be charged equally to both sides.
who amongst my Republican colleagues in the House or the Senate will step up? Clearly, at this point, not Shavitz, nor Senator Johnson. We know that Congressman Nunes is already trying to sweep this under the rug as if, don't look here, nothing's really here to look at. Did the president order Flynn to call the Russians? Did he seriously not know that his campaign advisor was calling Russians? What does President Trump have to hide? We know the White House and President Trump was aware for at least 1 month of the contents of Flynn's call to the Russians. This is why we need a real investigation into Russia and the hacking of the American elections. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. Let's be clear about that. This is not going to be the end. This is going to be just the beginning. Congress should fully investigate both President Trump's ties to Russia and to Vladimir Putin, and the situation that allowed a Trump National Security Campaign advisor to feel so comfortable and so at ease in making the type of call that he made to the Russians, and in the process, his breaking the law. Indicative of a larger problem, Trump doesn't have time to help Americans because of all the scandals that are taking place within just a 3-week period. President Trump spending so much time trying to run a barely functioning White House, no attention is being paid to the American people. All the promises that he had made, no economic boost, no job growth. And so we recognize the challenge that is ahead of us. This is not just about President Trump. This is about our Republican colleagues and the separation of powers and holding this president accountable for the lies that have been taking place in the White House that have made America less safe. That is what this is about. As I said, this is not the beginning. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. And with that, I want to turn over to my colleague, Linda Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. After a very successful 2017 Issues Conference, House Democrats are back at work this week with a renewed focus on the fight for America's working families. Meanwhile, Republicans are reeling after a string of self-inflicted wounds last week caused by the Trump White House. On Friday, good reporting by the Washington Post revealed that National Security Advisor Michael Flynn apparently lied about his discussion with Russian officials about ending some U.S. sanctions against Russia. And last night, more damning reports came out from the Justice Department, raising serious concerns that Michael Flynn may have been compromised and was susceptible to blackmail by the Russians, ultimately leading to Flynn's middle-of-the-night resignation. Now, it's also being reported that Michael Flynn is under investigation by the Army for taking money from the Russian government during a trip he took to Moscow in 2015 in violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. Since before Election Day, Democrats and those in the intelligence community have been sounding the alarm about the role the Russian government has played in influencing our elections. There are countless links between the Trump team and the Russian government. There are now 3 Trump advisors who've been forced to resign due to their cozy relationship with Putin: Page, Manafort, and now Flynn. This latest batch of news only raises more questions about the reach of Russia's influence into the White House. So we have a few questions for the Trump administration. Was the president aware of these entanglements before he appointed General Flynn to be the National Security Advisor? And if not, why not? He should have had that information at his disposal. Number 2, how far does Russian influence among senior White House staff reach? And number 3, who else inside the Trump administration might also be caught up in the tangled web of Russian influence? These are all serious questions that Congress needs to look into right now. This is not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is about our national security. We cannot have a branch of our government susceptible to outside Russian influence. So Republicans in the House, I beg you, please put your country's national security interests above your party interests. Please be the patriots that you claim you are and step up and look into draining the swamp that exists inside the White House. Speaker Ryan, Jason Chaffetz, Devin Nunes, where is your spine? Where is your patriotism? Do you care about our national security? Because if you do, you cannot sweep this under the rug. You cannot turn and look the other way. You guys have the power within the Congress to investigate all of these entanglements, and I beg you to stand up and do what's right for the country. And with that, I will turn it back over to our chairman.
Let me just also reiterate, the Russian people are not our enemy. And we know that the Russian people want better relations with the United States, as we do with them as well. But we also know that Vladimir Putin...
All right, folks, we are going to a news conference just starting up in Oroville, California. More updates on the dam situation. All right, folks, welcome everyone to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and everybody watching right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are expecting to get a update here in just a moment from officials concerning the Oroville Dam. Environmental activists and local government officials warned more than a decade ago about the risk of this happening below a major Northern California dam, the very scenario that threatened to unfold over the weekend, prompting evacuation orders for nearly 200,000 people. State and federal regulators dismissed those fears at the time, saying they were confident the hillside that helps hold back hundreds of billions of gallons of water was stable and did not need to be reinforced with concrete. That decision has come under scrutiny now that the hillside, or emergency spillway as officials call it, has been put to its first test in the Oroville Dam's nearly 50-year history. Over the weekend, water from the storm-swollen lake behind the dam spilled down the unpaved slope for 38 hours, eroding it enough that authorities feared a huge breach could open and send a 30-foot high surge of water down the Feather River below, devastating thousands of homes. And folks, can you imagine what the week those people have had? Let's listen now in for some updates.
We are going to hold all questions, please, until we have the Q&A at the end. So let the three gentlemen relay their messages, and then we'll go right to the Q&A. Chris from TWR will be picking questioners. Appreciate your support, appreciate your patience. Trust me, we really do. I know this camp's not getting too cool out here, so they should be here momentarily. While we're waiting, any questions for me pertaining to the speakers or anything else? Well, we heard that the roadblocks are we know firsthand when I'm on 70. That sheriff will have accurate information on that. As far as
This officer is going to need to get behind those mics if he wants to be heard.
Today I'm better prepared. Is there there's a rumor going around that the evacuations or roadblocks are being lifted? Same question. The sheriff will be here to address all that. I'd like to get it from as to what's going on. I hope you're on my side. You or me? Hopefully you.
The National Weather Service's Sacramento office says rain will move in late tomorrow and Thursday morning with 2 inches to 4 inches in the foothills and mountains. But the storm is looking colder than initially projected, meaning lower snow levels and less runoff into the Sierra reservoirs than the storms last week. The brunt of a Friday storm appears to be headed toward Southern California with lighter rain in the north. Forecasters say rain will diminish on Saturday, pick up on Sunday, followed by a wetter, more dynamic storm Monday into Tuesday. A California dam inspector says authorities may never know the exact causes of the earth and concrete blowouts below the Lake Oroville Dam. Emergency crews were working today to fill a hole in the emergency spillway for floodwater from the dam, which is the nation's tallest. Trouble at Lake Oroville started about a week ago when workers noticed torrential rain and snow melt had torn a hole in the dam's main spillway. Eric Holland of the State Department of Water Resources Dam Safety Division says any of a number of different problems could have caused the spillway troubles. Holland says authorities often never discover in these cases what exactly happened because floodwater has washed out everything at the scene. Authorities have evacuated nearly 200,000 people in 3 counties while they work to ensure the dam can handle more rain expected later this week. A little boy turning 3 years old at a California evacuation shelter almost didn't get a birthday party this year. With just 3 hours left on his big day Monday, a group of California Highway Patrol officers showed up with a makeshift celebration. They brought him ice cream cake, a balloon, and a Captain America figurine, and of course, a song. A Facebook Live video of the touching moment has gotten more than 40,000 views in just 12 hours and nearly 900 shares and counting. The California Highway Patrol officer says he learned of the boy's birthday earlier in the day from the boy's father, who expressed disappointment in not being able to make his son a cake. A father of a boy the same age, the officer says he just had to do something. That is just some of the stories coming out from these evacuations here in California. White House spokesman Sean Spicer says President Donald Trump is keeping a close eye on the public safety crisis caused by the damaged Northern California dam. Some 200,000 residents have been ordered evacuated after officials feared a spillway at the country's tallest dam was in danger of imminent failure. We're just waiting here momentarily for a live press conference to give us all an update on the situation there in Northern California. Dozens of schools in the evacuation areas below a damaged dam are closed, many for the week. Nearly 200,000 people who evacuated over fears that a spillway at Lake Oroville could fail and unleash a wall of water have to stay away indefinitely while officials race to repair it before more rains arrive on Thursday. Now, could you imagine being these families that pretty much this whole week have had to juggle their whole lives? Because unfortunately, when something like this happens, you know, your life continues to go on. You still got to go to appointments. You still have responsibilities. The parents, they have jobs that they have to go to. So these families have really been given the task to juggle this week as, just a horrible situation that they faced this weekend. I mean, you're being forced out of your home, and you don't know that when you come back, it'll be there if that dam malfunctions. So they're very much in a tight spot, these families and these people that had to leave. You know, they're relying on shelters now. They're relying on friends, on family members. They're sleeping in unfamiliar places. You know how hard that is when you're not sleeping in your own bed. I mean, even if you're in a hotel, it's very hard to sleep sometimes because it's not your own bed. So we are thinking about these families and these people, nearly 200,000 people that had to be evacuated. And all our thoughts right now are with them. And we are hoping for the safety of those engineers and the people that continue to look at the dam. And we're hoping for the very best for everyone there in Northern California in this very trying time in their lives. And thanks to everyone watching live with us from all over the world right now. We are on fox10phoenix.com as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage from around the country. We dip in and out of press conferences all around the country, showing them to you live and unedited. So you get the full story, not just a soundbite that you might at other places. But we are really thinking about these families, these people that had to leave their homes. We're also thinking about the pets that were involved as well, hoping they are adjusting to wherever they are at now with the families. And we're also thinking about the businesses there in those communities. You figure the businesses have to be shut down as well. So it must be very hard on those business owners when they, every cent, every dollar helps to make it. And when they're not making any money, it must be really hurting their bottom line. So we are thinking of everyone there in Northern California. You're all part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. Police say, unfortunately, at least a handful of homes and businesses have been burglarized following the evacuation order on Sunday over fears that a damaged spillway at Lake Oroville could fail. Nearly 200,000 people who evacuated Sunday have to stay away indefinitely while officials race to repair the spillway before more rains arrive on Thursday. And isn't that just the... We have now criminals once again just trying to take items now and be the opportune time for them, and they're trying to take advantage of people that have now fled the community because of these concerns over the spillway. And these criminals doing the absolute worst thing that you can do is now violate people when they're not even there to protect their own home. So now these people, can you imagine, you're away from your home, you did the right thing, you left when you were told to, and then you come to find out that people have been inside your home cleaning you out while you haven't even been there. That has to be the most troubling things for those families there when they come back and realize that the people have took their possessions. Very sad time for those families there. And it looks like this is going to be starting up pretty soon here. We have more media members coming. Hopefully this will be starting up soon for everyone that is watching live with us worldwide. The Oroville Mercury Register reports that police officers are beefing up patrols. Police have made one arrest so far for a burglary at a liquor store.
Take a second. Yeah.
I need a place to put this.
We're going to be a little challenged, I think.
It is going to be a challenge, but I need a place to put it.
Let's do it. Okay. 1 second, everyone. We have to rearrange the podium just one bit.
Yeah, I know, but I have a podium. I need them, yes.
Is that giving you room?
Let's see what happens. All right, well, that was okay. Let's see what happens here.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the press briefing for February 14th relative to the spillway incident. My name is Mike Smith, Public Information Officer assigned to CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. Present with me today is Butte County Sheriff Corey L. Honey, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 Incident Commander Kevin Lawson, and Acting Director of the Department of Water Resources, Bill Croyle.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, my name is Corey Honey, and I'm the Butte County Sheriff. Thank you for all being here today. I apologize for the delay. All I can say about that is the best laid plans, right? I want to begin by saying that the actions of many dedicated, caring, and courageous people on the afternoon of February 12, 2017, resulted in a victory on two fronts and provided a stark reminder that the forces of Mother Nature can create emergency situations requiring swift and immediate action. First, thousands of lives were protected from the looming prospect of a catastrophic failure of the emergency spillway by those who directed and facilitated the rapid and efficient evacuation of thousands of people and animals out of this area. Second, and while those evacuations were taking place, the loss or at least significant damage to the emergency spillway was prevented by those who directed the rapid reduction of the lake's levels to the point where water no longer ran over the spillway. They also ceased the expansion of the massive hole that was developing in front of it. The decisions made that afternoon were among the most difficult decisions that people charged with managing crisis situations are required to make. Having the fortitude to take bold and swift action in tense, uncertain, and rapidly developing situations, emergency situations, is required of those charged with leading. Evacuating the potentially affected areas gave the department of Water Resources the time it needed to take the following actions. 1. Reduce the level of the lake below the top of the emergency spillway so the erosion to the area in front of it could be halted. 2. Deploy subject matter experts to the massive hole that was eroding in the area in front of the spillway so that it could be thoroughly inspected. That inspection, confirmed by those subject matter experts from not only the Department of Water Resources, but the Army Corps of Engineers and FERC, revealed that there was no piping or other erosion that compromised the overall integrity of the emergency spillway. Number 3, increase the release through the primary spillway to 100,000 cubic feet per second in order to increase the capacity of the lake to accommodate future
inflow expected as a result of coming storms. This action reduces the possibility that the emergency spillway will need to be used in the future. This appears to be a reasonable and sustainable course of action, as there has been no significant erosion along the east side of the primary spillway. Number 4, develop a plan to fortify the area in front of the emergency spillway against future erosion should its use become necessary in the future by lining it with boulders and concrete. This effort has commenced and is on pace to be completed ahead of future stormy weather. As a result of these actions, the risks that we faced when we initiated those evacuations has significantly been reduced. Taking this into account, the current level of risk, let me start over. Taking into account the current level of risk, the predicted strength of the next round of inclement weather, and the capacity of the lake to accommodate increased
All right, everybody, it looks like our shot just froze here. We're working to reestablish the connection. Stay right here with us.
existing damage to the spillway could elevate risks in the future and necessitate immediate evacuations. This is why residents need to be prepared to maintain situational awareness. This reduction to an evacuation warning properly balances the need for people to resume their daily lives, while at the same time being prepared to deal with future increased threat. The Butte County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Water Resources, who put the public safety as a highest priority, will continue to monitor the situation very closely, and we will take steps necessary to ensure public safety if necessary. Thank you, and now I'd like to invite Chief Lawson from CAL FIRE up to make his comments.
Thank you, Sheriff Honey. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Lawson. I'm the Incident Commander for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. CAL FIRE remains in unified command with Butte County Sheriff, Department of Water Resources. This has strengthened the overall effectiveness of the entire incident management that we have going on here. Our agencies are working around the clock in an effort to mitigate all hazards that may threaten the residents in and around Butte County. We stand shoulder to shoulder in an effort to provide safety to those residents affected by this incident. We're in agreement with Butte County Sheriff and support his decision to lift the mandatory evacuation order. CAL FIRE, Butte County Fire, the Butte County Sheriff will be here long term to protect the residents of Butte County. And with that, I'd like to introduce Director Quarles.
Thank you again, Bill Coyle, Acting Director of the California Department of Water Resources. What I want to do is provide some situational awareness on our current status. So right now, we are maintaining our releases from our reservoir at 100,000 cubic feet per second. With the weather that we've been having over the last couple days, we continue to see the inflow to the reservoir drop. So presently, as of noon today, our inflow is 19,000, a little over 19,000 cubic feet per second. So what that means is the difference between the two is we're continuing to make significant gains in removing water from the reservoir, which drops the water surface elevation, as indicated, further reducing the risk to our situation here, and certainly to the concern of the emergency spillway. So we plan on continuing these releases. We feel confident we could do that based on a number of things. First, our continuous 24/7 monitoring of the spillway itself, which is our way that we're moving water out of the system. It has been stable for 4 days. We were originally a few days ago at 55,000. Because of the concern that we raised, action was immediately taken to increase that flow to 100,000. So with the stability of the spillway, we're able to maintain those high flows, again, to make additional flood storage in the reservoir, so we can anticipate, with the anticipated runoff season, we can manage those inflows, and the reservoir itself can absorb those higher flows above like the 100,000 CFS. So what I want to say again is we have a net discharge of 80,000 CFS out of the reservoir. Again, that makes more storage and drops the elevation. The elevation of the reservoir surface today at noon was 887 feet. As indicated in previous meeting briefings, our goal is to get back down to what we call flood control storage, which is an elevation of 850 feet. We're continuously evaluating our ability to continue to remove water from the reservoir even lower as we deal with our emergency spillway, to make sure we're armoring and reinforcing that, as well as continuously monitoring the spillway itself. I think an important part of our monitoring and our response strategy is, again, absolutely constant assessment and reassessment to make sure that we're aware and prepared for any potential changes. I want to reiterate, the spillway has been stable for 4 days. That's important for today, in the coming days, as we see small storms coming in, but really preparing also for the remainder of the wet season. Kind of quickly talking a little bit about the storms coming in. These storms are much smaller than we've seen here this last weekend. The peak inflows are with these storms are below the 100,000 cubic feet per second outflow that we have right now. In fact, they're far lower. So what that means is that we'll see a little small increase in water surface elevation later this week. And I should say that with the existing releases, we should get down to the elevation of 850 feet sometime late Saturday or Sunday, assuming the inflows continuously drop and we don't see any anticipated weather. So with the storms coming in, we believe with the snow level dropping from about 6,000 to 4,000, which will help us, and these high flow rates, that will again make more storage, and the next 4 storms should not threaten really approaching any kind of a threat towards the emergency spillway. At the same time, I want to reiterate, as the sheriff said, we're aggressively attacking the erosion concerns that have been identified. But we're committed to continue not only addressing the concerns that were being identified, where we will, subject to weather conditions, maintain continuous preventative actions to re-bolster that area to the extent that we would have to use that in the future. We have a long spring runoff ahead of us, and we're preparing for that by taking these additional actions to make sure that we have, we continue to withdraw water from the reservoir, but also mitigate the potential to use that emergency spillway. We think that as a whole, again, we've addressed the concern that we identified a couple days ago, but we're also moving to plan for our contingencies as we move through this upcoming spring runoff season. Thank you.
We're going to take some questions, limited questions. Please state who your question's for. Here with, we're going to start right over here.
I think the spillway was constructed in 1960. That was built to the standards at the time. We're reviewing that information now. We have new information with regard to the overflow at the first time, so we're going to go back and vet that. We have a corrective action and a preventative measure that we're putting in place that we believe that It will further enhance the control structure that's in place to reduce the identified risk that came to light during the erosion. The system is designed as a gravity system. It is in place in integrity. So the concern that was raised was related to erosion. The erosion threat has been addressed, and with additional measures, we believe any future can mitigate it. So the more we can do in that area, we further reduce the risk of any overtop.
To clarify,
Right behind you.
Sheriff.
Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area. How long will this, we see all the action out there, how long will that continue for? And can you give us an idea of how much rock has been put there, both by the helicopters and by the trucks?
Okay, so that's a good question. Let me quickly give you a couple numerics, because I don't know how much rock has been placed, but presently we're about 40 truckloads an hour, about 30 tons of rock per hour is being placed. We have 2 helicopters that are moving about every 1.5 minutes. Again, this is an aggressive, proactive attack to address the erosion concern. There's about 125 construction crews on point. So there's a lot of people, a lot of equipment, a lot of materials moving around from the ground and from the air. Right? We're not holding back on addressing this issue. But I want to speak to a little bit what's the future look like. Again, we're drawing down the lake. We're going to aggressively attack the downslope of the spillway. Just to reinforce that, to ensure if we had to use it during a major spring runoff, we can use it. We want to reduce that risk to acceptable levels. We believe it's there now, but we're going to continue to address that. Now, we have to work towards, and we are already bringing our design team together to look at the repair of our infrastructure. Right? The spillway has been damaged. The design teams are in place, and you probably won't see a stop in the number of trucks and materials and people as they switch from a response mode and a high level of monitoring to the point where we're going to recover the system and bring our infrastructure back into place. So it's going to be a pretty busy construction season starting here earlier this week, right through until that spillway and the infrastructure with that dam is fully operational.
I have a question for the sheriff right here.
Sheriff, to clarify, evacuation warning. Yes. That means everyone can return, but they should be ready.
Sheriff, can you come over to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Should that be necessary?
That's exactly right. As you know, there was an immediate evacuation order issued, which resulted in people leaving the area, and we've been keeping them out. But this reduces that to an evacuation warning and does exactly what you said, allows people to return to their homes, allows people to resume their businesses, but we're telling them that they have to be vigilant. They have to pay attention to what's going on, and there is the prospect that we could issue another evacuation order if the circumstances change and the risk increases.
Sheriff, right now, they can go back right now.
Effective immediately.
Becker?
Question from the Southern California area, people wondering about the water that's coming down. I know you don't have an exact number, but any idea how much of that water is actually flowing all the way through the state water project in the various reservoirs versus how much is just going out to the ocean? I can't speak to how much is going out to the ocean. But I kind of want to respond to the wet weather we've had. We're statewide. We went from historic drought conditions to historic wet conditions. In this particular watershed and farther north, we're looking at the wettest year on record. We're not there yet. We haven't broken the record, but we're on track to. But that's consistent actually throughout the Sierras from a water supply point. So when you ask the question, how much this water is going out of the delta to the ocean, there's a lot of water moving around California right now, and we're going to see more water as we get into our typical spring runoff period. Here over the last month, the State Water Project has pumped significant amounts of water across the delta in close coordination with the Central Valley Project, our regulatory agencies, the State Water Board, and others to make sure that we're all complying with our permits, but we have the advantage of a fairly high flow event, not just in the Sacramento, but also the San Joaquin River. So that has allowed both our agency and
USBR to fill up, as an example, San Luis Reservoir. We continue to pump at historic high rates. We haven't pumped this much water in the history of the project. But also, we have water moving south from our facilities into other locations throughout the state. So, in other words, a lot of those other water supply reservoirs are also being topped off, yet we still have a large snowpack, and we will see kind of quite a spring runoff. So that's a good thing for water supply in California, especially coming off a historic drought. We still need to manage that, where that water is going, how much is going, and making sure that we're doing that within our present levee conditions, our reservoir conditions, and certainly environmental conditions in the Delta.
Got one right over here, please.
Is it possible that the emergency spillway will need to be used again this spring? How confident will you be in the integrity of that emergency spillway?
We're working very hard to improve the integrity of that system. The integrity of that system is in place now. We've addressed the issue that was identified the other night through our surveillance, and all the various technical teams that identified that concern, and we all jumped on that together. And we had the assessment as indicated by the sheriff. And so we have all eyes on this from multiple agencies and independent third parties. Okay, so but we're going to continue to increase our mitigation measures there to further increase its ability to handle a high water event if we had to use it. Our goal is to remove as much water from the reservoir so we don't have to use it. But as we've learned here in the last couple, this last week, is we need to prepare for all contingencies. If we had to use it, we want to make sure it's in a condition to take higher flows. And the mitigation measures we're putting in place now will address the issue that was identified a couple of days ago, but the additional measures will be taken in the coming days and weeks. In other words, we're not going to stop. We're going to keep on this. Then we will, again, further reduce the risk of having to use that facility again.
Okay, we have one more question, and then we're going to have some follow-ups afterwards. Right back here in the back. One more question. Thank you. Yes.
So the question is related to how climate change is affecting our critical infrastructure?
Well, I'm just wondering if these facilities are really adequate to the task.
From a climate change perspective, we may see higher flows during some of the events that maybe were a little different based at the time that they were designed. But that's the advantage of some of the new technology that we have. Remote sensing, better weather forecasting, improved communication between the dam operators, the weather service, the river forecasters, and our emergency managers and the public in this regard allow us to make more timely decisions on moving water out of those reservoirs, as an example, if we saw a higher flow event being forecast. So I think within our systems are prepared for any of the nuances that may come with climate change. But as we've seen with the historic drought conditions, things can get pretty dry. We can see very wet weather. Again, getting back to my comment about we're on track. Again, we haven't broke the wettest year on record, but we're on track to. So if we have typical years, we would see that we would break the record for this particular region of the state. So that's a lot of water. We need the water in California, but we're preparing, again, for that contingency so that all of us, as a reservoir operator, as our emergency managers and our law enforcement and you, the public, are prepared. And that's why it's important to be prepared for the potential, whether it's a dam concern or frankly it's just a runoff concern within the wonderful hydrologic system we have here in California.
I know you said one more question, but can you just explain what weather changed that dramatically from yesterday?
That concludes today's press briefing. However, we will have staff available to answer any follow-up questions. Thank you. Stefan? Hello.
The work will continue through the storm.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So what we're seeing out there is not going to stay. I mean, will it slow down?
No, that's going to be dependent on what those emergency responders find on the ground and what those engineers determine to be adequate.
All right, everybody. Well, that concludes the press conference on that dam update that we just brought you live here on the Fox News Now stream. Want to actually bring you guys to the update that I just got on my phone about that too, that they've been sending these alerts out to everyone just to kind of reiterate what they were saying during this press conference. Nearly 200,000 people living near that dam can now go home, but they still need to stay alert and prepared. So that's good news that those 200,000 people can now go home, but it's important that they still stay alert and prepared for any future situations that could happen. Appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 reporter Steve Kraft up here with me to discuss the Michael Flynn situation, the latest in any Trump news, as well as his story that he's working on for the 5 o'clock news here at Fox 10. In the meantime, I want to take you guys just to a live look of the White House. Steve coming up here with me to chat in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching. All right, you guys, also while we are waiting for Steve Kraft to come up here with me to discuss this story about President Trump's national security advisor resigning today, I want to give you guys just a little bit of an update from our anchor Troy earlier this morning as he discussed this story. So let's hear what he had to say earlier this morning, and then I'll have Steve up here with me live.
Michael Flynn is out as National Security Advisor. President Trump's advisor resigning after less than a month on the job over something he said, and some say, critics say, that he lied to his vice president. Those accusations that Flynn misled White House officials about what he said with a Russian ambassador. This is before Donald Trump was sworn in as president. Flynn had a phone conversation with the Russian ambassador to the U.S., and they discussed recent U.S. sanctions against Russia, which could be a violation of the Logan Act, and that bars private citizens from entering into any negotiation with the foreign government. To make matters worse, when he was asked about it, he told the White House, and apparently he told the vice president, that no, we didn't talk about that. So Vice President Mike Pence, just this past weekend, defended Flynn in multiple interviews, national interviews, and is now said to be furious that he was misled.
There is no way you survive lying to the vice president and having him go out on national television and lie on your behalf. It just can't be done.
So retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg is now acting National Security Advisor until a permanent replacement is found.
All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to give you an update on that. Got Steve Kraft coming up here with me in just a few minutes. All right, you guys, I've got Fox 10 reporter Steve Kraft up here with me. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
You have some red in your tie.
Getting there.
Yay! See,
I think
I'm
you've
wearing my
done a
red.
better job.
Yes. So, we're not here to discuss Valentine's Day, though. We're here to discuss the breakup of Michael Flynn and the White House. People break up on Valentine's Day, you guys. Or I guess the day before, really. It was the major breakup. But
well, it looks like it wasn't really a surprise that there were storm clouds over Michael Flynn, for General Flynn, I should say, for weeks, and that the president had problems with him, it looks like.
Yeah. So
for quite a while. Is
it the issue? Is the real issue that he spoke with a Russian ambassador, or is the issue that he lied about it and made
both.
Mike Pence look like a fool?
It's both, especially the lying about it part.
Yeah. Let me pull up some VO videos so you guys can get a look of Michael Flynn while we discuss this story. I figure this is kind of the big story of the day.
Is it just me, or have we heard the word lie so many times in the last month? It just seems like it's a steady drumbeat, one lie after another. This lie really was a tough thing inside the White House, because a guy who has an incredibly important job, whose word is so important, was just not telling the truth, and that's being charitable about his contacts with the Russian ambassador. And President Trump wasn't even president yet. This goes back to December.
Right, when they were just elected.
So he's talking to the ambassador about maybe we lift the sanctions that we laid on your country for taking over Crimea and invading Ukraine. And then he wasn't straight with the administration about what he'd told the Russians, and he's our number one national security guy under the president.
Mm-hmm.
It was bogus.
Why did he lie? And this might be a silly question, but why did he lie to Mike Pence about it? Was it that he thought Mike Pence wouldn't agree with what he was doing? And I just don't understand why he would let, then it was Vice President-elect Mike Pence, go on all these national TV interviews saying, no, Michael Flynn has not spoken with any Russian ambassador, and make him look like a fool.
The whole thing is incredibly inept and amateurish. I mean, this guy has such an important job, had such an important job. I mean, it had so much bearing on the security of our country, and to commit such a stupid and simple error like that, I don't know.
Yeah.
He was certainly going rogue, but he had a reputation for that. Kind of a conspiracy theorist. He had a lot of fanciful notions about all these terrorists coming across the Mexican border that have been completely unsupported by any evidence that anyone has ever dug up of any consequence. And so there's no question there were a lot of people, including a lot of Republicans, who really thought that Flynn was a flake and didn't belong where he was. And they're probably very happy that he has imploded after only 24 days on the job and that he's gone. So hopefully they can bring in someone who's a little bit more sane. That and the fact that his son was another guy who trafficked in conspiracy theories and peddled fake news outrageously.
Yeah.
And we had to call it for what it is. Fake news is a lie. Someone's peddling lies as if they're truth, trying to foist them on the public. So he was forced out, Flynn's kid.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, General Flynn himself. Now, he had a long career. He was a 3-star general. He had his fans, certainly, in Trump world. But I think it looks like the president and his team will move forward, hopefully find somebody who's solid and who doesn't commit such breathtaking ethical lapses so breezily and so quickly and so easily.
And what do you do in the meantime without a national security advisor? I guess just sort of make do with what you can, and
I think it's going to be something of a scramble coming up with somebody. But there are a lot of people. General Mattis is the Defense Secretary, and you've got Mike Pompeo at the CIA.
Sure.
There is an infrastructure there of people that the president trusts who are going to be concerned with national security matters. But one of the most important people is what General Flynn was doing. As the chief national security advisor to the president. And that hole is a gaping hole. This early in the administration, it kind of creates an image that it's a Keystone Cops, inept group of people running the country, when one of the most important people is that ethically compromised that quickly and falls apart that rapidly.
Yeah,
I don't think that's ever happened.
It's
never happened that I can remember in our history.
Yeah, when I was getting the news of it last night, I thought, wait, seriously, he resigned? And then I was getting news today that, in the White House press briefing, Sean Spicer said that he didn't resign, that President Trump fired him. So is it then?
I read
did
it.
he
I
fire
read
him
his
and then-
resignation letter.
Right.
And
So
and it's a resignation letter. Now it may have been a forced resignation where he got the message because he lied to Trump too.
yeah.
You know, if you don't resign, I'm just going to say you're fired. You're fired.
You're fired.
You know, he wrote a letter. You know, basically
Resigning.
resigning.
Officially resigning.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so. But he was. I think there are people. A lot of people on Capitol Hill considered him something of a crank, who was outside the mainstream of security thought for both parties in this country. If you were to ask, for example, Senator McCain, who knows a lot about defense issues, he'd say this guy was in way over his head and was kind of a nut and didn't belong where he was, and he's glad that he's gone.
Is this going to be a situation now, though, where you know how we have to when he picks someone, they have to go through all the hearings
No,
and then the debates?
this is not. This is not something that someone is vetted for.
Okay.
This is a pick the president makes, and that person immediately takes that job.
Okay. So we don't have to
There's
go
no
through...
advice and consent with the U.S. Senate on this one.
Okay, that's good, I guess. Then we have to go through more hearings.
Well,
and
it's
more...
good from the standpoint of getting a replacement quickly. The
Yeah.
thing that's bad about it is that had there been hearings, some of the more esoteric theories that Flynn clung to would have been publicized and laid bare, and perhaps there would have been senators who would say, this guy's outside the mainstream of American security thought. He doesn't belong in that job. But this is not that job. It's not a cabinet level job.
Okay. So
It's
they
an
won't have to
incredibly
do that.
important job, but it's not, like Secretary of Defense or, something like that.
Right. Do we know how he got caught in the lie? When I was reading about this, I just didn't understand how he lied for so long and got away with this lie, and then I guess...
These are conversations with the Russian ambassador.
And then...
And there's independent confirmation of it. And,
Right.
This is something that got back to the Trump inside people, and Vice President Pence and ultimately President Trump.
Yeah.
And so, from what I'm reading today, Mr. Trump knew about this for weeks.
That's what I was reading too, that they've known about this for a while and that they were sort of waiting on how to deal with it or something.
But it's been a rocky start for this administration, especially on security issues.
I mean,
we
how
had this
awful, yeah.
we had this situation last weekend that I'm still trying to puzzle through. Maybe our viewers have some perspective on it about the North Koreans test a missile that could potentially take out, say, Japan with a nuclear warhead.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of the president's at Mar-a-Lago with the Prime Minister of Japan, and instead of going to the secure rooms that travel with the president where they can go, won't be eavesdropped on, there won't be any way to find out what they're talking about, there's no one who's going to tap a phone or whatever, get into his cell phone. Instead of going to that secure location that travels with the White House, they're sitting around in a public dining area at this country club
I saw
with
those
other
pictures.
people at a wedding reception who weren't part of this group with the Japanese Prime Minister. And they're talking about what do we do with the North Koreans, and there's another guy who's an aide who's carrying the suitcase with the nuclear codes, the briefcase with the nuclear codes.
Right.
Posing for pictures with the guy who's on Facebook talking about, hey, here's the president, they're talking about the Koreans, so what are we going to do?
What a dinner to eavesdrop on out of all dinners to be.
What a spectacular lapse in judgment. What a breathtaking breach of security that could have been.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would think at the moment I became president, even before while I'm running, I would want to have that secure room all the time to make sure nothing gets messed up.
Well, certainly for those who wanted an unorthodox presidency, and there was a real hunger for that in this country.
Yeah.
In the last election, which is one of the reasons President Trump is the president. He has not disappointed when it comes to running an unorthodox White House.
That's true. I mean, he's definitely doing
It's
things
unorthodox.
differently. So
that's for sure.
I'm gonna pull up too.
And that way, he's kept
Twitter.
a promise to do things differently. He's broken the mold. But the reason that we have a lot of these security protocols is because, they work.
Right.
You don't want to get your phone tapped. You don't want to get your
Sometimes
computer
going-
broken into. That's
Yeah.
one of the reasons he won the presidency, because someone broke into a computer, right?
Yeah.
For the Democrats.
I would think that I would always want things extremely secure. I wouldn't want to be at a dinner table where anyone could hear.
I'm concerned about his cell phone, the one he does tweets on.
Right.
Or allegedly does tweets on, or tells people what to do, because I don't know if he knows how to use Twitter.
Do they give you a new cell phone too when you become president?
Well,
You know,
President
what,
Obama
white-
was given a special security-cleared BlackBerry that he carried around. I don't think he wanted it, but that's what they told him to use.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is that President Trump uses. I believe it is an Android system phone, last I heard.
I would want something.
You'd think there'd
I
be
would want
something
something new given to me with.
some James Bond type unbreakable thing. I don't know.
Like its own network, not an Android, not an iPhone, but like its own presidential
It makes me nervous
network.
because he's taking important information and calls and sending out all kinds of data that could be very crucial. So.
Right, like the cloud, is it really secure? I mean, think about how many celebrities got hacked through the iPhone cloud.
The last thing we need is a president getting hacked.
Right.
Especially when it comes to national sensitive security issues. You don't want that going into the wrong hands.
No. So.
But the one interesting thing I find also is that the Russians who helped install President Trump in the White House by hacking into the Democrats, by all accounts, maybe are now thinking, maybe we should have buyer's remorse. Maybe we're not as happy with the guy that we've helped win as we thought we'd be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's going to be a little bit less of an ally than he seemed. Maybe some other people, the Senator McCain and Senator Graham type faction of the GOP, are getting into his ear a little bit, and he's going to pull back from some of his comments that we should be buddy-buddy with the Russians.
Yeah, because I mean, again, Spicer said in the press briefing that President Trump has been very tough on Russia recently. That as opposed to the difference of the way.
Where has he been tough on Russia?
I guess just that's what Sean Spicer said in the press briefing, saying he's been actually really tough on Russia lately. But people are saying no. During his campaign, he was praising Putin and praising.
From my perspective, as just a mere reporter. If he's tough on him, it'll be we're not going to lift the sanctions. He's going to take a tough negotiating stance with the Russians.
Yeah.
Now, he has talked about the sanctions maybe shouldn't be lifted, which is news the Russians don't want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe there's some tough talk. But in terms of tough actual decisions, it's early. To be fair to the president, he just started. It seems like he's been there for 2 or 3 years, but he's only been there for a few weeks.
I know.
So we don't really know how his Russian policy is going to roll out. And maybe I'm going to always look on the silver lining side of things. Maybe the chaos within this administration, the lack of organization, the improvisational attitude that they've had, putting in people with obvious ethical problems in their past and esoteric theories about security, maybe that'll keep the Russians off balance. Maybe there's something.
They don't know what's going to happen.
Maybe the fact that the people don't know what's going to happen inside Washington will help us because the Russians aren't going to know either.
Right. So I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, I wonder what Vice President Mike Pence is thinking right now. Or I guess not right now. It's not like the news is surprising to him today. But when he found out he had been lied to after going on all those news networks and saying and defending Michael Flynn, I would wonder.
It's not the first time that's happened in Washington, and certainly it's happened to Democrats as well as Republicans. So it's not a new phenomenon, but it certainly isn't something that people in power like when someone underneath them has not been straight with them. But it's happened.
Yeah.
The question now is who's going to take over?
Right.
Will it be David Petraeus, who, by all accounts is an absolute authority on security matters and knows a lot about trouble spots around the world? But then, of course, he's the one who had the affair with the woman who was the biographer, Paula Broadwell, and then that was a big to-do, and he was held to account in court for that. Does that make it
choices?
So they can't pick him?
Yeah, is that an ethical? But again, like you said, they don't have to go through any sort of hearings, so it's not like they would get questioned on that, really. Right?
They would be questioned by people and by media, and the media does help shape the narrative of how the country views the administration.
True.
And so, for better or for worse, the media is a force in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the president wants to have a positive message going out about what his administration is doing. So they have to decide, in the case of a guy like General Petraeus, whether the negatives outweigh the positives, or maybe we're better off with a guy who's an expert and acknowledge that he's made some ethical mistakes in his past, but he's moved past them, he's paid a price for them, and he's ready to contribute to the country. Maybe the president just picks him and says that, and then we move on.
So you think that's probably who they're going to go with, or
I
maybe
have
consider?
I have a feeling that Petraeus is an inside track candidate for this post.
Yeah.
Because he has an encyclopedic knowledge, and he's respected on both sides of the aisle, as far as that goes.
Yeah. And then I guess Michael Flynn, what do you do after something like that?
Well, he's, I'm sure he is, I don't know.
Savings.
He's a 3-star general who's been retired, and he's probably will do just fine.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see him get into the media. I wouldn't be surprised to see him on some of the more right-wing media outlets. You could see him on Breitbart as a commentator. You might see him, well, maybe not
That's
Breitbart,
true.
because Steve Bannon was a Breitbart guy and ran Breitbart, and Steve Bannon is now a major power in the administration, so maybe that wouldn't be a good move. But he might pop up on Newsmax, for example.
Yeah,
he might do
that's
talk show.
true.
He could be on the Daily Caller. There's plenty of conservative media outlets that might welcome him.
Yeah.
He might turn up on Fox.
That is a good guess, actually, of what could happen.
Yeah, especially as time rolls on and people kind of say, okay, well, he shouldn't have done that, but he's out of power now. And he
Now
does
he's got
have a
stuff to say.
perspective.
Yeah.
He'll have things to say. He might write a book.
They always write books,
Who reads all this stuff?
I don't know. Who's got the time?
Hillary Clinton is supposedly writing a book right now.
She should.
Who's going to buy it? Who's going to buy it?
I think
you think people want to buy that?
I don't know. I think people that voted for her and like her would buy it, right? Or no? What do you think? I
don't know.
What if it was like inside secrets too, or
How
what
much
if it
is she
said
really going to?
all my emails in one
all these
book.
politicians, to me, who write these books, to me, they're always writing a book with an ulterior motive to polish their legacy or maybe prepare the ground for yet another campaign. So how
That's
candid
true.
are they going to be in a book? Who's really going to be flat out honest in a book? I never trust
I know.
politicians.
That's what's kind of annoying is you buy the book and you're excited to read it, but then it's like, is there anything in here I don't already know, really?
Yeah.
So, but you buy it because you're a fan of them or you...
What's she going to do different in her book than we've already heard 20 times?
Maybe she'll say, here are all the emails that you are looking for, pages
Maybe.
1 through 300. I don't know. Maybe she'll go into her real feelings behind it. Because, I mean, as you saw, she really stayed unemotional during her campaign. She didn't let her emotions get to her, which I think was good as a female running for president. It can be tough. You don't want to come off emotional or anything like that. Maybe she'll share behind the scenes. When he would take digs at her during the debates, and she would kind of keep a straight face. She wouldn't show too much emotion towards it. Maybe she'd go into that in the book, like my real feelings during these moments, or what I don't know.
Maybe, and I know there's some people who are fans of hers, and she'd probably make a profit on it.
There's got to be some secret, something we don't already know that she's got to say is going to come out in the book. Something.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But, they've been around a long time, the Clintons.
Yeah. There's got to be
I
something.
guess people will either love the book or be completely not interested in reading it. And I suspect a lot of people who watch Fox News now are not going to buy the book. There's my
I don't
safe
know. Would you guys
prediction
buy
for
the
this
book? I mean, I guess it would
I wanna
depend
hear from
on
people-
what would make people buy it.
Let's hear from FNN fans worldwide, because you go around the world,
Yeah, we're all over.
who are going to buy the Hillary Clinton autobiography.
Would you guys buy the book?
Would you
The
buy
Hillary
the book?
Clinton-
Let's have a vote.
I think it would really depend. At least for me, there would have to be something in there that I don't already know about the person. But let us know in the chat, you guys. Would you read the book, the Hillary Clinton book?
And there's a lot of intrigue that's going to come out about Michael Flynn, because the FBI has been involved in this investigation going back into December.
Yeah.
And so some of our viewers in our live chat are wondering whether there were ethical violations or even legal violations committed by some of our own security agencies in monitoring what General Flynn was saying to the Russians.
Yeah.
Will that be a problem? Apparently it wasn't enough of a problem that President Trump didn't feel he was justified in firing him.
Yeah, apparently not. But I mean, again, Thomas says no. Mike.
Mary
fails.
Kate is a goddess.
Thanks. But would you buy the book?
No.
But here's the thing.
He said no.
But here's the thing, and a lot of them, everyone's saying no. I'd buy it to burn it. Okay, but what if it was? So I'm assuming that some of you are Trump supporters. If he wrote a book, would you buy that? I mean, because I would think that the Hillary supporters would buy the book. Or the people that voted for Hillary would buy the book.
Well, here's someone saying, Max says, I would buy it ironically. So he'd buy it because other people would say they would buy it to use as kindling for their fire. Okay. Well, I guess
Everyone's
it is
saying, heck
wood
no.
product.
My auto-tune saying, sure, why not? I mean, I think, political views aside, it would just have to be, even if you didn't vote for her, I think there would have to be something in there that's
Maybe there will be, I don't know.
never been...
But I just don't, I think that all politicians, including when President Trump writes his book when he leaves office, they always couch what they really want to say.
To have the book
So they'll look
later.
good in the eyes of history, and that the succeeding generations will think better of them.
Oh, you mean so the book never really has much more in it because they want to just
I've
polish
never read
their
one of these
reputation.
books. I've never read one of these, exactly, it's a great
Right.
way of putting it. I've never read one of these books where I really felt, oh, wow, I can't believe that. That's so fascinating.
They never told anyone that before.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why they are politicians, because they can say everything and nothing.
Right. It's a skill, too, to learn.
It's kind of like being a reporter.
Yeah, that's true. You know, we say everything but nothing at the
Well,
same time.
we do try to say something.
Well, it's kind of like
Or get
Leanne
you guys to say
Rimes.
something.
We all kind of know about Leanne Rimes. When she finally came out, and I don't know if she came out with a book, but she's coming out now saying, you know, that she's against Scientology, and here's her real experience now.
Is it Leanne Rimes or some other Leanne?
No, Leanne Rimes is the country singer,
She's a
isn't
singer.
it? Yeah. No, who's what's her
Leanne
name? You know, the one that was in the Scientology.
Right.
She's the actress. I wanted to tune in for those interviews because she actually wanted to share her real
Romini
opinion.
was her name?
Yeah.
Leah Romini?
Something like that.
Did she actually
She was
say
from the
anything?
King. She actually started to talk about how she really felt about being in Scientology, that she didn't agree with it, and actually saying what Tom Cruise was really like in there. And actually, those interviews I actually tuned in for because I was like, okay,
So
we're
she
learning
spilled the
something
beans.
that we didn't know. But again, that wasn't a book, so I guess it's not a great comparison. But I was interested to see, okay, you're actually going to share something that maybe you didn't want people to know for so long. But yeah, you're right. I think when it comes to buying a book, you never buy the book, and it's never a real surprise, is it? It's never really.
Not really.
No. That's sad.
Oh well, I don't want to bring people down.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be.
Sorry, guys.
Maybe it'll be the greatest thing since
Hillary Clinton's probably like, no,
Mark Twain's
it's gotta be great.
autobiography of Ulysses S. Grant.
Well, what about, you know, like President Obama's probably going to have a book or come out, right?
I'm sure he will.
Former President Obama, I
Right,
guess I should say.
I'm sure he will.
But will people want to read that, or do you think it would be?
I don't know. I mean, historians and journalists will want to read it, and Obama fans will want to read it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something in there he'll share that we don't know.
Maybe he'll say, you know, here's some mistakes I made, and I regret doing X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
I should have been more. When it comes to Syria, we should have intervened, or, you know, I should have done immigration reform earlier, or, you know, something.
Or share just his real feelings behind things.
And I'd love to hear his real feelings about Trump.
Yeah, maybe
accusing him of
that.
not being an authentic American for 10 years. What
And
does he
then-
really feel about that? Because he always was like, you know, buddy-buddy, and when he met with him after the election and
Right.
never really brought it up, but he must have been seething underneath.
Right. So maybe we'll actually hear the real side of the story.
Right.
So maybe some things like that we can. And pictures, never before seen pictures like they always
Maybe.
have in the middle of the book that you open up.
But don't you get so burned out on politics just being around it to go home and read more and more about it?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
It can be a little bit much, I think, to then.
Don't you? I mean,
go home
when
and
you
read
go
about it,
home, do you
too.
want to, you know, watch C-SPAN, or do you want to actually watch something?
Something on Netflix that's
Yeah.
sort of mind-numbing, so you
Yeah.
can tune out of it.
Yeah.
I've been watching The Office over. I
Oh,
like
that's
that
a
show.
great show.
I love that show.
That was a classic.
It really is. It puts me in a good mood, you know?
was funny.
Wasn't he great on that, the guy that played Michael Scott?
Steve Carell?
Yeah.
Do you think, though, that once he left the show, they had a couple years where they had, like, Will Ferrell doing it, or James Spader being the boss? Or...
It just wasn't the same without him, you know? It's
No.
still good.
It was clever, but it wasn't the same show.
Dwight was my favorite character.
Yeah, he was great.
He was great. Great.
There was a
actor.
lot of it that was, it was so clever.
It was so relatable to what, you know, an office is like.
So
and
how much like The Office is this newsroom?
everyone's a different character, I guess, but it's not like a typical 9-to-5 office paper company job, you know, but it is.
But here we are, for those folks who can't see all the rest of the room like we can. We're in a large room with probably, I don't know, 60 people, 50, 60 people all told.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like your second family in a way.
Yeah.
It's your work family.
Right.
You may not hang out with other people when you're not here all that much, but, you know, a third of your life you are here.
And I think, too, The Office is a good portrayal of, like, everyone has a Dwight in the office, everyone has a Pam, everyone has a, you know, I just think it's such a relatable show.
Kevin.
Yeah.
He's a funny character.
Oh, they're all so funny. I'm on season 3. I think there's like 8 seasons, so Michael's still on it right now, but I love it. Hi,
Yeah,
guys. Thanks for watching with us. But you're working on a pretty crazy story, actually.
I am, and I don't want to bring you
Coming
guys
up at
down.
5.
It's a story about a man who lives in Chandler, and about half the year he works on a fishing boat in the Bering Sea in the frigid cold, catching snow crab off the coast of Alaska.
Right.
And the boat has been missing since Saturday with 6 people aboard.
And did they say it was based in Seattle and it was going to Alaska?
Well, I think the owners of the boat were based in Seattle, but the boat sailed and did its fishing off the coast of Alaska, looking
Okay.
for snow crab, among other things.
So you're going to give us some more information on that? And
Right. So, folks telling us about this
That's so
missing
sad.
mariner and what a great guy he is, and how they're hoping that he's rescued. But
Yeah.
everybody's fearing the worst. The Coast Guard has suspended its search, so they're fearing that this boat, which was called the Destination, might have gone underwater and is now somewhere way underwater.
These guys are really experienced, right? They do this every year, you said.
They do,
so.
but it's a really, really dangerous job.
Yeah.
Fishing is a really dangerous job.
Well, hopefully we'll see more about that coming up at, when's that air, 5?
5 and 6, so I have to write a couple stories.
Nice. All right, well, I won't keep you any longer, but thanks for coming up here and chatting with me, and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Same
Have
to
a
you.
wonderful day.
Thanks.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
All right, later.
All right, you guys, thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. That was Fox 10 reporter Steve Kraft up here with me. Don't forget to follow him on Twitter. Let's pull that up real quick just so you guys can see his Twitter account here. And if you tweet him, only nice things, right? No haters. Love to hear your opinions on our segment. That's Steve Kraft. He was just up here with me. We're streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Thanks for joining me, you guys. I want to take you to another story here. I'm checking the feeds just to make sure I'm not missing anything today. Let's pull up for you, though, some of the stories I wanted to take you guys to today. Let's get this up and going. All right, so news about, we'll move away from politics for a little bit. News about the new iPhone 8 has come out. What do you guys think about this? Have you heard any news on the new iPhone 8? I still have the, what do I have? I think the 6. 6 Plus is too big for me. What do you guys have? Do you even have an iPhone? Well, we're learning now about the iPhone 8. They just keep getting bigger, though. I like them when I think the good size was the iPhone 5. You know, I think that was a good size, and the 4 was pretty good too. But maybe that's just my preference. So let's see what Fox 10 anchor Celeste has to say about the new iPhone 8. It's a pretty short segment. It's only about 4 minutes, but I just want to keep you guys updated here, and then I'll take you to the next live event.
And that was a beautiful sunrise.
Wasn't it?
So nice.
Gorgeous.
Celeste is getting social with us, and you're talking what? New iPhone?
New iPhone. Okay,
Wow.
so give me the deets on what you guys have, your iPhones right now.
I've got a 6S Plus, and
Okay.
Andrew, we're so proud of you.
Of course, you have the 6S Plus.
You
I have
had to
the
throw in the
6S.
plus. Okay.
All right, no
That's the
more
one
4S
I have. I have the
anymore.
6S. Okay, so is the plan to upgrade when they come out with the 8s?
No. Not for me.
Yeah. That's not this September, is it?
You
It's
always
coming
buy
up.
into
This
the upgrades.
I keep a phone for 2 years. I use the heck out of this thing. This thing gets beat
I
up.
know.
I want the newest technology. This is
I
a
don't.
tool.
I don't.
And you're kind of a high roller, so it's kind of a big
Yeah,
deal.
there you go.
You're kind of a
Have
big
you seen
deal.
my car?
Yeah.
No.
All right. So let's
200K.
talk about this. Let's show you some, I believe we have some video for you to show you as well. And let's talk about the iPhone 8. This is the 10th anniversary of this iPhone. A couple of rumored things that have been released into the media that we're chatting about this morning. They're talking about a wireless charger that would may or may not have an adapter available, you know, maybe for some of your other devices. Now, what we're hearing about the company that's making this wireless charger, it's the same company who made the charger for the Apple Watch. So the Apple Watch has a magnetic charger. So you stick, it's like a magnet that sticks to the back of the Apple face of the watch. And so that's potentially could be the case.
But it's
where
wired, right?
It's that one is wired, but they're
Okay.
talking about the same company making the wireless charger for the new iPhone. But here's the big thing that folks are talking about: the cost. $1,000.
Oh.
Nope.
My.
$1,000.
N to the O.
That makes no sense
thank
because even my 6S Plus, it was crazy expensive, like $750. It's going up $250.
$1,000 for a cell phone. You have to be kidding me.
And I believe, you know, these are just a couple of the things they're chatting about. There could be more details on this to come as we get closer. But it also is the 10th anniversary of this device.
So why not? Let's make it as expensive as can be.
So the question is whether or not folks at home will actually buy it. So we posted this on Facebook. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this. So Brandon says, I've switched back and forth over the years. He's talking about between Android and iPhone. Come to the conclusion, I need to stay with Apple. Haven't left Apple since iPhone 5S.
Oh, wow.
Chad says, no, I plan on getting the Samsung Galaxy S8 in April. I had an iPhone for 1 day to try it out. I didn't like it. Exchanged it in the next day. Brent Kleinman, of course people will buy it because all the carriers will sell it with a 2-year payment plan of $42 a month. Got to have the newest gadgets. And then a couple of fun ones. I'll stick with my plain old flip phone. Karen still has the flip phone.
Go Karen.
No kidding. And then Sergio says, I don't know about all that new iPhone business, but I was going through some stuff this past weekend and found my beeper.
No way.
So I told him, I
Go,
said,
Sergio.
take that into Verizon and ask them to reconnect it, and I would pay to see the look on their face. That would be awesome.
We had pagers here, and I remember we thought it was so cool when we had pagers that they could put little messages on.
Yeah, that was
Please call the station.
It wasn't just the phone. It wasn't just the number, the phone number. It was like, you know,
yeah, they
hello,
could
good
send
morning.
a little, like a text.
Do you remember that song, Beepers? Beepers.
No.
Deep, deep, deep beepers. No.
Is that one of your rap songs?
And it's kind of old school hip hop. I wouldn't say rap.
I want to find that one. It's not coming to my mind right now.
Thanks.
All right, you guys, so that was just a little bit of an update on the iPhone 8. $1,000 for the new iPhone 8. And obviously, I mean, you would probably just get a plan so that you pay, you know, however much per month instead of buying it straight up for $1,000. But still, I mean, what do you guys think about that? $1,000 for a new iPhone. Here's the thing, though. I mean, people will pay it. People love to stick with what they know. They don't want to switch to a different phone. I think that people would pay that. But again, most of you aren't really paying this, you know, the flat fee of it. You work with your plan, whether it's Sprint or Verizon or whatever, and you pay per month for the phone. But I thought that was sort of interesting, and I wanted to bring you guys to that story here on Fox News Now. I do want to pull up for you right now this Instagram post from Ivanka Trump. She just posted this. It is Valentine's Day, everybody. And this is the boomerang post that she just put out on her Instagram page. There's a little bit of a news coming in today about Ivanka Trump. Actually, my co-host Mike Pace is the one that told me about this story a little bit earlier today. Mike, you told me about this story with Ivanka, and I just wanted to talk about it a little bit.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Happy Valentine's. Oh, did you wear your pink for Valentine's Day too, just like me?
That's amazing.
Isn't that nice? Look at that.
Valentine's is just a great time to think about your loved ones in your life.
Yeah,
you don't have to be a significant other.
Yeah, you don't have to be in a relationship. I think that people always think, you know, I hate Valentine's Day if you're not in a relationship. I love the holiday.
Oh yeah, it's great. And you know what? You know who else loves it? Hallmark loves it, and
yeah.
the
I
restaurants.
guess it is a Hallmark holiday, but isn't there a Saint Valentine that we're honoring or something like that?
Yes, there was a Saint Valentine, and I found this out today.
What?
About Valentine's Day.
What?
Valentine's Day is when you go to a restaurant, it's the second busiest time at the restaurants in the whole year.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the first, like New Year's Eve or something?
Mother's Day.
Oh,
look at that!
Because none of us know how to cook except for our moms, so we just take them out.
So the moms can't be in the kitchen on, on their day.
You gotta let them relax on Mother's Day. You can't make them cook. So the second busiest, is Valentine's Day. That makes sense.
That makes sense. You know, there's gonna be a lot of people out tonight.
Oh, but you know what? What do you think about people that propose on Valentine's Day? No, I'm sorry if anyone has a plan.
You know what?
It's not a bad thing. But
here's what I say.
Yeah.
You have 364 days. Other days that you could pick. Why do you got to pick it on this one? Yeah. Why do you have to pick? You know, I'd much rather have it on Christmas.
Right.
Do it on Christmas. Do it on Christmas Eve.
Because then do you celebrate your engagement anniversary? No, you just celebrate your wedding anniversary.
Yeah. So you could do it at any time.
Right.
But you know what? It's a stretch, I think, to do it on Valentine's Day.
I
think the people that do it on Valentine's Day are the ones that are a little bit insecure if they're going to say yes or no.
Yeah, that's true. Or it also steals the thunder from other couples. You know, you're looking on Instagram of how are my friends celebrating Valentine's Day, and you see some of your girlfriends have gotten proposed to, and you're like, well, all I got was a box of chocolates. But I don't know. I mean, I think that do your parents say I love you or send you a card or anything, or are they kind of like?
Well, I got a little Chase Quick Pay from my mom.
What's that? Oh, Chase Quick Pay.
You know,
like
they deposit a little money in your account.
That's so
Isn't that so nice that your mom's still doing that?
Your mom sent you some money. See, that's nice.
That's nice.
See, and I think that means that, Valentine's Day isn't just about your significant other. My mom sent me a card.
Oh, there you go.
I think it's fine. Are you guys celebrating Valentine's Day? Let me know. I know I mentioned this last week. A lot of people were saying, we hate Valentine's Day. It doesn't have to be about significant other. And I was showing people a little bit earlier this Instagram from Ivanka,
Yes.
little boomerang. I think it's kind of cool.
That's a great little shot there of Ivanka, the first daughter there, celebrating the holiday as well.
You know how hard those are to take, those boomerangs? I mean, they're hard to
I
take.
know. How did she make it like where it was perfect, like that, like the hearts don't even turn?
I know.
Like they just go up.
Because, I don't know, because I bet that took her a
That's
couple
special.
times. Because with the boomerang, you have to do, it's like one move, and then it keeps doing the same. So you have to just do...
That's special.
And then I wanted to bring up this one, too. Real Donald Trump. That's his Instagram handle, yeah. He posted this to his Instagram.
Oh, look at this.
Just moments ago. Him and Melania.
President Trump doing it for the gram right there.
Pretty cute. Happy Valentine's Day.
That's a great shot, yeah.
So I think that's cute that people are celebrating it. Now, one more picture that I wanted to bring up for you, and I want to get...
I look at that photo and I say, wow, I can't believe that was just last month. Not even a month ago. That's hard to believe, too.
What? Oh, that
the inauguration wasn't even a month ago. It feels like it's been like 3 months already.
I know. Let me pull up this for you. Hold on. This is what's so funny to me.
Hey, remember when you were in grade school and you'd have to give a little Valentine card to everyone?
Yeah, but the one that you gave your crush, you always sort of like made it a little nicer.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Was that
like
just
me?
Was that the handmade one?
Yeah, I would always like put
that's
something
nice.
extra in it for my crush. Like, I still love you. Do you like me back? No. This is a picture I wanted to show. Someone tweeted this out.
Oh, look at this.
Pence getting last-minute flowers on Valentine's Day.
Oh, the VP.
Which, I mean, if you went to the grocery store this morning or if you were anywhere around the shopping area, you could see all the guys getting the last-minute gifts.
Yeah.
And I guess Vice President Mike Pence was one of those guys out there getting flowers for his wife, which I thought was kind of funny.
That's amazing. That is nice.
Yeah, I just thought we could discuss that. I mean, not really a big talker, but it is a special holiday, you guys.
It's special for everyone. Yeah, it's special for everyone because you all have somebody that you love.
Yeah. So I think that's good. And
Friend, a family member, and then shout out to all those that are trying to pursue somebody.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I think that today could be the day for you.
Yeah.
Send her flowers.
Let her know that you're, thinking.
Yeah, that you're thinking about her, right? I mean, I think that's... I guess you don't send a guy flowers, though. If there's a guy you're thinking about, do you send him chocolates or something?
Yeah, maybe chocolates.
Or just cash to his Chase card. Because that's what
there you go.
Mike loves
How about
that.
just some cash in my account, in my Chase?
Yeah. So,
you know what I was wondering? I haven't seen, maybe this is just from my friends and family, but I haven't seen too many postings of people getting flowers like on Facebook. Or have you seen that much today? Like people just posting like, here's what my...
Not really.
I haven't seen that more.
It's just like pictures with their significant
Yeah.
other, like a past picture.
Yeah.
But not that many pictures of what they're getting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Do you think it's because they're... I don't know. That would freak me out, I think, if I were only a week into dating and they made a whole thing of it. Because then it's not genuine. It's like, you don't even love me yet. We've only been dating a week, right? So...
Yeah, you know what I do love about Valentine's Day for all the lovers out there?
What?
What I do love about the holiday is when it happens on a weekday.
Why?
Because I always feel like when it happens on a weekend, the people get gypped because the flowers don't get to come to their business or where they're working, because then the guy is just going to give you the flowers, at home.
Yeah.
This way, it always is nice when it's during the week.
And then you get it sent to your office.
Yeah. And then it's getting sent to the office and
you
people
can
are
walk
excited.
around with your flowers.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no big deal.
Yes.
He just loves me.
Yes.
But is it just for women? I mean, girls should give the guy a gift too, right?
Absolutely.
Because I feel like there's a misconception of it's just for girls. That
No.
women get the gifts, but guys get chocolates or something in between,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, chocolates or maybe a back massage.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, like one
it
of those
doesn't have
gift
to be,
cards that say a year's worth of back massages.
Yeah.
Or something. Like make one of those fake cards.
That'd be a great offer.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll be together in a year.
Yeah.
See, that would be a creepy gift if you gave it like a weekend. Here's a year's worth of
Oh,
hugs.
yeah. Then
You'd be like,
you're talking about just the stress going on your shoulders and you're like, oh.
Yeah, that's too much. Yeah, but I think guys deserve a gift too. I don't think it should just be about the girls.
No, and guys don't need much though.
But where do you go out to eat? I mean, where's an appropriate restaurant to take someone? You don't take them to Chipotle or something casual, right?
But do you do the whole steakhouse thing? Do you go that far?
Is that too far? And then, because my friend used to be a hostess at a steak restaurant, she said on Valentine's Day she would see so many proposals at the restaurant. You know, just they would get their steak and then they would be the proposal, and I don't know.
Why do it on that day though? You could do it any other day.
I mean, at the same time, I guess it's the most romantic day of the year or
Yeah.
something, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
is it
that's-
too cheesy?
I don't know. Yeah, it just
And it's
seems
like, when did he propose? Valentine's Day,
Yeah.
you know? And you're thinking you're just going to open up some chocolates and
yeah, it
it's
seems
like
pretty
a ring.
basic. It seems pretty basic.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I would feel bad for anyone out there that's planning to propose tonight.
Would you ever do a first date on Valentine's Day?
Oh gosh, no, no. Oh gosh, no. I was telling Steve that I started watching The Office again. Have you ever seen The Office?
Yes.
And the temp starts dating Kelly, the really romantic girl,
Mhm.
and he gets all upset. He's like, I hooked up with her on February 13th. Why would I do that the day before Valentine's Day? Like, you can't do anything new right around the holiday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would you go on a first date on Valentine's Day?
No, I wouldn't.
Because in the
No.
show, she's like, so I know we've been hanging out, and I didn't know if you want to go on a date tonight. No, it's like Valentine's Day, but you know, it's so awkward.
And
I don't know.
You know what's another thing you'll see out today is just a lot of friends get together that are single and they'll go out.
Right.
They'll go out. Maybe they'll go out bowling. Maybe they'll go out to a bar or a restaurant. You know, have some fun.
I think bowling's fun. Doing
Yeah.
something that's like casual. I think guys get a lot of pressure for this, don't they? When you start seeing like the Jared and the K. Julia commercials.
Don't even.
What do you
Yeah.
guys think about those? Are they like, oh god,
Well,
is
that's
this
a
what I'm
lot.
supposed to do?
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure then. But that then you're talking about. Hopefully, you've been in a relationship for
a long time.
Yeah.
And then I
you
don't
know
think
the
guys
person.
mind it as much. I think at the beginning though it's too pressuring.
Yes.
You don't want to have to feel. But Dexterity in the chat saying 2 things can happen. He forgets Valentine's Day or the anniversary. I guess if you do it on Valentine's Day, you'll never forget when you proposed. But
Yeah, that's
again,
true.
I don't know.
But here's the thing: when you propose, you'll never have to think about that day again, because you only think about your anniversary
That's true.
of when you got married.
Your wedding anniversary. Yeah.
So I bet a lot of people forget the
That they
day they
proposed.
got proposed to.
Right. Yeah. And if you guys are proposing tonight, like, don't overthink it. Like, you should still do it. And if you are wondering,
you shouldn't.
No, you gotta plan for. But they probably have everything all set up with balloons and
Yeah.
everything. I don't know. I mean, whatever. I think the cheesiness is totally overlooked by the fact that they're so happy to be proposed to, right?
Yes.
So
Now, what do you think the breakdown is? The percentage from guys that propose that. You know, because sometimes most times when guys propose, they know it's a sure thing. They've talked about it before, about, getting married, blah, blah, blah. But what do you think the percentage is of guys asking and they're not sure if the girl's going to say yes or no?
Well, have you seen those videos on YouTube where it's like awkward refusals
Yeah.
to proposals?
Yeah.
It's like, how did they get refused? I
Like,
don't
don't they
understand.
talk
Did they
about
ever-
anything?
Maybe the guy because I thought this when I was younger, that you're not supposed to talk about it. It's supposed to be a big surprise.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is supposed to be a big surprise, right? Because then they could say no.
Yeah, they could say no and you'll be a big fool.
I mean, how could you misjudge the connection that much that they would say no?
I think it's overconfidence, right? You're just like so confident.
You're so confident that they like you, but then they say no. I couldn't imagine that. I think, okay, so here's the question I want to ask, and you guys let me know in the chat, and I want to hear this from you.
All right.
If you're getting proposed to in public in front of people, do you say yes to spare him the embarrassment
Oh, wow.
and tell him later, hey, no, or do you say no right then and there? What's worse? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can
it's
see
like-
myself saying yes to spare him the embarrassment since there's people watching.
Well,
but then
how big of a
mean-
public setting? Like a mall, I would still say.
Yeah, like
just
let's
tell
say
me
it's as public as a mall or a restaurant. People are looking and
Oh.
clapping. Champagne's being brought out. What are you supposed to do? Say no?
Yeah, that's true.
But
Wow.
but then is it mean then to later say, look, I didn't want to embarrass you, but I don't think this is going to work? What's worse? Do you pretend and say yes?
That's a great topic right there. I don't know what you would do.
That's hard.
And let's say you're at the restaurant, you propose, and you get denied. Does the restaurant kind of say, all right, we're not going to give you the bill. Like, we feel bad for you, buddy? Or do they still hit you with the bill? You lost the girl. The girl ran out because she's embarrassed. She said no.
And then you're spending $200 or however much it costs, to get the special champagne with the engraved date on it. I mean, I would think the restaurant would be cool enough, and depending on where you are, would probably maybe comp it if they all had to watch it happen.
I'd hope so.
But that's, because as we see those refusals, people actually get out their cell phones and film it as the girl's saying no. As if your embarrassment could be any worse. It then gets put on YouTube.
Yeah.
JB Snipe saying, I'd say yes. So you would say yes and spare him the embarrassment?
Yeah, well, that's nice. That's nice for a little bit, and then you're going to get heartbroken later. So you're pretty much just putting heartbreak on hold.
And then Michael J saying that he would say, I'd think about it. But isn't that kind of just as bad?
Yeah.
Like, I'd think about it?
Oh, if someone said, I think about it, you just might as well leave there.
Even hesitation, even a few seconds
slight,
of hesitation is like...
Yeah, too much.
But so, I don't know. And I know that you don't get proposed to, the girl gets to propose to. But if I was proposing to you, Mike, saying, would you be my co-host forever?
Okay.
Would you say yes just to spare me the embarrassment and then later tell me? Or would you just say no in front of all the people here in the newsroom?
Well, folks, there'd be no question about it. I'd always say yes. Yes.
See?
Yes and forever.
That's great. And we didn't even have to have a talk about it
before.
See?
So you came in confident and you're going to leave a happy person.
Yeah. Tom Russ saying it depends if she really wants to marry him. Well, if she doesn't, she would either say no there or say no later.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it just depends. I would feel really, really bad saying no in front of a lot of people.
Yes, because they're all watching.
They're
all watching.
I think it hurts more to say no and have them embarrassed. Just say it later, right?
Yeah, say it later. Say it maybe a car ride home.
Yeah, when do you do it? Car ride home? Like, I guess wait till you get back to the place and
because
say,
you can't let it go too long because the guy's going to be calling all his family members.
Oh gosh, yeah. What if he's calling his mom? Like, Mom, we did it. And you're like, can you hang up the phone just 1 second, please? That would be awkward.
That'd be bad. I feel for everybody today.
Gia says I'd grab them and take them into another room, but it only increases the hype even more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What if you felt like it was coming? You're like, or ran to the bathroom and didn't come back.
Yeah, you'd probably have to leave forever.
Leave forever and never change your number.
Sure.
That's a total yeah. Well, if you're wondering what to eat for Valentine's Day, we did have a chef in the newsroom a little bit earlier. So
let's see.
To that segment, let's see what they're cooking up.
Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody, to your future, to your current, to your ex.
To your future exes.
Yes,
right?
there you go.
All right, you guys, let's take you to this segment.
Valentine's Day dinner. Chef Jennifer Russo, the owner of Market Restaurant and Bar by Jennifer.
So good to see you. What a beautiful spread you
us.
set up for us.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, you can't go wrong with steak and lobster.
A little surf and turf. Right? You know what? It's one of those decadent holidays, so why not just go for it? Throw in a little chocolate, a little butter, a little filet.
Bang.
Right?
Love
Hey,
it.
that's what we do.
Winner, winner.
Winner, winner. Perfect.
Big dinner.
So what do we have
So what
here?
I'm going to show is kind of, if you are not going out for dinner, but you still want to make something special for your Valentine, I'm going to show surf and turf and kind of an easy way to do it.
Okay.
So the nice thing is also, because I have that catering background, anything you can do ahead is awesome.
Okay.
So we are going to talk a little bit about that. So first we have our filet here.
Okay.
And we always want to season with salt and pepper, like so, and look at the other side. And then what we want to do is make sure that it's going to get a little smoky in here, but you want to have a very hot pan with hot oil because you want to make that nice crust on it. The crust is what makes it so yummy and keeps all the juices in and the great mouthfeel.
That's what makes it taste like it came from a restaurant.
Exactly. So, and then you don't even worry about it. You don't bother it. You just let it do its thing about 4 or 5 minutes on one side. It will actually start to loosen itself, and then that's when you know to flip it. And then you can sear both sides. You can even do that earlier in the day.
By loosen, what do you mean?
Loosen is that you'll see here it's stuck to it, so then the crust will start to form, and then it'll be easy to flip.
I see.
So if it's not, the grill is a good example of that. The meat will kind of stay on the grill.
It peels,
If it sears all the way through, it'll peel off perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah. So while that's happening, you can get the prep done in the morning or even an hour or two before your guest comes over. Right before dinner time, you can finish it off in the oven to your proper temperature you want.
Love it. Okay.
And then with that, I'm going to move that just because it's a little smoky.
Okay.
Then also, now we're going to do our lobster.
Okay.
Ahead of time, that with the lobster, I poached it. I poached it in a little bit of flavored boiling water with a little lemon juice, white wine, seasoning. So cook about medium wet. And then you pull it off, you throw it into an ice bath, stops the cooking, and keeps the beautiful color.
Okay.
So then when your guest is about to arrive, you want to finish the cooking in butter. So instead of having
cook
your
it in the butter.
I mean, it's a special
Holy
day.
smokes.
Well, and it's really good to like warm the rest of it up,
It warms
right?
it through, and then instead of dipping it, making the mess, it's already cooked in there and made for
I'm totally
deliciousness.
actually even a better
for just
idea.
about 4 or 5 minutes,
Okay.
cooks through, and then
Then you
that's
get that
perfect.
flavor.
Then it's plated. I'll show you guys, and then we're going to do a little veg with it. This is whatever you like, vegetable-wise.
Okay.
But with doing our work ahead of
Oil
time,
again.
yeah, always a little bit of fat to put in. You have your pre-roasted carrots, baby carrots, available like this now at Trader Joe's. Peeled, ready to go, the whole thing.
Yes.
Our
Onions.
baby onions. These are already pre-cooked and held in a little olive oil. And then a little spinach. That's it. And that's
fresh.
literally the last thing you're doing before putting it on the plate.
Okay.
So we
and
can
then you
plate
just
it up
build
if
the
you want.
plate
Oh,
from
yeah.
there.
We can. We have it
Let's go.
ready to go, but I'll show you.
Okay.
So then, with tonight, we're going to do a little continuing with that
Scallop potato.
little scallop
Look at
potato.
That looks amazing.
Yes. Also pre-done, ready to go.
Are you totally slammed at your restaurant tonight?
You know what, which is wonderful because we usually closed on Tuesdays, but because it's Valentine's Day, we're open. So we did. We have a great hit. We have a little bit of availability on the patio at 5, which I know is a tough time, and then also
Late, you said,
8:30.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
So 36th Street and Indian School, you
36th
said.
Street and Indian School.
So basically, you'll put the lobster on
Put the
there
lobster
with
on.
that.
Whoops, that's flinging around the
Hey,
lobster.
hot
I know.
lobster,
Hello.
hezzo.
Now
What
here
a
it is.
nice
You can put
meal.
it on just like that, where it's beautifully displayed, or you can crack it down the middle if you want to make it a little bit easier to go.
Okay,
So
and
I
then
know.
that's the finished
Here's our
product.
finished product. I know we still our filet is still cooking, but that's what we
That's
have,
so
and then it's
pretty.
ready to go.
And then look at that dessert.
Yes, this is our chocolate mousse with some whipped sweet cream and our house-made caramel popcorn with pecan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Andrea?
You go first.
Me first?
Yes. 36th Street and Indian
Yes,
School
ma'am,
Road.
and the Gaslight.
Okay, and if you can't get there tonight, just check you guys. I mean, you guys are doing lunch still, right?
We do lunch and dinner and brunch on weekends.
Okay, yeah.
We aren't
Great
closed on
brunch.
Mondays and Tuesdays
Okay.
because of all the catering.
Yes, yes, you have that whole side
Yeah,
of
we
your
do,
thing
we
too.
do.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for having
Happy
me.
Valentine's
You too.
Day. Overtime.
All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to take you to that chef segment. We had a chef here in the studio earlier this morning just discussing what you can cook your loved one or friend or family member for Valentine's Day. I think that looks good, don't you? You just have to know how to cook. I think that's the first point of it all is you have to know how to cook well. But here's the thing. If you don't know how to cook, just go to the grocery store. They can make it for you and then just sort of pull it out of the oven when they get home. Like, oh, you're home. I'm still getting everything ready, and just pretend you made it. No, you don't want to lie. But you can get something takeout or have the chef make it for you and bring it home. And at least you made the effort to buy the food. That's only if you don't know how to cook, though. If you can cook and you can make that, then I think that is the way to go for Valentine's Day. I think that looks very delicious. We are streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. We have a bunch of other stories to take you to, and coming up later, we're actually going to have a minimum wage discussion here in Flagstaff, Arizona, that we will be streaming for you later on in the show tonight. But I do want to take you to a couple more top stories here in the show. Let me pull this up. Get this up for you guys. Give you a look at what's trending here. Keep you guys updated. Let me make sure the volume is good to go. All right, so let's check in with Troy again on what's trending.
See, speeding up funeral services, this is a weird idea. Drive-through service. R. Bernard Funeral Services in Memphis. People no longer have to get out of their car to pay their respects for the dead. You know, at this point, I mean, why, you know, if you're going to drive through, why bother? The company now offers a drive-through viewing area. The director says only a handful of funeral homes in the country offer this. They're the only ones in Tennessee. Family-owned funeral home just opened its doors 3 weeks ago, and guests sign in on an iPad. And once they pull up, they have 3 minutes to pay their respects, driving through. Playboy, well, they're taking it all off in the magazine again. Hugh Hefner's son, who's the creative director of the magazine, admits that the non-nude approach was a mistake. The magazine will again feature nudity in their March and April issue. It will also bring back other regular features it dumped, including the Playboy philosophy and party jokes, and take the entertainment for men off the cover. One Wisconsin bakery is helping out the people who aren't feeling the love this Valentine's Day. The shop is baking anti-Valentine's cookies. Tamra's Cake Guru Bakery in Oshkosh, making cookies for the lonely hearts out there, adding anti-affectionate slogans. The nasty notes include messages like, "Love stinks," "Netflix is my love." The goal is to cater to those who don't necessarily have anything going on this Valentine's.
Valentine, and some people don't enjoy this time of year, so we don't want to leave them out. So we did some anti-Valentine cookies and cupcakes for them, and they've been quite a hit.
And for those who are a little more traditional, there are plenty of Valentine's treats that show that you are into Valentine's and you want to do something for your love. Business in Tennessee.
So just some of the trending stories that we are working on in the newsroom right now. We are streaming live for you here on Fox News Now, and I want to take you to a few other stories here, but in case you missed it, let me pull this up. Get this ready for you guys. Thanks for joining me. It's about 4:08 here in Phoenix, Arizona on this lovely Tuesday. I want to show this to you guys, though, in case you missed it a little bit earlier today. This was the swearing in of Secretary of Veteran Affairs. Mike Pence was there to swear him in earlier today, and if you missed it, I want to take you guys to this event right now. So here we go.
Thank you all for being with us today. On behalf of the President of the United States, it is my great privilege to be here to administer the oath of office to Dr. David Shulkin, the next Secretary of Veterans Affairs for the United States of America. You may applaud. We are joined today by a number of members of his extended family and his immediate family, and honored by that. His wife Merle is here, his children Daniel and Jennifer, and we're grateful that you could be with us to share this important moment, not just in the life of your family, but in the life of this nation. Also, we are very honored to be joined by some distinguished members of the House and Senate who provide enormously important and bipartisan leadership on matters concerning our nation's veterans. They include Senator Johnny Isakson, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, Senator John Tester, the committee's ranking member, Representative Phil Rowe, the chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, and Representative Tim Waltz, the ranking member. Join me in thanking these members of Congress for being with us today. Few duties of the federal government are as important as fulfilling what President Lincoln promised, which that we as a nation would, quote, care for him who shall have borne the battle. Dr. Shulkin, President Trump has now called on you to lead this department charged with that same historic and solemn promise. And we are confident that you will continue to serve veterans with the same distinction of the time that you have already been in your present position, now in the leading role. You're a fine fit for the role. Early in life, you set yourself on a path of helping and healing others. After graduating from the Medical College of Pennsylvania, you went on to intern at Yale University, hold a residency at the University of Pittsburgh. Since then, you've established yourself as one of the nation's leaders in healthcare. You worked as the chief medical officer at the University of Pennsylvania Health System, as an executive at multiple medical organizations, including as president and CEO of Beth Israel Medical Center. And for the past year and a half, as I just alluded, you've served as Undersecretary for Health at the very department that President Trump has now called on you to lead. Your qualifications, and more than that, your compassion and your professionalism gave rise to the 100-0 vote confirming your nomination in the United States Senate. We know you'll be a great benefit, not so much to the Department of Veterans Affairs as to our heroes, across this country, men and women who've served in uniform, and to whom we owe a debt that our nation will never be able to fully repay. And we're grateful for your continued service. I know that President Trump and I have full faith that you will honor the service of these American heroes and fulfill our nation's solemn oath to fulfill the commitments and the promises that we've made to them for all that they have done for us. And so, if you'll join me in front of the flags, I'll administer the oath of office.
With your left hand on the Bible and your right hand raised, please repeat after me. I, David Jonathan Shulkin, do solemnly swear.
I, David Jonathan Shulkin, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
Of the office upon which I am about to enter.
On the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
We'll sign appointment affidavits.
I'm going to be very brief. So, Mr. Vice President, I really want to thank you for this very great honor and for your support, and I want to thank President Trump for his confidence. Most important, this is a big day because it's Valentine's Day, so I want to make sure I recognize my wife of 29 years, Merle Barry. I think everybody knows when you go into service, your whole family does. My daughter Jennifer and my son Daniel, so I want to thank them. This is really such an honor to be able to serve our veterans, and I have such a obligation and duty that I feel to making sure that we give our veterans everything that they deserve. I think that we have a system that's doing terrific things with very dedicated people, but we all know we have a lot of work to do, and that's what I plan to do as secretary. People who know me know I can be impatient, especially my staff who are here. And so the irony is that before I got into government, I used to say to my staff when I ran hospitals, what's it going to take, an act of Congress? And then, of course, look where I am. So I truly want to thank and just so honored that our ranking and our chairman are here of both the House and Senate. Having their support and confidence and showing the American people that there's one thing that we all agree upon, and that is that our veterans deserve the very, very best that we can possibly do, just is the biggest gift that I think that all of us can have, that we're going to do what it takes together to make sure that this nation's veterans do have Lincoln's promise to bear to take care of those who have borne the battle for generations to come. So thank you very much.
Outstanding.
See, even on Valentine's Day, they mention it at these political events. You gotta love it when this special holiday is mentioned. We're live here on Fox News Now. I appreciate you guys joining me. Let me update the lower thirds. You guys know what we're showing you now. So let me change this real quickly here. Let's change it to top stories since we're still covering the latest news here for you on Fox News Now. Let me pull up for you guys. I wanted to bring you guys to this story I thought was kind of interesting. Playboy is going to start having nude models in their magazines again. Something that Playboy did for a very long time, and then they sort of went a different way, but now I guess they're going to go, back into it. And what an interesting day to discuss this story on. But yeah, Playboy is updating things, and they're going back to their old ways. They're going to start having the nude models on again. So let's take you to this segment, and I want to hear what you guys think about this.
Well, that didn't last long. Playboy is bringing back nude models in its upcoming issue.
1 year after getting rid of those nude photos in an effort to boost circulation and attract more mainstream advertisers, the move comes 4 months after Hugh Hefner's son, Cooper, took over as the chief creative officer. He was an outspoken critic of that band of nude models. Right?
Yeah, I mean, for as many years as it's been around, that's what that's been their thing.
It's like taking the celebrities out of Us magazine.
Yeah.
What does it become?
And the thing is the people that buy that magazine buy that for that reason.
Right?
Right?
And Playboy, hello, Beth. I mean, look, do you even call it pornography? What do you call that?
I don't know.
Art.
Yeah, it's like the classiest of the. It's
I guess.
classy.
Of course it is.
It's really classy. Come on over, I'll show you. It's a really classy magazine.
Let me open up the middle page.
So, and did you notice the next issue where they're going to have this is March/April?
Yeah.
So do you get 2 fold-outs?
Oh.
Or how do they do that?
I wonder.
Don't know.
I used to get a ton of magazines. Playboy wasn't one of them. But now I'm down to like one magazine.
What?
Do you guys get magazines?
What do
I
you
get
get?
Men's Journal.
Oh, okay.
Because I like it.
Yeah.
My
like
husband gets Men's Journal,
Yeah.
actually.
It's a good one.
I get a couple. I get a Cooking Light, some cooking magazines.
What do I get? I get Cooks Illustrated. I get.
Oh, that's a good one.
Real Simple.
Yeah, Steph got Real Simple. for a while.
Red Book. Mary
you get some
Claire.
good
Oh, wow. Look at you.
I go nuts. Coastal Living.
Oh, I like Coastal Living. That's
like
a good
that one.
magazine.
It
good,
is?
Good design and decor and stuff.
Yeah, it has a lot of good, interesting things in it. I love magazines.
I do too. But then I'm bad
Oprah,
because
I get Oprah.
I have like a plethora of just magazines sitting around, and I always feel bad throwing them away. But it's like once
I
you've
know.
read them, what do you do with them?
Yeah.
Donate them?
Recycle. Donate them?
I
To
guess.
somebody,
Yeah, I
like sometimes
recycle
doctors'
them.
offices will take them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the ones that still have magazines from 2009.
Yeah.
Give them to them.
Yeah,
You
right.
ever open it up and go, what year is this from?
And how many people have looked at it? I pick up those magazines sometimes.
I think
in the
about
doctor's
that too.
office.
It's
think
like,
about
I don't think I want
What?
to touch this. Yeah.
There's like a
I
lot
do.
of sick people in there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
just sitting in a waiting room at a doctor's office, you're
Right.
gonna
But
like.
So why make it worse by touching
That's why
everything?
you wash your hands a lot every day, all day.
That's what our immune system's for.
I carry wet
It's
wipes
building
with me.
immunity.
one cold at a time. Thank you, Beth.
All right, you guys. Well, we just want to bring you to that latest story. Let me know what you guys think in the chat about this. Just a second here. I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House right now until we bring you to the next top story. All right, you guys, welcome back to the Fox News Now stream. Appreciate you guys watching with me here. Let me pull up for you. I want to take you guys to this segment, the safest cities. I kind of want to know your guess in the chat or in the comment section below. What city you guys live in? Do you feel like the city that you live in is safe? Myself, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I don't think we're rated the safest city, but now I live in Arizona, and we were rated for a lot of safe cities here. So I want to pull this segment up for you. She's going to discuss, our reporter Liz from earlier this morning was discussing here locally and in some other cities that were on this list of the safest cities and kind of how they rank them. So let me take you to this segment.
You're like,
uh-oh. All right, do you feel safe where you live? That's important, right?
of course it is. Yeah, a new report finding that in many Valley cities, violent crime is lower than the national average. So which city is actually the safest?
Liz Cohen live this morning to tell us about this. So this is interesting information. What do you have for us, Liz?
Yeah, it is very interesting. But first, I want to say that every city in Arizona has beautiful sunrises. Got to put this in there. So beautiful. It was pink before. Had to show you right now. So let's get back to the story here. We're in Paradise Valley, which ranks 11th place out of 20 in this new report that came out about the safest cities in Arizona. But before we get into the list to see if your city made it, let's talk about how this website, SafeWise, came to these conclusions in the first place. They write in this report that they released yesterday, late yesterday, that they reviewed the most recent FBI crime report statistics from 2015, and of those cities that had those reports, they eliminated the ones with fewer than 2,000 residents, narrowed the list down further by comparing the number of violent crimes and property crimes, and calculated the likelihood of these crimes occurring out of 1,000 people in each city. So here are the results. The number one safest city in Arizona is Florence, which had that title last year as well, and the website credits a policing strategy in that city called Team Beat, where officers are assigned to a specific area that they stay in for a full year, and that's helped them form strong bonds between citizens and law enforcement, which of course is crucial in stopping and preventing crime. But the list goes on. Kearney, number 2, which by the way reported no violent crime at all. Gilbert is number 4, which is pretty impressive for a city with more than 200,000 residents. Maricopa 5, Sedona 8, Surprise 15, Buckeye 16, Lake Havasu City 18, and Peoria sits at 20, which is actually down from its ranking in 2016, where it landed at number 14. But still, with Peoria included, what's really great is that the average violent crime rate among the 5 most populated cities, we're talking Gilbert, once again Peoria, Surprise, Buckeye, and Lake Havasu City, the average violent crime rate in those cities is about 70% less than the national average. So back out here live, once again, the report very interesting. If you want to see it yourself, I tweeted that link for you. You can find me on Twitter. Shameless plug, Liz Kodalik, Fox 10. Back to you.
Do yourself a favor and follow Liz, for sure.
Yeah.
That's not a shameless plug, especially when we say it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Every
right?
time you see that, you're...
All right, you guys, so I just wanted to bring you to that segment about the safest cities. Appreciate you guys sharing with me in the chat which cities you guys are living in. I'm going to pull up for you guys, though, another event that happened earlier this morning in Washington. In case you missed it, let me bring this up for you guys. This is the swearing in of the small business administrator. Let me update the lower third really quickly so you guys know what you're watching. There we go. Let's fix this really quick for you guys. All right, let me double check, make sure this is okay. Cool. Guys, get a little behind the scenes look here as I update the lower third. Thanks for your patience. Okay, so here it is. Brand new. Now let's take you to this video and see that swearing in. Again, this is of the Small Business Administrator, Vice President Mike Pence, there earlier today doing the swearing in. So let's take you there.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the President of the United States, it is my great privilege to be here today to administer the oath of office to Linda McMahon, the next administrator of the Small Business Administration for the United States of America. We are grateful to be joined by a number of members of her family, her husband Vince, her children Stephanie and Shane, and their spouses. But last but not least, by her 6 grandchildren, Declan, Kenyon, Vaughn, Murphy, Aurora, and Rogan, who are going to do the honors of holding the Bible and helping their grandmother be sworn into this high position today. And we are proud of all of you. For anyone who grew up like I did in a small business family, you know, it's more than a cliche to say that small business is the heart of the American dream. It truly is. It is the center of American prosperity in so many ways. And when you get right down to it, small businesses are the engine of economic growth, more often than not leading the way to a more prosperous America. It's happened in the past, and under President Trump's leadership, we know it's going to happen in the future. They're the beating heart of our national prosperity, and Linda McMahon knows this better than most. She and her husband founded their own small business, Titan Sports, in the late 1970s. They poured their hearts and souls into it, like millions of other American entrepreneurs. Linda, I'm told, even made meatball sandwiches they sold at their earliest events. They rolled their sleeves up. They made a go of it, and they made it into an extraordinary success. Through hard work and sheer determination, they turned that small business into a titan of entertainment that millions of Americans know and love and enjoy every day. It's really no stretch to say that Linda McMahon and this family have lived the American dream, and it's inspiring to see. Linda, President Trump has now asked you to serve your country as the head of the Small Business Administration and make that dream more possible for more American families. Given your experience, your leadership, the strength of your character, your conviction, the President and I have absolute confidence that small business America will be better for your leadership, and the best days for small business and the best days for the American economy are still ahead. So thank you for stepping up at such a time as this in the life of our nation. And now, with the help of Declan, Kenyon, Vaughn, Murphy, Aurora, and Rogan, it will be my great privilege to administer to you the oath of office. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me.
I, Linda Marie McMahon, do solemnly swear
I, Linda Marie McMahon, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
of the office upon which I am about to enter.
The office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go over here and sign the affidavit and make it official. Come on, come on.
All right, you guys, bring you to a new top story. Now, this is live at the Oroville Dam. Let's take you to these live shots here. As you know, we showed you a little bit earlier today during a press conference that nearly 200,000 people living near the California Dam can now go home, but they should stay alert and prepared. That was coming from the California Sheriff earlier today. I'll go ahead and put in the upper right-hand corner that press conference from earlier today so you guys can hear what they had to say. But this, what you're seeing right now, is live from the news chopper. All right, you guys, appreciate you watching with me live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. This is live pictures coming from the news chopper there of the Oroville Dam. Just a few months ago, we did have a press conference for you of the officers there giving us an update on this situation. We did hear that the 200,000 people that were evacuated can now return to their homes, but he's asking people to still stay alert and stay prepared. So I'm going to put in the upper right-hand corner what he had to say just a little bit earlier today so you guys can hear it for yourselves.
All right, well, that was okay. Let's see what happens here.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the press briefing for February 14th relative to the spillway incident. My name is Mike Smith, Public Information Officer assigned to CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. Present with me today is Butte County Sheriff Corey L. Honey, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 Incident Commander Kevin Lawson, and Acting Director of the Department of Water Resources, Bill Croyle.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, my name is Corey Honey, and I'm the Butte County Sheriff. Thank you for all being here today. I apologize for the delay. All I can say about that is the best laid plans, right? I want to begin by saying that the actions of many dedicated, caring, and courageous people on the afternoon of February 12, 2017, resulted in a victory on two fronts and provided a stark reminder that the forces of Mother Nature can create emergency situations requiring swift and immediate action. First, thousands of lives were protected from the looming prospect of a catastrophic failure of the emergency spillway by those who directed and facilitated the rapid and efficient evacuation of thousands of people and animals out of this area. Second, and while those evacuations were taking place, the loss or at least significant damage to the emergency spillway was prevented by those who directed the rapid reduction of the lake's levels to the point where water no longer ran over the spillway. They also ceased the expansion of the massive hole that was developing in front of it. The decisions made that afternoon were among the most difficult decisions that people charged with managing crisis situations are required to make. Having the fortitude to take bold and swift action in tense, uncertain, and rapidly developing situations, emergency situations, is required of those charged with leading. Evacuating the potentially affected areas gave the department of Water Resources the time it needed to take the following actions. 1, reduce the level of the lake below the top of the emergency spillway so the erosion to the area in front of it could be halted. 2, deploy subject matter experts to the massive hole that was eroding in the area in front of the spillway so that it could be thoroughly inspected. That inspection, confirmed by those subject matter experts from not only the Department of Water Resources, but the Army Corps of Engineers and FERC, revealed that there was no piping or other erosion that compromised the overall integrity of the emergency spillway. Number 3, increase the release through the primary spillway to 100,000 cubic feet per second in order to increase the capacity of the lake to accommodate future inflow expected as a result of coming storms. This action reduces the possibility that the emergency spillway will need to be used in the future. This appears to be a reasonable and sustainable course of action, as there has been no significant erosion along the east side of the primary spillway. Number 4, develop a plan to fortify the area in front of the emergency spillway against future erosion should its use become necessary in the future by lining it with boulders and concrete. This effort has commenced and is on pace to be completed ahead of future stormy weather. As a result of these actions, the risks that we faced when we initiated those evacuations has significantly been reduced. Taking this into account, the current level of risk, let me start over. Taking into account the current level of risk, the predicted strength of the next round of inclement weather, and the capacity of the lake to accommodate increased
All right, everybody, it looks like our shot just froze here. We're working to reestablish the connection. Stay right here with us.
Existing damage to the spillway could elevate risks in the future and necessitate immediate evacuations. This is why residents need to be prepared to maintain situational awareness. This reduction to an evacuation warning properly balances the need for people to resume their daily lives, while at the same time being prepared to deal with future increased threat. The Butte County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Water Resources, who put the public safety as a highest priority, will continue to monitor the situation very closely, and we will take steps necessary to ensure public safety if necessary. Thank you, and now I'd like to invite Chief Lawson from CAL FIRE up to make his comments.
Thank you, Sheriff Honey. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Lawson. I'm the Incident Commander for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. CAL FIRE remains in unified command with Butte County Sheriff, Department of Water Resources. This has strengthened the overall effectiveness of the entire incident management that we have going on here. Our agencies are working around the clock in an effort to mitigate all hazards that may threaten the residents in and around Butte County. We stand shoulder to shoulder in an effort to provide safety to those residents affected by this incident. We are in agreement with Butte County Sheriff and support his decision to lift the mandatory evacuation order. CAL FIRE, Butte County Fire, the Butte County Sheriff will be here long term to protect the residents of Butte County. And with that, I'd like to introduce Director Quarles.
Thank you again, Bill Coyle, Acting Director of the California Department of Water Resources. What I want to do is provide some situational awareness on our current status. So right now, we are maintaining our releases from our reservoir at 100,000 cubic feet per second. With the weather that we've been having over the last couple days, we continue to see the inflow to the reservoir drop. So presently, as of noon today, our inflow is 19,000, a little over 19,000 cubic feet per second. So what that means is the difference between the two is we're continuing to make significant gains in removing water from the reservoir which drops the water surface elevation as indicated, further reducing the risk to our situation here and certainly to the concern of the emergency spillway. So we plan on continuing these releases. We feel confident we could do that based on a number of things. First, our continuous 24/7 monitoring of the spillway itself, which is our way that we're moving water out of the system. It has been stable for 4 days. We were originally a few days ago at 55,000. Because of the concern that we raised, action was immediately taken to increase that flow to 100,000. So with the stability of the spillway, we're able to maintain those high flows, again, to make additional flood storage in the reservoir so we can anticipate, with the anticipated runoff season, we can manage those inflows and the reservoir itself can absorb those higher flows above like the 100,000 CFS. So what I want to say again is we have a net discharge of 80,000 CFS out of the reservoir. Again, that makes more storage and drops the elevation. The elevation of the reservoir surface today at noon was 887 feet. As indicated in previous meeting briefings, our goal is to get back down to what we call flood control storage, which is an elevation of 850 feet. We're continuously evaluating our ability to continue to remove water from the reservoir even lower as we deal with our emergency spillway to make sure we're armoring and reinforcing that, as well as continuously monitoring the spillway itself. I think an important part of our monitoring and our response strategy is, again, absolutely constant assessment and reassessment to make sure that we're aware and prepared for any potential changes. I want to reiterate, the spillway has been stable for 4 days. That's important for today, in the coming days as we see small storms coming in, but really preparing also for the remainder of the wet season. Kind of quickly talking a little bit about the storms coming in. These storms are much smaller than we've seen here this last weekend. The peak inflows are with these storms are below the 100,000 cubic feet per second outflow that we have right now. In fact, they're far lower. So what that means is that we'll see a little small increase in water surface elevation later this week. And I should say that with the existing releases, we should get down to the elevation of 850 feet sometime late Saturday or Sunday, assuming the inflows continuously drop and we don't see any anticipated weather. So with the storms coming in, we believe with the snow level dropping from about 6,000 to 4,000, which will help us, and these high flow rates, that will again make more storage, and the next 4 storms should not threaten really approaching any kind of a threat towards the emergency spillway. At the same time, I want to reiterate, as the sheriff said, we're aggressively attacking the erosion concerns that have been identified. But we're committed to continue not only addressing the concerns that were being identified, where we will, subject to weather conditions, maintain continuous preventative actions to re-bolster that area to the extent that we would have to use that in the future. We have a long spring runoff ahead of us, and we're preparing for that by taking these additional actions to make sure that we have, we continue to withdraw water from the reservoir, but also mitigate the potential to use that emergency spillway. We think that as a whole, again, we've addressed the concern that we identified a couple days ago, but we're also moving to plan for our contingencies as we move through this upcoming spring runoff season. Thank you.
We're going to take some questions, limited questions. Please state who your question's for. Here with, we're going to start right over here.
I think the spillway was constructed in 1960. That was built to the standards at the time. We're reviewing that information now. We have new information with regard to the overflow at the first time, so we're going to go back and vet that. We have a corrective action and a preventative measure that we're putting in place that we believe that it will further enhance the control structure that's in place to reduce the identified risk that came to light during the erosion. The system is designed as a gravity system. It is in place in integrity. So the concern that was raised was related to erosion. The erosion threat has been addressed, and with additional measures, we believe any future can mitigate it. So the more we can do in that area, we further reduce the risk of any overtime.
To clarify,
right behind you.
Sheriff.
Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area. How long will this, we see all the action out there, how long will that continue for? And can you give us an idea of how much rock has been put there, both by the helicopters and by the trucks?
Okay, so that's a good question. Let me quickly give you a couple numerics, because I don't know how much rock has been placed, but presently we're about 40 truckloads an hour, about 30 tons of rock per hour is being placed. We have 2 helicopters that are moving about every 1.5 minutes. Again, this is an aggressive, proactive attack to address the erosion concern. There's about 125 construction crews on point. So there's a lot of people, a lot of equipment, a lot of materials moving around from the ground and from the air, right? We're not holding back on addressing this issue. But I want to speak to a little bit what's the future look like. Again, we're drawing down the lake. We're going to aggressively attack the downslope of the spillway. Just to reinforce that, to ensure if we had to use it during a major spring runoff, we can use it. We want to reduce that risk to acceptable levels. We believe it's there now, but we're going to continue to address that. Now, we have to work towards, and we are already bringing our design team together to look at the repair of our infrastructure, right? The spillway has been damaged. The design teams are in place, and you probably won't see a stop in the number of trucks and materials and people as they switch from a response mode and a high level of monitoring to the point where we're going to recover the system and bring our infrastructure back into place. So it's going to be a pretty busy construction season starting here earlier this week, right through until that spillway and the infrastructure with that dam is fully operational.
I have a question for the sheriff right here.
Sheriff, to clarify, evacuation warning. That means everyone can return.
All right, you guys, so I'm going to switch out here. Samia Khan coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show here. We still have a live look of the Oroville Dam. I just want to get the feed fixed a little bit for you guys so that it doesn't keep glitching a little bit. It's coming live from the news chopper, but I want to make sure that it looks okay before we take the feed full. Let me just update the lower third for you guys here. And Samia Khan coming up next. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a live look of the White House.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just getting my desktop set up for you. In the meantime, while I get things ready, I do want to go ahead and give you guys a preview of what's happening on our 5 p.m. newscast currently. You can get some of the headlines there. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Because the city attorney says as a one of those cities, a sanctuary city, Phoenix would risk losing all kinds of federal funding. It would violate an Arizona law targeting illegal immigration, and President Trump has threatened to withhold billions in federal funds from sanctuary cities across the country.
The Flagstaff City Council is holding a special meeting tonight regarding the recent minimum wage increase. Last year, that city passed an ordinance to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2021. That's higher than what the state's minimum wage is expected to be by then. And some say that city's increase was too much, too fast. Two separate groups are now asking the Flagstaff City Council to either get rid of that new law or modify it.
Well, we're seeing signs that Arizona's wet and snowy winter is starting to make a big difference in Arizona's lakes and rivers. The Verde River, for instance, which snakes around Cottonwood, is now running at levels we have not seen in several years. Linda Williams spoke to one business whose fortunes rise and fall with that river. She joins us live. Linda.
John, the Verde River winds some 170 miles from northern Arizona down to where it meets up with the Salt River in the valley. Those who know it well, especially in the Cottonwood area, say it hasn't run this strong and high in more than 10 years. And that's forced some people to change their plans. For Arizona River guide Dylan Anderson, the roaring Verde River north of Phoenix near Cottonwood is a good news, bad news type scenario. Good because he says the flooding basically flushes the river of debris, and that's great for the environment. Not so good because Dylan's business, South by Southwest Adventures, gives river and kayaking tours on the Verde. Dylan has had to cancel river tours this week and last because runoff has turned the Verde into a bit of a bear.
We got to see it at about 2,000 CFS on Thursday.
And what's normal?
Normal's about 100 cubic feet per second.
Anderson says it's likely the substantial snow northern Arizona has seen in the last 2 months, combined with the sudden warming temperatures. That has created heavier runoff, which has made the Verde too dangerous for most to navigate.
But too high, and the amount of debris in the water when the water rises becomes an issue in and of itself.
Anderson is using the unexpected downtime to get everything ready for when they can restart tours again within the next couple of weeks.
When we have to cancel tours because it would be unsafe to run, obviously that's not ideal. But we do want the environment to be healthy. That's what our business is all about.
Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Well, that extra water in the Verde River is also affecting drivers here in the valley. The Verde River is filling up Horseshoe Reservoir and Bartlett Lake, which in turn means more water into the Salt River. And today, for instance, McKellips was shut down between Alma School and the Loop 202 because of Salt River flooding. And this is the first time in 7 years we've seen that. McKellips closed because of the Salt River just rolling on over it.
A race against time as crews continue to work around the clock to try to secure the Oroville Dam in Northern California. This is definitely a trouble spot. There's trouble there at Lake Oroville. It started a week ago when workers noticed torrential rain and snow melt had ripped a hole in the dam's main spillway. Oroville Dam is the nation's tallest dam, standing 770 feet tall. A California dam inspector says that they may never know the exact cause of the spillway break in this case. There is some good news, though. Lake levels are dropping at a rate of 8 feet per day, but more rain is on the way to that region. Nearly 200,000 people living downstream from the dam were evacuated, but late this afternoon, the mandatory evacuation was reduced to an evacuation warning, meaning that people can go back home, but they need to be ready to leave if conditions at the dam deteriorate. If the spillway were to break, it would send a 30-foot wall of water rushing down to nearly 50 communities below the dam.
This allows evacuated residents to return to their homes and for businesses in the area to resume operations. Residents need to be prepared to maintain situational awareness.
Scary situation, isn't it? The spillway started showing signs of erosion Saturday after it was used for the first time in nearly 50 years due to the really high water levels.
I want to take you to a Fox 10 News alert. We have some type of police situation going on at Piestewa Peak in the North Valley. We don't exactly know the nature of this, if it involves a hiker or some type of police action. We are just not sure. But as we learn more, we will have it for you later in the newscast.
Well, we are enjoying some beautiful weather here in the valley. We do have some changes in the forecast. We'll tell you about that coming up.
Also ahead tonight at 5, a show of support after a bad crash this morning leaves a Valley family without a place to live.
His job was on the line. Now President Trump's national security advisor has resigned.
And spring training just getting underway for the Arizona Diamondbacks, but the season is cut short for one of the team's coaches who announces he has cancer.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of the 5 o'clock newscast. I do want to take you to Oroville. This is a live look at the Oroville Dam in Northern California. All right, everyone, we are going to go back to the Oroville Dam in a few minutes, but we do want to take you to a live shot of an event unfolding here in Arizona. This is Piestewa Peak. Skyfox is overhead above a situation where police have detained a man. We're hearing reports, according to the scanner, that this man allegedly ran from a hit-and-run accident. We cannot confirm that. We're just hearing that from scanner traffic, but we haven't confirmed that from police. All right, everyone. We just wanted to give you guys a live look at the scene above Piestewa Peak. We are going to take you back now to Oroville Dam coverage. We'll bring you continuous coverage of this for as long as we get this live feed. All right, and for those of you just joining us, I do want to give you the latest information regarding the damaged dam in Northern California. Authorities have lifted an evacuation order today for the nearly 200,000 residents who live below the nation's tallest dam after they declared that the risk of catastrophic collapse of its eroded emergency spillway had been significantly reduced. Butte County Sheriff announced that people evacuated could return home immediately. Officials said they have drained enough of the lake behind the Oroville Dam so that the emergency spillway will not be needed to handle runoff from an approaching storm tomorrow. But the sheriff said the region, 150 miles northeast of San Francisco, would remain under an evacuation warning, meaning that residents must be ready to flee again if the conditions worsen. Residents returning home have to be vigilant, and there is the prospect that the Butte County Sheriff's Department will issue another evacuation order if the situation changes. One resident, Rod Remokel, said the announcement took a big load off of him, and he said it was the thrill of relief. Now, the decision to lift the evacuation order came abruptly, just as the evacuation order Sunday night came shortly after officials had said there was no threat. The sheriff said water was being released through the dam's damaged primary spillway without further harm to the concrete structure. Work to cover the earth and emergency spillway with rocks and cement was on pace to beat the next rain, and it is believed that those storms would be less potent. All right, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at live aerials coming in from Oroville, California. This is in Northern California. It's a story we've been covering the last few days. This story became major news across the country Sunday evening when last minute 188,000 Northern California residents were forced to evacuate for fear that this dam could fail and that major flooding could result. All right, everyone, we are having some technical difficulties with our feed from Oroville, so bear with us. It is cutting in and out. Our feed from Oroville, California. We'll go back to this feed in just a minute. I do want to take you back to our live feed from right here in Arizona. These are live Skyfox aerials from Piestewa Peak, where officers have detained a person, a man. We are hearing reports through the scanner. We're inferring, based on scanner traffic, that this man allegedly ran from a hit-and-run crash. We have yet to confirm that with police, but these are live aerials coming in, courtesy of Skyfox, Piestewa Peak, here in the greater Phoenix area. And it looks like we've also lost our Skyfox aerials. Here's a quick look at the White House. We'll be back with more news now in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. Steve Kraft is joining me now.
Back and better than ever.
That's right, guys.
So what are we talking about? Are we talking about the political situation in Ireland right now?
No, we're talking about the political situation right here in the United States of America.
That's America.
That's right. There is so much going on. Every day there's a new headline coming out. Recent reports on Twitter suggest that the ethics office now wants to investigate Kellyanne Conway. Yeah. We're hearing some reports. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. But
doesn't really matter.
The president is not too happy with Kellyanne Conway right now.
Are we too concerned about whether the reports are true or false?
Well, we shouldn't report them unless they're true, right? We'll let the people decide what's true and what's not.
We'll give you facts, some alternative facts. We'll figure it out. Hey, I'm kidding. It's been a long day. Yes, there's all kinds of intrigue right now in the White House.
Right.
But isn't there always, no matter who's the president?
No, I think that there is much more interest in
or
this
is it just us?
No, I think that there are new headlines every day. Now when I wake up in the morning, I mean, I always check Twitter. I've always checked Twitter from the moment I woke up since I've had this job. But what I've noticed...
That's where I get all my news.
Since Trump has become president is that everything that's on Twitter that's trending seems to be related to the Trump administration every morning.
But the funny thing, if Twitter's that important, why aren't more people on it?
Because I think it's the people that...
They're like close to going out of business.
Well, that's the thing. I think Twitter is a great tool for the movers and shakers.
What would happen if there were no Twitter? What would President Trump do?
I think
go on Instagram.
It's interesting because Trump uses Twitter so much, yet Twitter still can't find a way to monetize it and make it a successful platform.
But journalists love it. Gossip columnists love it. Rumor mongers love it.
Mm-hmm. It's a great place to find out.
Alternative facts people love it. It's good, but like you said, not everyone is into it.
Right, because some people just don't get it. Like, I have friends that are just like, I just don't know how to use Twitter. I don't get it. What's the appeal? And there are other people who say, like, well, I have nothing to tweet. So why should I use Twitter if I have nothing to tweet? So I think it's something for people who really like finding out new information right when it happens. I love using Twitter to find out the latest information, to find out what people are talking about. I mean, that's kind of how the conversation moves in the morning. You go to Twitter, you see what people are talking about, and that tends to shape, the media coverage for the day. I know, it seems like Donald Trump, whatever he tweets, that determines our coverage for the day.
I'm wondering if he actually knows how to use Twitter or if he dictates a sentence to somebody else who does put it on.
I think he tweets himself, or I heard that he narrates the tweet and someone else types it out.
Well, that's a lot different.
But he'll narrate it down to the actual
So if I gave him my cell phone,
punctuation.
he wouldn't really know how to use Twitter.
No, I think he does. I think Trump knows how to use Twitter.
I hope he does.
I think he does. I mean, the amount that he tweets, he knows how to use Twitter, Steve.
Okay. That's good. Because it is very popular, and it is the kind of way that people in the media kind of get their arms around what's going on.
Right. And it's the fastest way to spread information.
And disinformation.
That's true. I mean, a lot of real news comes out on Twitter, and a lot of fake news comes out on Twitter.
Right. So, for you guys who are Twitter fans, kind of take it with a grain of salt, because that's how I am with it. But it's great that it has all these links to other things. And I always seek out a huge range of viewpoints.
Right.
From left to right to center to everything in between to educate myself. And very few people actually do that, if I may get on a soapbox here, including a lot of people who are right now listening to me.
Like, people tend to only read...
Everybody's a conservative who's on FNN, and they don't listen to anything else but the echo chamber. So break out of the echo chamber, guys.
You're saying that conservatives tend to only read things that reinforce their beliefs, and liberals tend to read things that reinforce their beliefs,
right.
And they're not really communicating with each other.
Right. So
or having.
Let's say you're a Fox News person, and we love Fox. We work for Fox, right? Every once in a while, read something that isn't Fox, or watch something that isn't Fox, and then come back to us.
You know, it's funny. I actually said something similar to
You'll
my
be a more
page
interesting person
here. That not only do you need to consume Fox News, but it's good to check out what MSNBC has to say, just so you understand both sides. You might only agree with one, but you should at least know what the other side is arguing or pointing out, so that you have a truly fair and balanced point of view.
So we have a whole bunch of screens here. We're looking at like 8 or 10 screens, and to me, it's like a smorgasbord or a dim sum.
Whatever
it is, whatever
tapas.
your thing
I don't
is.
know.
Tapas, yeah. Take a little bit of this, a little bit
A
of that.
buffet. It's a buffet.
Yeah, it's like a cafeteria. Take a little bit of everything, and then you're gonna broaden your palate. And so I'm saying the same thing with regard to news, because I get bored sitting here and watching the same old stuff and reading the same old nonsense. Come on, people. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, I mean,
Because we
I
have
think it's
so many dynamic, interesting, intelligent people who are smart enough to get on FNN, and we love them all. We love you guys. But I just think I'm here to stir the pot. I want to say stuff that's going to offend the people. People are going to troll me, and that's okay because I want to expand your mind, and then you can expand my mind.
I'm going to go ahead and read this comment from one of our viewers. Jack Burton says, Twitter isn't news, it's a global chat room, and chat rooms are for trolls.
But
there is a lot of trolling on Twitter.
But there are also some real nuggets of brilliance on Twitter, and I've learned a lot from links that I've gotten off Twitter. So,
Yeah.
I think it's great. I really push myself to listen to stuff that I disagree with because it's refreshing. I can't watch stuff all the time that I agree with.
That's true. That would be
And I love lively
limited.
debates. I love lively debates because that's what people learn from each other. And I wish that in Washington, Democrats and Republicans could, in a civil way, really clash and really get to some sort of agreement on some of these things that the country is trying to figure out. Wouldn't that be great?
It would be great. I mean, I actually agree with you. I do like debates. I really enjoyed the debates during the 2016
Were you on the debate
election
team?
season. I was on the debate team.
So
Is it
was
that
I.
obvious?
We're left-handed.
And
We're
we were on
both
the debate
SKs,
team.
and we were both on the debate team.
Super lame debate nerds, but it was fun. But did you? I know it was on another network, but there was a cable news
I'm not
network.
calling you a super lame
that-
debate nerd.
I'm saying there's
You're a
a
super cool debate person.
super cool debate person. There was a cable news network that had a debate last week with Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz over Obamacare, and not gonna lie, I loved it.
Yeah,
It was
isn't
just
that
so
great?
entertaining to watch both sides
Two
go
smart
at it.
two smart guys with strong opinions going at it. I love that. I think that's great. I think that's the whole idea here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Are we getting any good comments here?
Temporary channel saying, Kraft, I challenge you to a moral debate combat.
Okay, that's a little. Debates are a fad.
Here's something that Antonio Dawkins commented with. It would be nice viewing things you disagree with if it actually had any truth in it.
Well, see, I disagree with Antonio because the things that you agree with all the time don't always have truth in them either. I mean, truth is an elusive thing. If we learned anything in the last year, in the last month or two, it's that truth is hard to pin down. Depends who's saying what and what is true and what is not. It should be simple. If it's either happening or not happening. But truth is elastic. It's like a piece of chewing gum. So we're here to challenge you guys.
Here's a comment from C-Dub. Looking at both sides is the only way to an educated opinion.
That's right. It makes you smarter. I guess I should do it more often. I love it. I love it when intelligent people are clashing. I think that's just so great.
Oh, it was really interesting to watch the Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz debate last week on Obamacare.
Yeah.
You guys can watch it online, I'm sure.
I
Just
liked
Google it.
every debate of the primaries, all the Republican debates. I went to 4 of them. I loved them. And the Democratic debates were great, and the presidential debates were great.
Yeah, you got to witness them live.
It was great. All smart people who care about the country, people who really want to serve the country, people who are trying to do the right thing with strong opinions. And lots of different ways of looking at it. And it's a big country. It's very diverse here. So let's have it out. Okay. But anyway, what's going to happen to Kellyanne Conway?
That is the question. There's a lot of speculation out there. There are a lot of rumors on the internet that Kellyanne Conway is the next one to go, that Donald Trump is really disappointed in Kellyanne Conway as of late. Rumors that he's disappointed with the fact that her message isn't necessarily the same message that the rest of the administration is putting out there.
Let me ask you a question about President Trump. Because Kellyanne Conway is she's not a fashion model. But let's suppose she, had the same look that Ivanka Trump has. Would Donald Trump see her in a different way?
What do you mean by that?
Well, she's not a fashion model. She's just a regular, real person.
Right.
She doesn't have a great look on television, on camera, I don't think.
Right.
She's obviously a very capable political strategist, right? She got it in victory. But if he's a guy who really goes on looks.
If she appeared more polished.
She appeared more polished and just sort of more of a fashion plate, more beautiful in his way of looking at beauty, which is very conventional early 1960s, right? Tuesday Weld, let's say. Would he be a little bit less inclined to find fault with her? I say yes.
Well, Donald Trump hasn't publicly found fault in Kellyanne. She's been really loyal. Donald Trump does value loyalty. A lot of people are saying that was what made the resignation of Flynn difficult because he was so loyal.
Every single woman he's surrounded with is good looking.
Okay, but there aren't that many women that he's surrounded with. Who does he have? He has Ivanka. She's very beautiful. That's his daughter.
She is.
Who else is there?
I'm talking about his PR people. Hope Hicks is one of his chief PR people. She looks, she's very presentable, very pretty woman.
But we don't see her on the media, on the big
She's
shows
not,
that much.
but maybe she will be.
Perhaps.
Maybe they're going to elevate her. He seems, though, to be consumed with
There was
looks.
also his former spokeswoman, Katrina Pearson. She
Also
was
attractive. She's
attracted
attractive.
by conventional standards.
You have to be in Trump world. And if you're not, are you more vulnerable as a woman? I'm not defending that in any way. Just want to be clear about that. But I think that's how he thinks.
Well,
and if you're a man, if you're a military guy, that helps. He likes military guys. Intensely loyal military guys. Because he talks fondly about having gone to military school, although he didn't serve in the military, but that's another story. But generals, sharp guys, Mad Dog Mattis.
You're right.
Flynn was a military guy. This the guy from Homeland Security, military guy.
Well, military guys
General
also
Kelly.
appeal to that conservative base typically as well.
But this is an administration with a lot of military guys, a lot of Army guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Marine guys. We're just thinking about how Mr. Trump thinks. But anyway, with her, Kellyanne Conway.
It's hard to say because there were a lot of people that attributed Trump's success to Kellyanne.
She kind of straightened things out after Paul Manafort kind of mangled him up.
I mean, at this point, if you're Donald Trump, what do you do? Do you value loyalty or do you just kind of...
I think he's going to look at very coldly what works for his administration. And if she's a drag on the message, she's going to get reassigned.
Right. If she's an easy target for the media, for, SNL. Well, here's the thing. This morning, Morning Joe Scarborough went off.
Which he watches obsessively.
Yeah, Joe is one of his good friends,
Right.
and he watches that show every morning, and he went off on Kellyanne this morning, or about Kellyanne this morning, and then even Matt Lauer on the Today Show goes off on Kellyanne when she made her appearance this morning. It was trending nationwide.
For a guy who dislikes the media as much as President Trump says he does, always dumping on us as being dishonest, blah, 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 he sure watches a lot of media.
He consumes a lot of media,
He does. It's kind of a love-hate thing.
But the thing is, it's like if you get your information from the media and you want your people to look good in the media, and your buddy Joe is bashing, Kellyanne, and Matt Lauer is not bashing Kellyanne, but,
But he's from NBC.
I know, but I'm saying he's still going to pay attention.
I guess.
I think he is.
But, we kept hearing that Sean Spicer might not find the president's favor because a woman made fun of him on Saturday Night Live.
Right, but I think...
To me, that was completely ridiculous.
I think
that should matter.
Sean Spicer, I think, is getting the hang of things. I watched his press briefing today. He was joking around a bit more. He seemed happier to be there than previous days. And today was going to be a tough day.
Yeah.
Today was a tough day in the briefing room, considering Flynn's resignation last night. So
he's got to be the hardest working guy in Washington.
He's
Sean Spicer.
Very busy.
Wow.
Yeah. So I want to read a couple of comments regarding Kellyanne Conway. Anisiu saying it's simple. Kellyanne was a great campaign person. She's struggling with her current position, though. Could see her being reassigned, but not fired. I think that's...
Can I read a Lost Pilgrim's Journey? Steve is fake news and an idiot. I love it.
Dave thinks that Kellyanne needs a vacation. Let's see.
Well, I wonder what's going to happen. I mean, what was her big crime, right? Her big crime was that all she did was say, you should buy Ivanka's stuff.
Right. I mean, yeah.
When she got discontinued at Nordstrom.
Mm-hmm.
So she did that kind of like, buy her stuff. It's really good stuff. I guess that's an ethical violation.
Technically, yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. There's a lot going on right now inside the White House. A lot of intrigue. I mean, for administration that started, less than a month ago, man, feels like it's been a couple of years. I don't know why it is. But.
There's just so much happening. I mean, Flynn, it's only been 25 days since Trump was inaugurated. Man. Less than a month.
Well, how long does it feel to you?
Longer than 25 days. It feels like, like you said, at least a couple months, but that's not the case. I think there's just so much coming out of the White House, so much activity, and there's a lot of interest in this White House. I don't think nearly as many people would be interested in the political happenings had Hillary Clinton been elected.
I think you're right. I think it would have been a snooze fest.
Yeah, I think we would have a lot less things to talk about here on News Now.
Wow. I mean, I actually thought, and I was wrong about this, that once President Trump won, he would settle down into being the president, and it would kind of just be a slog, kind of as if Hillary won. But instead, it's been almost as exciting or even more exciting than the campaign, because you never know what's going to happen. Campaign, the candidates say the same stuff over and over and over, right? You put on a rally, it's the same as any other rally.
Right.
But
you can quote the candidate after you've watched a couple of them.
I think if you were asleep and dreaming, you could recite the entire stump speech of President Trump.
I mean, I'm trying to think back to the days where I streamed Donald Trump events day in, day out, 3-4 times a day. I mean, I definitely remember him saying, "We will repeal and replace Obamacare."
Right. Better jobs for everybody.
Right. We're going to build a wall. And then he asked the audience who's going to play for the wall. And they shout back, "Mexico."
Hillary Clinton, lock her up.
Lock her up. There were lock her up chants.
Right.
He would read the snake poem once in a while.
Then about 30 minutes in, there's like, all right, everyone look at the media. They're disgusting. They're dishonest.
And then everyone would turn around to the media area and boo them. Yeah. You attended a few local Trump events.
I went to 4 rallies.
I went to one as well with you.
That's
I
right.
tagged along.
Yeah, that's right.
Did some News Now coverage there.
I think you flashed.
That was the big one.
I think when we got to that point where he talked about the dishonest media, I think we both flashed a peace sign. No, but the people were pretty cool. At least they didn't physically attack us.
Right.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the rallies. But rallies are rallies. But this has been a consistently interesting administration. So it's kind of like a soap opera. It's kind of like important.
You can't help but watch. I mean,
kind of like a car crash.
Every morning when I wake up, I can't wait to open Twitter just to see what's trending, what did Trump say, what's happening, what is my day going to look like today.
Well, I can't wait to watch Fox News now.
Aw, thanks, Steve. That's really kind of you.
Well, you guys do a real good job, though, because you really fill us in, and you guys are going full tilt all the time. So that's pretty cool. So, so do we have any other great comments before I run over to because I'm on in 7 minutes here.
Let's see. James saying the snake poem readings were the highlight of President Trump rallies.
Wow. I think probably there are plenty of folks in our chat room who might have gone to a rally or 2 or 12.
Yeah, raise your hand or say aye if you attended a Donald Trump rally. And if you did, let us know what your favorite part of the Donald Trump rallies were.
Right.
We'd like to get your insight and share
or
them
if
with
you
our
went to
viewers.
other candidates, if you were a Bernie fan, if you were a Hillary fan, if you were for Rick Perry, went to any Rick Perry rallies. If you're a Jeb Bush guy.
Early on,
yeah.
I wouldn't say that Jeb Bush had rallies per se. They were more like town halls. They were usually just a few dozen people.
They were sober-sided town halls.
Yeah.
You know what, though? That guy, I interviewed him one time, and he knows a lot of things. He has a lot of information in his head. So I give him credit for that. He's a smart guy. He cares. So, anyway, I'm charitable to all.
Here is some insight from one of our viewers. Where is it? Mick Fail saying every administration is a soap opera. Trump just brings that flair to it.
Like Ric Flair, the wrestler?
Not exactly.
He does. You know, I'll tell you something. I watched part of, what was his show, Celebrity Apprentice, a couple days ago with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Mhm. Oh,
Donald Trump is so much better in that role than Arnold Schwarzenegger. It is not close.
I mean,
That's where you can see Trump's real...
Trump did say to pray for the ratings.
Yeah,
Pray for
well,
Arnold's ratings.
There might be bigger things to pray for in this world, but nevertheless, it's kind of a snooze fest with Arnold. He's such a nice guy to everybody.
Isn't his line, "You're terminated"?
Yeah, but he
Instead of
doesn't
"You're
say it with
fired."
a lot of gusto. But
Do you think
anyway,
it'll be canceled after this season?
I don't know. I mean, maybe President Trump can come over there and make an appearance or two. He is still the executive producer of the show.
This is true.
So.
Avenged X saying, "It's weird seeing a government move at a pace of normal business practices. The age of news and info really helps us out. Trump is doing wonders and has only golfed once."
It's early, guys. He's going to do a lot more golfing. He's got a really nice course in Florida.
Let's see.
Is this straight? More or less?
I think so.
Okay. Well, I got a jet.
All right.
I'm looking at the little thingy up there. It's 5:53 p.m. and I have to be there by 5:56 p.m.
All right, well, I'll read one more comment. Temporary channel saying, "Steve Kraft gets a +1 for the Ric Flair reference."
Thanks, guys.
All
Maybe
right.
we'll talk more WWE at some future time.
All
Well,
right.
Linda McMahon is a Small Business Administration head.
That's true. That's big news, too.
That'll be cool.
All right, Steve,
All
thanks
right,
for hanging
left
out.
on. Peace.
That was Steve Kraft, everyone. Here is another quick look at the White House. I know many of you guys were asking for a live feed of the Oroville Dam. We're working to get that feed back. We currently do not have live images of the Oroville Dam. However, I can show you the feed from just minutes ago. All right, guys, in case you missed it earlier today, the House Republicans held a press conference. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now, and we will get you back those Oroville Dam aerials as soon as we get the chance.
Wow. Hey, guys. We're here to talk about Obama. I'm sure all the questions. Grab the door. It's good.
Thank y'all for joining us.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Brady, Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Like many others, I live back home, not in Washington, and when I'm home, I can't tell you how many families, how many small businesses, how many patients have been hurt by the Affordable Care Act. And they are being forced into plans they can't afford, they don't want, and frankly damages them. And so at the Ways and Means Committee, we're working on solutions that will do this first, provide relief to hardworking families that have been damaged by the Obamacare taxes, the penalties, and the mandates. We're going to provide Americans, especially middle-class families who've been left behind by Obamacare, with the freedom to buy a health care plan that's right for them, not what's right for Washington, that is portable, that can travel with them throughout their lifetime, is tailored to their needs, grows with their family, and can be changed throughout their lifetime. We're also looking to strengthen options like health savings accounts, sort of those consumer-driven health savings accounts that can help families deal better with the day-to-day out-of-pocket costs that come with health care as well. So we are focused on repealing Obamacare, replacing it with the types of reforms that work for patients, that return control to the states so they can tailor health care to their needs, and restores the free market so Americans just have more choices.
Good morning. I'm Greg Walden. I chair the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I hail from the great state of Oregon, where I did 5 town halls in the last week. And I'll tell you what, I want to echo what Chairman Brady said. Health care is very important to all Americans. We want to get it right. We've been taking our time to do that. And I think you're going to see us come forward with a replacement bill after we repeal that makes sure that people have access to affordable health care for the first time. I mean, I've heard from farmers and ranchers and small business people about what's happened to their premiums, how they didn't get to keep their plan, how they didn't get to keep their doctor. And we've met with states, we've met with governors across the country over the last couple of weeks who understand that this is not sustainable. So you're going to see us move forward on the Energy and Commerce Committee, looking at reforms, looking at a better way to provide help to those most in need in our states and the Medicaid population, and to allow states to innovate. Our state of Oregon has had quite a bit of innovation over the years. We've got the CCOs in place that have actually brought better health care outcomes at lower cost. There are great ideas out there among the states, but right now they have to come back and beg permission from a federal bureaucrat to be able to do much of anything innovative. We want to give states flexibility, and we want to give people better health care. We're going to accomplish both, and the legislation will be marking up in the near future.
Thank you very much. I want to wish you all a very happy Valentine's Day, but more importantly, I want to wish my wife, Judy, a very happy Valentine's Day. And if the cameras are on, hey!
You losers.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Would you two like to come back up?
Really.
All right. I do want to thank these two chairmen for the work they're doing, providing when it comes to replacing Obamacare. We all know the challenges, what's happening to so many families. The high deductibles, all those that joined the co-ops, those 23 co-ops that were given more than $2 billion, 18 of them have failed. Or when you look across the United States, those more than 3,000 counties, but now 1,022 of them, those counties, 1/3 of America, only have one health care insurance company. That's the real challenges that continue to fail as we go. That's why we cannot slow down. We have to repeal and we have to replace it. And when you look at the functions of what we're doing, focusing on the individual, focusing on the care, the betterment of all of America, these two individuals and their committees are doing the work. Now this week we're continuing to make sure we're reforming and getting the regulatory process in America working right. When you look at the Congressional Review Act, only one time in history has one ever been signed into law. 2 will be signed this week. We'll have passed our 13th by the end of this week. Kevin Brady will actually be on the floor going through unemployment insurance drug testing. So many have been addicted in the past. We should not continue to help the very poor habits, but we actually should give states more flexibility, getting people back to work. That's exactly what we're being able to do. When you look at these reviews, Congressional Review Acts, what we're doing, especially regulatory, we're helping America get back to work, finding common sense regulations. But also in the long run, what we're doing is making sure a level playing field, that states have the flexibility and the protection. So we look at the other one that we're dealing with when it comes to retirement planning, making sure those individuals have the same protection in the private sector as also in the public. And I think that's very important, looking out after the individual, that what this Congress wants to make sure they do. I yield back.
Well, happy Valentine's Day to my lovely wife, Jennifer, back home. I think we know what the speaker's going to talk about, too. And to all of you, of course. Look, for years now, Americans have been telling us all across the country that Obamacare's failed. It's failed families. If you look at what it's done in the practice of medicine, we've seen so many doctors leaving the practice of medicine. In fact, a lot of them have ran for Congress and got elected to Congress to come and help rescue people across this country from the failures of Obamacare. And the good news is we've been listening to them, and we've committed that if we finally get the opportunity with the Republican House and Senate and White House, that we would repeal this law and actually replace it with reforms that put patients back in charge of their health care decisions. Healthcare decisions are too important to be made by unelected bureaucrats here in Washington. And what we're working on is legislation that will actually put that control back in the hands of families and patients and get it out of the hands of these unelected bureaucrats. And we're focused on lowering costs for families. One of the biggest failures of Obamacare is that it's made healthcare more unaffordable and more inaccessible for families.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this press conference from earlier today and take you to a live event happening here in Arizona, specifically Flagstaff, Arizona, the debate over minimum wage, a very controversial issue as minimum wage is increasing, but is it by too much in Flagstaff? Let's go ahead and listen in on this meeting that's just starting now.
That we have two cards. We have this particular card, it's a beige color card. If you would like to make remarks in this particular section of the agenda, please fill those out and give those to your clerk. This is our clerk right here. If you want to make sure that your viewpoint is known but you do not wish to speak, you can fill out one of these particular cards and we will be able to read those, but you will not be called down to speak. When you come down to speak on this particular item, you'll have 3 minutes. There's a light system that starts with green, goes to yellow when you have approximately 30 seconds left, and then goes to red. We would really appreciate it if you would just be mindful of your time and police yourselves, and so when it turns red, if you can just conclude your remarks, that would be greatly appreciated. Mr. Copley, do you have a presentation for us?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Josh Copley, City Manager. Good evening and happy Valentine's Day. Tonight we have but one item on the agenda. I do not have a staff presentation, but I do want to speak just briefly to the item that is on the agenda tonight and why it is on tonight's agenda. The city staff received the petition of validated signatures from the county recorder last February 8th in the evening. And the process for that point is to move this to a council agenda. This could not have been heard last Tuesday because it would have been too soon. The reason it isn't being heard next Tuesday is because logistically it would be increasingly difficult for a special election. If that is what council decided to do, it would be increasingly difficult logistically to have an election on May 16th. So the simple answer for council and the audience tonight is that this is the night that would allow council all of the options that are before you to be considered, and that those options are viable. So what options are there? The options as delineated in the staff summary are that council could choose to call a special election on May 16th of 17 to submit to the voters an amendment to Title 15, Labor of the City Flagstaff City Code as presented through Initiative IN 2017-01 and entitled the Sustainable Wages Act. And or council could choose option 2, to direct staff to place on a future agenda the discussion and possible adoption of an ordinance amending the current law to further its intent. Council could also choose, again, as I've suggested in the and or, they could do both. And, of course, council could choose to take no action. And that would, as the item is scheduled for the November of 18 ballot, that is when that decision would be made by the voters. So without further ado, if there are no further questions, I will yield the podium and we can begin the public engagement.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and take public comment prior to council discussion. I'm going to call people up 2 at a time. The first individual will be Luis Fernandez, followed by a Louis Basil Jr., who is with the Wildflower Bread Company. Luis Fernandez.
Hello. I just wanted to address the council. Thank you for having us again. And here we are again after having doing this a couple of weeks ago. I just want to speak very clearly against actually opening and doing a referendum of this vote for the reasons that were stated here a few weeks ago. And that is that the People voted for this. There were lots of votes. It was a democratic election. People knew what they were voting for. We know what they were voting for, and we like to keep it there and respect the vote of the people. Two, a referendum would actually decrease, not just change that, but actually eliminate one of the things that's the most important thing for me, which is that part of the proposition that holds businesses accountable to wage theft. And I know that there was a letter delivered to you saying that there were people in the community were a little disappointed to hear people make claims of wage theft, but I'm here to tell you that we have lots of evidence of that if you would like. Some of you have been at meetings with us, with the Repeal Coalition, and have actually met people who get paid below the minimum wage, under the table, people whose salaries are stolen, people who, all sorts of different things that happen. And having an office that actually allows us to investigate and look into those things that is fair and allows, of course, for due process is very, very important for us. And these two issues have been conflated and people have eliminated that part of the proposition, which actually has nothing to do with an increase of minimum wage, which makes me feel that they're protecting a different set of interests rather than the interest of the collective interest of our community. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Louis Bazell. I'm the founder of the Wildflower Bread Company. We're an Arizona-based organization, been in business 20 years, have our store in Flagstaff here since 2010. I want to talk about a few different things. One is I want to bring to your attention that in Kansas City, Missouri, they had a similar situation. Back in April of 2015, there was a study commissioned, a white paper by Dr. David McPherson, Trinity College out of San Antonio, Texas. Similar proposal, $7.65 to $15. And really there were three key takeaways from that. One, the study forecasted 3,200 jobs lost. 60% of those held by women, 36% in the service sector. Since 1990, 85% of all the credible research done on the minimum wage concludes that there will be job loss for less skilled workers. And lastly, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, when analyzing former President Obama's 1010 wage, forecasted 500,000 jobs lost. The restaurant business is not like every other business, okay? From 2003 to 2013, by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we've seen no productivity gains in our business. So that effectively means it's a people business with not a lot of technology in it. From 2010 to 2014, the service sector, restaurant industry, created 32.7% of all of the middle-class jobs in this country, where the rest of the economy created 8% of those jobs. Basically, the bottom line is that not all businesses are the same. I passed out a handout to you that we used basically at the Wildflower to talk about this because wages are going up. Would it surprise you to find out that in 2015, Apple Computer made $485,000 per employee, where the Wildflower made $2,348 per employee? You raise the wage $2 on a 40-hour work week, full-time work. That goes from a positive $2,348 to almost a loss of $2,000. I don't know where that's going to come from, and I don't really know how we're expected to run businesses like that. When you look down on that infographic, where does all the money go? Wildflower got to keep in 2016 1.5 cents on every dollar we made for our rainy day fund. So what's going to happen to all of that money when the wages go up? Folks like you here, maybe you're not getting a raise. You're our customer. How are you going to pay for increased prices? The last piece that I'd like to bring up is the fact that there's an incredible career path here. Our lowest paid employee with full-time benefits is making $31,000 at full-time hours. And we have folks making almost $40,000 at the current wage structure. Our average general manager makes $78,000. I'd just like to close with one quote. Comes from a Buffalo Wild Wings franchisee. His name is Kareem Webb. He goes, "You give me 4 years of showing up on time, doing the right thing, doing your best, and you will learn how to run a multi-million-dollar business. You'll have no debt, you'll have skills commensurate with a college degree, and we will give you the tools to take care of your family for the rest of your life. You can make that choice.
Thank you.
Do the right thing and let us vote again.
Thank you. The next individual is Gerardo Alvarado. I believe that he might need translation services. As such, he would get a total of 5 minutes. The next person behind him would be John Victoria.
Hi. Primero que nada, esta discusión no debería estar pasando ya que la gente votó a favor de esta ley.
First of all, I feel that this discussion should not be happening because people already voted for this.
Si debería estar pasando una discusión así, sería para subir el salario de $18 a $20, porque ese es el salario que debería poder una persona vivir bien aquí en Flagstaff.
If there were to be a discussion, the discussion should be about raising the minimum wage from 15 to 18 or 20, because that's actually what is required for a person to be able to support themselves here in Flagstaff.
Otra cosa, varios de ustedes cuando estaban en campaña les contamos de nuestra comunidad, de lo que estaba pasando y de cómo les estaban explotando en sus lugares de trabajo.
He says, many of you who were actually running for office, while you were running for office, we reached out to you and talked to you at that time about and introduced you to people that were wages being stolen, were being paid less, and yes.
Muchos estos señores empresarios más que argumentan de que van a perjudicar a sus empleados y todo eso, pero más que perjudicar a sus empleados tienen miedo de perder sus privilegios.
Says people here, the business people that are speaking here and talking here, are talking about how this might hurt their employees themselves, but really what this is very likely to hurt is actually their privilege.
Si de verdad estos señores están tan preocupados, ¿por qué no fueron a caminar a los vecindarios para recoger esos votos?
It says if they are really worried about this, how come when we were campaigning and the campaign was running, how come they weren't out there trying to talk to people and talking to people about this and trying to get votes?
La gente, claro, pues ellos tuvieron que pagar a alguien que hiciera el trabajo que ellos les preocupaba.
So what they did instead is actually hire people and pay them to do the work that actually that it was the work for them.
¿Cuántas de estas personas saben cómo viven sus empleados? Hay personas que tienen 2 o hasta 3 trabajos para poder sobrevivir aquí en Flagstaff.
How many of these people know exactly how their employees live? There are many people here in Flagstaff that have to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
De hecho, en este mismo momento hay gentes que sí les recortaron el horario por el salario mínimo, pero ¿qué están haciendo? Están forzando a la gente que trabaje más para que recuperar ese tiempo perdido.
So there are people right now whose hours have been cut, and so that they have to work fewer hours. But what they're doing is they're actually increasing the amount of work that they're doing. So in that time, they're also working harder and more.
Dicen que Flagstaff es uno de los mejores lugares para vivir y criar a tus hijos, pero la pregunta es, ¿para quién?
They say that Flagstaff is a really good place to raise your children, live and raise your children, but the question is, who is that for?
Yo trabajo en la construcción, gano más que lo que ganaría en un restaurante. Si tengo yo que bajar mi salario para que mi comunidad pueda estar mejor, yo lo haría.
I am a construction worker. I get paid actually better than the minimum wage. However, if my wage needs to go down so that actually my community earns more money, I would do it in a second.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
John Victoria, and behind that would be Gabor Kovac.
Good evening. Tough night, really tough night. I was sitting there, and I happened to think of the oath that the doctors take when they become doctors. First of all, do no harm. It looks like we're not going to be able to do that this evening. except with the possibility of some modification where we further the intent and will of 414 and yet create some kind of flexibility for the businesses that we have here in town. I got a call from a friend of mine this afternoon, and over at Dairy Queen by Barnes & Noble, vanilla milkshakes are now $7. And not that I need those at all, but it's already having an effect on the businesses. And yet, poor people, it's hard work to be poor, to get the money out every month for rent and gas and food. And God help us if they have a medical issue that they don't have coverage for, or they need tires, or whatever it may be. I hope that the council can find a way to create the best middle of the road that we can and do the best that we can for the businesses in Flagstaff and the poor people. Saw the other day where in Flagstaff the rents continue to rise and housing assistance is not keeping up. So poor people are not in control of their rent. Other people are. And so many of the costs that we face are out of our hands. And businesses are dealing with that right now with the increase in wages. So we're still going to be here in Flagstaff after all of this is done, and I hope that we can recover from this as best we can. Thanks for all your help.
After Gebar Kovac, we have Sandra Lubarski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You heard me talk on this issue in the last year and a half, or ever since it came up. Just a couple of thoughts, as I usually have. First would be, I have a little part-time gig beside my retirement. It pays far less than the $15 an hour, and I have vehemently opposed this Prop 414 from the beginning for only one reason. It's wrong from its very foundation. It was presented wrongly, the whole concept is wrong, and as far as I'm concerned, it is a political agenda, far more so than trying to care about the poor or those who actually work on a lower wage. Ever since Elevate Flagstaff came out, in this petition drive, they worked their rear ends off together, more than twice or nearly twice the signatures that are needed to put it on a ballot. I encourage you, and I urge you actually, to put it on the May ballot. Some of the people out there are saying that it should be put maybe on the November 2018 ballot because, yeah, democracy should work, but let's stick the knife in first and then, well, leave it in there until November. No, let's pull it out, let's patch up the wounds, and rather put it on the May election or a special election this May. It is disingenuous, in my opinion, to postpone it after 414 would be implemented. So, having said that, I appreciate the effort that you are putting into this, all of you. I talked to some of you in person. I talked to many of the people in town in person. You have made it clear over the years that you want even a single voice to be heard. Well, that should be heard. We have nearly 9,000 voices to be heard. I hate to see this whole thing come into this. It has happened because it was presented wrongly, as I earlier said. It was a bad idea to begin with, and to try to remedy it now, it's a far more difficult effort and a far more difficult conversation for everybody to have now. Thank you.
Sandra Lubarsky, followed by Athena Hajar.
Honored Mayor and Council members, I believe that the most important question in front of you tonight is about the democratic process, and this is tied to the issue of special elections. I've done some research in an effort to understand the criteria for a special election and the history of special elections in Flagstaff. First, I think it's important to remember that referendums and initiatives are different, and they have a different history in our city. As you know, a referendum is a citizen response to a decision made by the council or other legislative body. In Arizona, citizens have the power to repeal such legislation as made by the council by means of a veto referendum. We have had 3 such referendums in our city history. In 2001, there was a referendum to overturn a council decision to fluoridate city water. In 2002, there was the Big Box Ordinance referendum. And in 2010, there was a referendum to overturn a council decision on a meet and confer ordinance. We've also had 2 referendums to ratify changes initiated by council. In 2014, there was a referendum to approve the regional plan, and in 2015, there was a referendum to approve amendments to the city charter. An initiative is different. It is a citizen-initiated ballot effort unrelated to a previous legislative decision. According to Liz Burke, our city clerk, we have only had 2 initiatives in city history, and these were Prop 413 for Greater Buffalo Park and Prop 414 for the minimum wage increase approved by voters this past November. Now we have a 3rd initiative. While I believe in the right to a citizen initiative process, this current initiative is very troubling in 2 important ways. First, this initiative seeks to overturn the will of the people as expressed in a general election held a mere 3 months ago. We have never seen an initiative like this, explicitly directed not toward introducing a new liberty or right, such as women's suffrage, which was the first initiative introduced in the state of Arizona, or our own Greater Buffalo Park initiative. But this initiative is directed toward overturning the popular vote of citizens in a general election, and doing this even before the initiative has been in effect. More importantly, the proponents of this proposal are asking for a special election. It is very important to note that never in the history of our city has a special election been called for the purpose of voting on an initiative. Were council to approve a special election, it would be setting a very alarming precedent in which those who lose the vote in a general election immediately appeal to council for a do-over in a special election. Imagine the chaos that would ensue after every election hereinafter. And most importantly, and I'll just say this to end with, imagine how such a process would erode our democratic system. For any group unhappy with the outcome of a general election could expect the city would then hold a special election for them. And we know that special elections garner a much smaller voting participation. Thank you.
Okay. And right after you would be Brianna Britton Davis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Anthea Hajar. I have been a resident of Flagstaff for 26 years. For 20 years, I have worked for Lou Corporation, a provider agency providing services to individuals with disabilities. I am here tonight to appeal to you to honor the almost 9,000 signatures of Flagstaff voters who are asking for a special election in May. Prop 414 will have devastating consequences to this town. Although it is meant to help the working poor, I believe it will only do the opposite. Small businesses will close, and all agencies providing services to individuals with disabilities will close. That will leave almost more than 800 vulnerable people without services. They will be forced to find homes outside of Flagstaff, away from their families and friends. Hundreds and hundreds of people will lose their jobs, including me. Flagstaff, a diverse and welcoming community, will become an exclusive community with no room for those with disabilities, and it will end services for people with disabilities. You will essentially build a wall and say, sorry, if you have a disability, you are not welcome in this community. You face a difficult decision tonight. Please allow a special election and let the people of Flagstaff decide if Prop 414 is truly what they want. Thank you.
And after Mr. Davis, we have Marcus Ford.
Thank you for your time. My name is Britton Davis. I did vote for 206 and 414 in the November election. And as a teacher for FUSD, these changes do have the potential to affect me in many ways. I'm privy to some discussions in the district, and there's a major concern for how the $12 jump in July is going to strain the finances. The majority of classified workers in the district will see a raise as a result. We're not sure where teacher raises will come from, so especially when you combine that with DSEG funding under attack. But my whole point is I have plenty of justification to rethink my vote, but I don't. I'm proud of the vote I made, and the very people, these classified employees in the district who are going to get this raise, these are the ones who do care for the special needs students in the school. They prepare the lunches, they provide the safe, fun, and educational after-school activities to the students, and these students, many of whose parents can't be home for them because they have to work the minimum wage jobs to support the families. The proposal from Elevate Flagstaff, I don't believe has ever been presented as a compromise solution or a compromise position. If 206, the state proposition 206, hadn't passed, it would have been a 50-cent raise over the $10 minimum wage in the state. So it's not really a true compromise. It's just caves to the demands or in the interests of employers at the expense of the hard workers. There are compromises that exist, so the Bridging Flagstaff, I think, is a good starting point if we're going to start talking about revisiting this. Getting rid of the $2 escalator is a starting point that I think is reasonable, but if that's what was under discussion tonight, I honestly wouldn't be here tonight. I'd be fine with the decision that was made, but since an amendment to this has to stay true to the intent of the proposition, and Elevate Flagstaff's proposal, I don't believe, does stay true to the intent, it should not be put on the ballot. So I hope that you don't have the special election. Thank you.
After Marcus Ford, there is a Russell and Mary Goddard.
Mayor and City Council, the issue before the Council tonight is nothing less than the state of our democracy. Last November, 27,623 Flagstaff citizens went to the polls in a general election. The majority of the voters decided that by 2021, the minimum wage of Flagstaff should be $15 an hour. This was not the outcome the Chamber of Commerce was hoping for. The Chamber actively campaigned against Proposition 414 and quite simply lost at the ballot box. Now the Chamber would like a do-over. Of course, I understand this on an emotional level. I'm sure the Atlantic Falcons would like another Super Bowl sometime soon so that they can have another shot at winning. But this will not happen. There will be another Super Bowl next year, and in 2018, there'll be another general election. The Chamber and its allies are free to put a measure on the ballot undoing Proposition 414 in November 2018. Granting a special election for this purpose would set a very dangerous precedent. namely that the losing side of any issue could request another election prior to the next scheduled election. To my mind, this is both costly and undemocratic, and I urge the council not to go down this road. And now the state Republican Party, historically a champion of local control, has weighed in on this matter and has encouraged citizens from throughout the state to lobby Flagstaff City Council to call for a special election. In their estimation, the citizens of Scottsdale and Fountain Hill and Mesa know better than we do what the minimum wage should be in Flagstaff. I reject this idea, and I encourage you to reject it as well. You have been elected by the citizens of Flagstaff to serve the people of this community. We are your constituents. Let the people in other cities decide for themselves what an appropriate and morally justifiable minimum wage is in their town. And let the people of Flagstaff decide for themselves what the minimum wage should be in our community. I can assure you that had the people of Flagstaff voted against raising the minimum wage, we would not be here tonight. The only reason that we are here tonight is because the chamber and its allies lost the election. Granting them a special election, one that has the potential to reverse the decision made by the citizens of Flagstaff just a few months ago, undermines the importance of a general election. The most important decisions in our community need to be made in a fashion that ensures the greatest voter participation possible. Any special election, by its very nature, will have limited voter turnout. We cannot allow the minority to overrule the decisions of the majority. Thank you.
Again, I had Russell and Mary.
It's two separate presentations now.
It's two separate presentations, but I want to call you both up at the same time.
That's fine. So she can stand with me.
Yeah.
It's Valentine's.
It is. And after that is Janie Huggard.
Not sure if you all got it, but I did email you a copy of what I'm going to read today. And I'm the executive director of the Peaks Health and Rehabilitation, which provides skilled nursing and long-term care to many of our people here in Flagstaff. The Peaks also has assisted living apartments and independent living bungalows. We are a nonprofit with 180 employees of all skill levels and approximately 185 patients and residents. I performed a cost analysis, which is in the table below, of the letter that you have of the effects of Prop 414 on our company over the next 4.5 years. As you can see, the increased payroll starting July 1st for just 2017 will cost us an additional $75,000 a year. 2018's $159,000. 2019's $168,000. Generally, that's not, doesn't seem too bad because a lot of our people already make over those wages. But when you get to 2020, it costs us an additional $344,000, and in 2021, $562,000. It's going to cost my company $1.3 million over the next 4.5 years. Now let's put that in perspective. We operate on a margin of about 3.3%. So by the time you get to 2021, our margin is reduced by 4%. Staple assumes no annual performance increases for any employees, which would negatively affect the net margin even more. In other words, a wage freeze for all those people making more than the minimum wage. It also does not account for the increased cost of goods that we purchase locally in a Prop 414 stands. This may force us to purchase less from our local market. Our business revenue is controlled in large part by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, so increasing our rates is not an option to make up the difference in the decrease in margins due to Prop 414. Think of us as being on a fixed income. As you can see, a 4% decrease in our already slim 3.3% margin is an unsustainable business model. As a nonprofit, we're required to reinvest our margin into employee wages increases and education, building and maintenance, medical equipment, and quality improvement.
if Prop 414 is not amended, we will be unable to provide these services to our residents and patients, and ultimately it could cause the closure of our business. That is a loss of 180 jobs and 185 vulnerable adults that will have to move and probably out of town because the other people that do what we do are under the same constraints.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm speaking to you from the other side of the family, as a wife, as a mother, and as a grandmother. And I can tell you that I grew up in Flagstaff. I graduated Flag High in 1975. I have just come back 40 years later to find that Flagstaff has changed dramatically. The cost of living is high. Everything's high here, but everybody has the initiative to live here or not live here, right? So we all have that choice. I'm going to tell you that when I hear that people are poor, I understand that. I was poor at one point in my life. I was a single mom, working 2 jobs. I understand what poor is, but I also understand the initiative of working and working hard. My 2 kids both have their master's degrees and work 3 jobs. One's a Marine, an engineer, and a teacher for the University of San Diego, and the other one is a high school teacher in Phoenix, coaches and teaches online for her 3rd job, raising 4 children. So I know where I'm talking from in this perspective. I have a question, though, here. It's your fiduciary responsibility to take care of all the people. When I go to Walmart and I buy my groceries have already gone up 20%. Toilet paper I used to buy for $5.50 is now $7.25. All the food is rising. Culliver's built a beautiful building. They're not going to put the sign up until this 414 is shot down and the people can vote because it was completely confusing. Everybody was voting for a state initiative, and then on top of it, we had 414. Many people were confused. $2, $3, $4, $5. They didn't know what they were voting for on top of the state initiative. I am going to tell you that 414 is an ideology. It is not a reality for the elderly that live in this community, for us in our midlife age, or for the young people. Already the menus have gone up in this town. The services are going up in this town. And I am going to ask you, Eva, to recuse yourself tonight, being that you wrote 414.
Thank you. After Janie Huggart, we have Lisa I'm trying.
Lisa Kay.
There we go.
First, I want to thank the City Council and Madam Mayor for choosing public service and serving Flagstaff. As elected officials of Flagstaff, you have chosen to represent all of Flagstaff. The ones that vote on your selected platforms, the ones that didn't vote for you, and the ones that have no voting rights, even though they pay taxes, work, shop, and eat in Flagstaff, and the ones that are not able to vote for various reasons or limitations. That being said, Ava, you have, as far as I can see, an ethical dilemma. You cannot objectively serve all the Flagstaff people when your home has filed a lawsuit against the petition presented to Town Hall. You cannot be objective when things in your that are personal to you. That is a disservice in representing Flagstaff, unless you have alternative facts to ethics. I understand that you worked hard on Prop 414. However, it is severely flawed. This is going to eliminate a population of Flagstaff that need your service. The developmentally disabled need to be heard and heard quickly. Some are saying, wait and see the truth. Are you really willing to play with their lives? It has been rumored that the developmentally disabled community has been pitted against the poor. They're poor, I'm poor, my coworkers are poor. You know, I honestly thought that once the council heard that this prop would directly impact the disabled community in such a negative way and their families, that it would never become this battle. I thought that our fellow human beings would be valued more than $1. I thought that you would feel the same way I did, that they just didn't realize how it impacts them and the severity of the tragedy that's going to ripple through Flagstaff. I am disgusted that I know most of what I am saying is falling on deaf ears, that most of you have already made up your minds. And it tells me that you do not wish to serve all of Flagstaff, that there are other agendas at play, but you and only you are allowing our town, to throw out an entire class of citizens and their families. Why wouldn't their lives matter? Sorry, I'm not a public speaker. Our motto should be out of sight, out of mind at this point. And someone opened up, protect and enhance the quality for all. Are you doing just that? Thank you.
After Lisa, we have Travis Lane.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lisa Korenkevich.
Thank you.
Yes, the people voted for 414, but obviously there are many people who strongly oppose, or we wouldn't even be here tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of Lou Corporation, the individuals we serve, their families, and our staff to ask you to vote yes to hold a special election in May. Waiting any longer would be too late for agencies in Flagstaff providing services for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities. If a special election is held in May, no matter what the result is, it will allow clients, their families, providers, and direct support staff time to plan and make changes if necessary. We have no hidden agenda and are not trying to get rich on the backs of the poor, as if that were even possible in our line of work. Your vote tonight will have a significant impact on the lives of many, no matter how you vote. Of course, my first responsibility is to be an advocate for my clients and all of those who don't have a voice here tonight. So again, I ask you, council members, to please vote yes to a special election in May. Thank you.
After Travis Lane, we have Evan Hockbaker.
Hi there, I'm Travis Lane. I'm a former employee of Quality Connections, and I'm opposing the special election. I was pretty shocked to hear that representatives from Quality Connections were in favor of the special election, due to the fact that Quality Connections is a company in the behavioral health field. It's vital that we uphold compassion for their employees so we can maintain a really positive and strong employee and client relationship. I really fear that Quality Connections being in favor of the special election is only going to preserve the unusually high turnover rate that already exists amongst employees there. And that in turn reflects poorly on the clients who often need consistency in their lives to maintain a compassionate, a compassionate life and to be able to make progress in their lives and move forward in ways that they can be satisfied with. And I worked for Quality Connections for 2 years, and during that 2 years I made $9 an hour. And I received no raise in that 2 years. It was steady at $9 an hour. Although I picked up multiple positions while I was, working in their day program, such as becoming a key holder of a key that would cost me $100 if was misplaced. That would be taken out of my check, which is understandable, but if you're going to put extra responsibility, compensation would be nice. As well as being a bus driver and having the title as lead transportation, I received no extra compensation for that either. There's huge liabilities that are involved with the job, such as administering meds, as well as being a bus driver. And not every employee is med trained and able to administer medication. However, I was, and I received no extra compensation for that. I had very high status within the company for the work I did there, and I'm very proud of the work I did there. I'm no longer with the company, but it's very shocking to hear that they'd be opposing, or they'd be in favor of the minimum wage increase, or not in favor of the minimum wage increase, due to that fact. I volunteered extra hours in the company and stayed for many hospital visits for the man I took care of. And although, I was given some gratitude for that, after 2 years of consistently fighting for a man, I received no compensation besides spoken word. So, thanks, guys. Thanks for your time.
I have a card for Even Hogbaker. Yep, right here. Okay, and after that is Alyssa Lewis.
Greetings, Mayor Evans and Council. My name is Evan Hogbaker at 1912 North Center Street. I've been a resident of Flagstaff for 10 years, and I'm currently purchasing my first home in Sunnyside. I spent 6 years working at 2 different agencies as a direct care worker, working in family homes and group homes with adults, elders, and children who experience developmental disabilities. With this experience, I can say that the agencies that staff direct care work are dramatically underfunded by the state, and an undue burden is put upon the families to pay for these services. The state of Arizona needs to increase funding to these services, and I encourage City Council to seek out this funding and send the pressure upward on the chain of control, rather than continuing to allow hardworking and big-hearted direct care workers to struggle to feed themselves and provide basic necessities for themselves and their families and their own children. Direct care workers, in my experience, are chronically undertrained, underprepared, and undersupported by management to carry out the duties of their jobs. All for just cents above state minimum wage, they are saddled with massive responsibilities and very important responsibilities, which they bravely take on through the goodness of their hearts and a hard work ethic, and like I said, big, big hearts and strong relationships that they form with their clients. I unfortunately can tell you that abuse, as defined by Article 9 for clients' rights in this field with folks experiencing developmental disabilities, is rampant among this field. Direct care workers deal with their clients, work with their clients, and support their clients in very, very sensitive and vulnerable positions, including bathing them fully nude, driving them around, often multiple clients at a time in rush hour traffic and all weather conditions, walking them across the street in busy intersections, and many clients have behavior challenges that can cause them to bolt into traffic at any moment, and direct care workers are responsible for their safety. And very importantly, direct care workers are responsible for preparing and administering medication. They're responsible for preparing and administering medication, often dozens of pills a day, only getting paid $8.50, $9 an hour, oftentimes with no promise of a raise. That's life and death issues, all of those that I've listed above, all of those responsibilities. And they're getting paid just pennies above minimum wage. And like I said, mistreatment is rampant. I've seen it in my own experience. And I believe a living wage will give workers the energy, capacity, and support for their clients as best as they can.
Thank you. I believe the next name is Alyssa Lewis. After that would be Dave Ledbetter.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Lewis, and I'd also like to speak as a former caregiver, and specifically my experience working at Quality Connections, which is a company that provides services to adults with disabilities in Flagstaff, who, it's my understanding, have been publicly advocating for the special election, and I would like to oppose as a former employee. About a year into my employment at Quality Connections, I and my fellow employees at the day program were promised a $1 raise, which was to take place in October of 2016 by the CEO and by the Director of QC Learning as thanks for the skillful way that we navigated high-stress situations, including lockdowns, and kept the clients in our care safe. The raise was to be from $9 to $10 an hour. When October arrived, we did not receive the raise promised to us and were not communicated to about why. When I confronted the vice president of the company, he told me that Quality Connections did not have the funding at the moment to provide raises, but that it was the company policy to support the minimum wage being raised so that they would receive more state funding proportional to the increased amount we would be making. Considering this comment, which was told to me directly by the vice president, it's surprising that Quality Connections is now so publicly opposed to a minimum wage hike, which supposedly it had previously been company policy to support. The two explanations that I can think of are that either QC has been misleading the public about the nature of their funding and that they are being compensated by the state for the wage hike, or that I was personally lied to about how funding worked in order to keep me from agitating for a raise that I was promised. Whatever is the case, it's my belief that administrators in these caregiving companies have been manipulating the discourse around wages in their companies from the start, and that they're continuing to do so now in the community. I believe that the fuss that they've been making about the raise has been unfairly pitting clients receiving disability services against the caregivers taking care of them, when the bigger picture is that both groups are exploited in an industry that is underfunded and provides little support. Instead of throwing low-wage workers under the bus, these companies should be focusing their resources and powers of organizing on agitating for the funding that they need from the state. And we should be working together to get the resources needed to properly care for folks who receive these services from the powerful, which is the state, rather than preserving the status quo of exploiting the powerless, which is the low-wage worker. That's why I believe the special election is not valid and should not go through. Thank you.
There is a Dave Ledbetter, and after that, Rick Hargrove.
Hi, my name is Dave Ledbetter. Thanks for having us, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I wrote a bunch of notes of things that I thought I wanted to come up here and say, and after sitting here, I have to applaud the gentleman in the cap with the green checkerboard shirt back here that spoke initially, because I really echo a lot of his comments. Despite the impact that this bill has on my business, it's costing us a lot of money, and in turn, a lot of that cost is being passed on to our customers. And aside from that, I'm sitting in the back of the room, and I kind of decided to take a step back from my own personal viewpoints of the situation and put myself in your shoes for a moment, because you're really in a pickle. You guys really, you really inherited quite a mess to untangle. We had this election. I know when it came time for me to vote on this, on these particular issues, I knew that both of them didn't make sense at the same time. That was where I was coming from when I made the decisions to vote the way that I did. I've never been opposed to raising minimum wage. I've never paid, with the exception of my high school workers, never really paid my staff minimum wage. So paying people more money, I think, is not a bad idea. It's a great idea, but doing so fast, I think, is where the problem lies. I respect the democratic process as much as anybody, and I really echo some of the concerns that the people in this room have raised when it comes to the idea of having a special election and overturning what was decided in November. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So, I'm so wishy-washy standing up here about what's the right thing to do. I can't imagine where you're coming from. You have to make a decision that's in the best interest of the city of Flagstaff. All I know is that I was confused in November about how to achieve this result. I think a lot of other voters were. I think there was a lot of voters that didn't really realize what the ramifications were. It just sounds good on paper to raise minimum wage $2 an hour. And once you see the fallout of it all, you start to realize that maybe it isn't as great as it sounds. Ultimately, I think if I were in your shoes, I would push it back on the voters and say, hey, if you really want this to happen, then vote yes on it again. Give us an opportunity to vote yes on it again. And we got to do that sooner than later. Next November's too late. So give everybody another chance to reconsider this decision, and I'll be the first one to stand with everybody if they decide they want to do it, and I'll stand behind the people of Flagstaff if they decide they don't want to do it. But ultimately, let the people decide. That's what I can say.
After Vic Hargrove, we have Dave Hirsch.
Madam Mayor and members of council, my name is Rick Hargrove. I am an owner of an agency that serves vulnerable citizens and people with developmental disabilities here in Flagstaff. You've heard much about this issue, and it's unfortunate that we're in this situation at all. If the initiative had just included a revenue source for the government and public services that are adversely affected, you wouldn't have been put in this situation. Flagstaff wouldn't be tragically torn apart by this issue right now. The real honest truth is that this increase in cost is not likely to be funded by the legislature. So agencies like mine are now forced to examine their ability to continue providing the services in the Flagstaff area. Abrio, I let you know, was a born and bred Flagstaff company. It started out as AskCan Foundation, and we've been around for a long time here. We lost money in our Flagstaff operation for the last 3 years continuously. It's primarily because it is more expensive to live here. Rents are higher. Our staff wage had to be higher to attract a quality person to do the amazing work that you've heard people testify to here today. This proposition is the straw that breaks our back. We can't endure any more loss. I don't know what to do. These people that we serve are part of our family. We've had them since they were kids. And so the likelihood that they'll be served by somebody else breaks our heart. If you vote to amend the initiative, there's a strong likelihood that it will be legally challenged. And if you vote to move forward with the special election in May, the result could be that the initiative stands the way it originally was voted on back in November. It could fail. The new initiative could fail. I encourage you to not only modify the proposition by removing the $2 above state minimum wage, But I also encourage you to please allow the special election to go forward. Do both. Doing both has the greatest likelihood of preserving services to Flagstaff's most awesome and vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, appreciate the opportunity to talk here today. My name is David Hirsch. I'm with Goodwill Industries, Northern Arizona. And I want to start off by saying that for me, this is really about the impact that it has on businesses that employ people, and there's a direct connection between both of those. And I want to tell you a little bit about myself. For 45 years, I've been made every bone in my body has attempted to be a voice for people who lack a voice. And at Goodwill, we serve all of northern Arizona, and that's 200 team members on our payroll, 160 of which are full-time with benefits, 22% have disabilities, and the vast majority of the other are people who have other barriers to employment. Oftentimes, people that a lot of businesses don't want to give an opportunity to work. The day before the election, we had net contribution, not a lot. And for us, net contribution is mission. It's employment on our payroll and helping others, employment on the payroll of other businesses. The day after the election, our net mission contribution was eliminated. Nevertheless, we made the decision at that point to maintain full-time employment, to maintain benefits. But I have to tell you that less than 2 months into this new year, we are teetering on the brink. And that is 200 people on our payroll. Now, I know we're talking about Flagstaff, and just to give you some numbers, and they're not really very different than my friends at the Peaks, and that is that for us, we have, it's going to cost us, just with the $10, $100,000 in the first 6 months. Then you get to the second 6 months, and Flagstaff alone, that's another $100,000. And if you wrap in the 7 other communities that we serve, that is $400,000 this year. And very similar again to the Peaks, and you roll that out over 5 years, and that's nearly $1.5 million, and far outpacing our ability to grow and to provide services. So again, I want to come back to it's really about the impact. It breaks my heart to even think that we may not be around to employ 200 people throughout northern Arizona. And I know that oftentimes there's a perception that that's not real, that we'll find a way. I'm telling you that's not the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say that I'm doing my best to get these names right, but sometimes the handwriting makes it difficult. We have a Jesse, I think the last name is M-E, possibly L. I think there's an S in there. McGurl. Okay, there we go. Thank you. And after that is Paul Deasy.
It's me. It's my supposed. My name, dear Mayor and Mayor of City Council. My name is Jesse McGurl. I'm receiving residential and day service from Blue Corporation and job support through Quality Connections. I went to Flagstaff High School. I work at Goodwill for almost 10 years. I respect that you vote to hold up a special election in May because it might give people with disabilities a chance for the group homes to stay open and for me to keep everything I have. If you want to know my story, go on YouTube and look it up at My Story, Just My Girl. I work hard to get where I am today. When I went to stay in Flagstaff, I have a team called Coconut Alumni Unified for Special Olympians. Flagstaff's my home. I feel safe here, and I don't want to go anywhere else. People know me well because I've been here so long. I don't want to move or give up my job. Please vote yes tonight. Special election May. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Whelan, council members. I'm Paul Deasy with Bridging Flagstaff. We just want to state briefly that regardless of where you stand on the special election, regardless of how the vote goes tonight, council subsequently taking a vote to amend Prop 414 directly as soon as possible is the right thing to do, to stabilize our economy and bring our community back together, to protect our workers, our businesses, our nonprofits, and our disabled community. One of the worst things for an economy is uncertainty. People spend less money. Prices go up more. Successful businesses decide not to renew their leases. Employees' hours go down out of the uncertainty itself. Nonprofits needlessly spend time and energy finding alternative locations, writing budget plans, dealing with the stress and anxiety of this situation. Our disabled community losing employment, dealing with that mental anguish and fear for another 3 months. I think we all know that this has become more than just about minimum wage at this point. This has become about our sense of community, our civility, our respect and understanding of one another. And we do not want to see this go on any longer than necessary. We ask you, our chosen leaders, to directly amend Prop 414's timeline to prevent the increase to $12 in July. We ask that you simply delay the clause of $2 above state minimum until 2020 or 2021, a minimalistic change that furthers the true will of the voters. Regardless of your opinion, regardless of the vote on a special election tonight, we need resolution now. And we look to you to show the leadership and the courage to resolve this situation directly. Thank you.
I have Greg Ingsminger and Armando Bernasconi. Armando? And then Greg's last name is spelled Ensminger. There he is. Nope, maybe not. Okay. After Armando would be Cassie Reynolds.
Mayor Evans, City Council members, thanks for the opportunity. The second week of January, I came up and reported that there was 3 individuals with disabilities who lost their jobs. 2 weeks ago, I reported 11. Today, I'm reporting 15. Because of 414, this trend is accelerating. Since the election, we've placed 0 people out in the community. On average, we placed 3 to 4. By my calculations, that's about 25 people in Flagstaff with disabilities who have not been able to get a job. We have 2 people in crisis in the behavioral health PAC unit because they're so afraid of losing their jobs. It's not helping that they're not going to work because they're in crisis. Our agency is having discussions about closing group homes and moving people down to Phoenix. The disabled community in Flagstaff can't get jobs, they can't get services, and they can't live here in Flagstaff. What's happening now is that Flagstaff is ostracizing a segment of our population. 414 is broken. It needs to be fixed. You guys have the opportunity here to amend Prop 414. The $2 jump in July is unsustainable. I've seen the numbers. I've seen our numbers. They're stark. They're not good. It will shut down agencies. These aren't threats. These aren't forecasts. These are real numbers. This is actual data. I'm asking you guys to please amend 414. take away the $2 jump in July. Thank you.
Ms. Barrett.
So what's your position on the special election?
I don't envy the job you guys have ahead of you. My position in my heart, the citizens voted, but the data that I see tells me something completely different. The data that I'm seeing, we cannot risk legal action against an amendment. I want all options on the table. If that includes an election, let's have another election.
Thank you.
And after Ms. Reynolds, we have Brandon, who is the general manager of the Wildflower Bread Company.
Hi, my name's Cassie Reynolds. In a democracy, you have an election, and propositions like 414 are supposed to be based on majority vote. If you have another election because special interest groups don't like the results, then what kind of example are you setting? Are we always going to have a Special Olympics or a special election anytime somebody disapproves of the outcome? Recently, during the election, we also elected Trump, and not too many people are happy with that. Are we going to have another election? Please don't have a special election. There's not enough time to really inform the majority of the public on what's going to happen, and I don't feel that most people are even going to know that we're having an election. A lot of people I talk to, they don't even know that 414 is in trouble of being overturned. I think if we have a special election, then what's going to happen is that we're going to end up losing it because it's like only the people who don't want this are the ones who are going to know. Also, since the election, I've been seeing a lot of people trying to kind of pin vulnerable adults with disabilities versus the caregiver, who are people who are disadvantaged because of their income. I'm wondering how come we don't see some of this same energy being put towards pushing the state to fund these programs better. And that's all.
After Brandon, we have Nathan Martinez.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me and us here. My name is Brandon Mouton. I'm the general manager at Wildflower Bread Company here in Flagstaff, located at Aspen Place. My owner was up here earlier. He explained that we are a privately owned company, which we are. We employ over 700 people here in the state of Arizona. More importantly, locally here, I employ over 50 employees myself. There's clear confusion on this Proposition 414. It's made apparent that the majority vote isn't quite much of a majority. It sounds there's a clear consensus that what was voted on wasn't clear. I don't think that the voters who were at the poll knew exactly what they were getting themselves into, and we're here now asking you guys to make the right decision and to amend that and allow us that if we voted once and it went through, great, let us vote again. That's democracy, is the fact that we have the ability to vote, okay? So let us vote again. If it votes through, great, we'll continue to go on, right? But wages and opportunity are not meant to be mandated by government, right? This is a starting wage for people. I want to comment on the young lady in purple here, the young grandmother here in purple, on how hard her kids worked. I made $6.25 an hour in San Diego, $6.25 an hour washing dishes, getting my butt kicked. I worked my way up through the ranks. Our industry is a little different, okay? Our industry allows the opportunity for first-time jobs to come in and have an opportunity to get a job. And at Wildflower, I'm proud to say that we, prior to January 1st, and even after January 1st, pay well above minimum wage. My average hourly employee is almost $13 an hour, but that gap continues to close. I have plenty of jobs available. I don't have the people to fill those positions. The skill sets just aren't there, right? So in the restaurant industry, we have the ability to bring on people and teach them those skills and give them those capabilities to learn new things, to learn new trades. And when you're paying them $15 an hour and they've never done anything in their life, it's outrageous. You guys have most likely been to Wildflower, and if you haven't, come check us out. We're amazing, right? But I myself am salaried. I didn't get a raise, and now I got to pay more. There's no 99-cent menu anymore. It's a value menu. So now I got to pay an extra 30 cents for a pair of tacos at Jack in the Box. That's just not right. Give us the ability to amend it. Give us it's two tacos. It's not even real meat. Right? Vote to give us another chance to prove that we know what we're talking about and we know what we're voting for.
Thank you. There is Nathan Martinez, followed by Karan Patel.
Dear Mayor Evans and City Council members, my name is Nathan Martinez. I have lived at Lou Corporation since 2011. I go to the Lou Corp Day program and I work at Sam's Club with job support through Quality Connections. Please vote to hold the special election in May, otherwise it will be too late. It will affect my job, my home with Lou Corp, and my volunteering at Second Chance. I'm 23 years old. I do not want to live with my guardian or move from Flagstaff. Flagstaff is my home. I have Special Olympics here, a lot of friends here, my Young Life group here, and my favorite staff are here. Please think of me and all my friends when you cast your vote tonight. Waiting until any other time after May does not help us. I appreciate you listening.
And after Mr. Patel, we have Kathleen Knapp.
Hello, Council. My name is Karan Patel. Been in Flagstaff almost 20 years. Went to middle school, high school, NPA, University of Northern Arizona, and then decided to stay in Flagstaff and start my businesses up here. I'm the owner of Northern Pines. I personally spent this winter, instead of hanging out with my friends and my family, going out and getting signatures and educating people. And what I found, I was shocked to see how many people didn't even know what they were voting for, which was mind-boggling to me. But it was refreshing that I had the ability to talk to them, and possibly that we can have a special election now that we've collected almost 9,000 signatures. That's number one. Number two, when I started the Northern Pines, I worked a lot. Like, I worked almost 80 hours a week, and we would work every single day. And I didn't make any money for the first 3 years. And I didn't get minimum wage for the first 3 years. I worked my, behind off. And finally, it was so gratifying to see that my hard work that paid off. And from that, I started Horseman's Lodge. And in Horseman's Lodge, and I don't mind sharing my tax returns with you guys and showing you, I still haven't made any money at the Horseman's Lodge because I constantly have to reinvest back into my business and into my managers and into my employees, and which I'm super proud of. But all my businesses that I've started, we never made money from day one. I'm currently working on my new project, which is La Vetta's Italian restaurant coming downtown, and makes me very nervous. I've lost a lot of sleep over it. So I decided to get together with my brother and do some calculations and see if when I started Northern Pines and the minimum wage was the way it is, how long could I have sustained the Northern Pines and possibly the Horseman's Lodge? And the answer was no. I would have had to close my business down at the Northern Pines in the first 8 months. And I would love to sit down and show you that math if you guys have the time. I'm really, really proud of Flagstaff. I love Flagstaff with all my heart. I would do anything for Flagstaff. And I hope that you guys let us have this special election in May.
After Ms. Knapp, we have Jim Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We really appreciate you entertaining this discussion with our city today. There is really good news in all of this that I haven't heard anybody talk about. We already have a higher minimum wage. Yay! So that is the good news. And I am a local small business owner here in Flagstaff. We do own the light company, but actually I'm here to talk to the City Council on behalf of nonprofit organizations. I also serve as the chairperson for Sunshine Rescue Mission, Inc. And Sunshine Rescue Mission, we are celebrating our 60th year serving the homeless in Flagstaff this year. And thank you. Sunshine Rescue Mission, some people don't know, houses 150 people that would have been homeless in Flagstaff every day. We feed over 350 meals with an open food kitchen to the public. But what is really exciting is that we help people coming out of homelessness to re-engage with the community. And we do that by providing training to help people get off of drug and alcohol addiction, and then to help them to re-engage. And it is an incredible work, but we are totally privately funded. No state or city dollars go to our nonprofit organization. We are funded by incredibly generous people who this wonderful city is filled with. We have so many nonprofit organizations. We do have 22 staff. Half of those folks are people that have come out of homelessness off the streets of Flagstaff. I guess what I need to tell you is that I think that this whole discussion is about unintended consequences. Yes, it always sounds good to pay higher wages. Of course it does. But I think this discussion has shown that there are unintended consequences. There are nonprofit organizations that will close or be deeply hurt. The cost to our organization would be $60,000 in July by totally privately funded donations. We just cannot sustain that and still provide jobs to the people coming off the street. The point I want to make is, yes, we have a new minimum wage, and at our organization, we've worked for the last 3 years to try to get our people closer to $10 an hour. And because of that, this first wage increase we can sustain. It will be about $12,000 to us, but the one that hits in July will be devastating. I don't think that the voters of Flagstaff understood what this impact would be. It was just too much too fast. Sometimes very well-meaning intentions need to take another look. What is really awesome,
Thank you.
The democratic process would allow another vote in May.
Thank you.
And that's what we
So after Jim Taylor, we have John Conley.
Mayor Evans, Council, on January 8th, a paid circulator told me that Elevate Flagstaff's initiative would amend Prop 414 in just one way. It would exempt Flagstaff-owned businesses of 5 employees or less from the $15 minimum wage. 414 would apply to all other businesses, all of which would still get to $15. I told him this wasn't true. He said that's what they've been telling him to say. Elevate Flagstaff is a vocal and well-funded minority. Their goal, to snuff out a living wage before it becomes law, puts them on the ideological fringe. They must disguise this agenda to have any hope of winning. The truth is their worst argument. At the December 12th Flagstaff Independent Business Alliance meeting, Rand Jenkins of Elevate and Stuart McDaniel of the Chamber stood side by side, expressing their delight that so many people were getting raises under both 206 and 414. Their concern, to hear them tell it, was the compounding effect of both together. It was that $2 jump in July, too much, too soon. They wanted to amend 414 not to reduce the raises, but to phase them in more gradually. Both were motivated to do so by their profound love for Flagstaff. Both were effusive in their expressions of love for our city, and yes, their love for all of us. 2 days later, Mr. McDaniel's chamber filed suit to block 206. Soon after, Elevate filed their initiative to overturn virtually all of 414. They did so despite the fact that the compounding effect of these two efforts could actually knock the minimum wage back to $8.05 an hour and strand it there for 4 years. Thank God they love us. Imagine what they would do to us if they didn't. Most cynical, though, is Elevate's fear-mongering. They've convinced otherwise sensible, honorable businesses and nonprofits that they must either pay poverty wages or perish. This they propagate in defiance of evidence, history, and common sense. A yes vote squanders tens of thousands of dollars on a special election Elevate will lose and subjects our city to 3 more months of this specious and divisive debate. I trust the council will do the right thing, and I urge the leadership of Elevate to redirect their love, their decibels, and their money toward alleviating the poverty and suffering that so plague our city. Thank you.
After John Conley, we have Brooke Fulton.
Thank you, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Whelan, and council members. It truly is kind of a historic evening this evening. There are many legal ramifications at stake here tonight. We have opinions about law, personal beliefs, economics, as well as questions regarding economic equality. I come to you tonight looking forward from a solution-based position. We are currently faced with a one-size-fits-all solution with 414 and a compounded increase with the state minimum. 414 did not consider many potential options that would still meet the needs of those concerned. As we speak, there is and has been legislation that has been crafted, introduced, and voted on that consider many of these factors that concern us tonight. 414 does not allow for any of these considerations. What if, for instance, 414 allowed for step wage allowances that enabled employers to hire young, unskilled, new to the workforce employees? Those that are seeking the first-time job, a job that under 414 will eventually pay that 16-year-old more than $31,000. What if, for instance, 414 allowed for a wage bracket that paid a specific wage to those that educate, work with developmentally disabled, the young, and the old? What if, for instance, 414 considered the tip wage earners and allowed them to have a voice? I use Santa Fe as an example. They pioneered a $15 minimum wage, and they allowed first for the stakeholders to be heard. Tip wage earners formed an action committee and asked to be omitted as they felt it would do harm to the wages that they currently enjoyed. Their request was granted, and tip wage earners were omitted from the proposition. What if, for instance, 414 allowed for the formation of a position within the city that offered specifics about enforcements, explanations that would show how the office would be funded, specifics about confidentiality, an option for formal hearings and clarifications about a job description? What if, for instance, 414 allowed the council an off-ramp or a pause button that should, a pause button, so to speak, should the economic impact prove to be other than favorable or an unforeseen economic event occur? None of these ideas are new to the crafting of minimum wage legislation, and yet none of these were addressed in 414. I think we can do a lot better. I'm going to get cut off before I finish here, but I can tell you that I too was duped. I considered myself an educated voter. I had to ask my wife, where is it? Am I reading this correctly on the ballot? So it affected me. I would ask that you allow for the special vote in May.
So next up would be Brooke Fulton. After that, we have Ash Patel.
Good evening, Mayor Evans and City Council. In November, 54% of local voters said yes to giving Flagstaff a raise, and it's imperative that we honor this vote. As a community, we cannot set a precedent where we implement a special election every time a portion of voters are unhappy with the fact that a proposition is voted in. This is a slippery and dangerous slope. If Flagstaff residents made a decent living wage, every single member of our community would benefit. Of the types of community change we'll witness, crime rates are some of the most important. The relationship between poverty and crime is virtually undisputed by a wide array of professions, including but not limited to criminologists, economists, and psychologists. As a sociologist, I witnessed firsthand the positive correlation between poverty and crime, specifically domestic violence, which alone costs U.S. taxpayers $5.8 billion a year. Every year, local agencies working with victims of crime serve more clients than the prior year, and these agencies are constantly expanding to accommodate the growing need for services in our community. Prop 414, if implemented, would directly assist in decreasing rates of crime and substance abuse, improving the quality of life for everyone. Thank you.
After Ash Patel, we have Kelly Poe Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you today and the citizens. I am an immigrant that came to this country with $10 in my pocket. I worked 3 jobs prior to coming to Flagstaff to make it happen. 1991 is when I moved to Flagstaff and started working as a resident manager 24/7, and did that for 5 years and then worked my way up. Started my company in 2004 and at one point employed as many as 500 people in Flagstaff. And I built my home, in which I only lived for 6 months. When the recession hit, I had to give up my home. And I persevered, and I still help employ over 60 people currently, and I'm also working towards building 2 projects here in Flagstaff that would have employed 60 people, permanent jobs. Unfortunately, the loans and the pro forma and everything else that I worked with, the lenders, prior to putting this project together, are now basically thrown out of the water. A lot of people have talked about a lot of implications, but many have not talked about the lending side of the world. And when your labor item over a very short period of time doubles, I can tell you there are hardly any businesses that can survive that. You'll not be able to meet your debt coverage ratio per your loan covenants. You will not be able to meet the technical requirements of your loans. And many of our businesses that have small SBA loans and others will fall into technical defaults because your line labor item, which is your most variable cost, is basically going to double. At $15 and you add your FICA and matching taxes and everything, basically we're looking at a 100% increase in your labor cost. I had intended to hire 60 people on my new projects, and we're already scrambling to work on our budgets. And we have already rewritten our job descriptions and have cut 10 positions. And we haven't even opened yet. And our lenders are looking at our pro formas and looking at what the line labor items are going to look like, and they're asking us to say, come up with a business plan that shows up how you're going to make it, because their loans to us basically are in technical defaults even prior to me opening the business. So I think that the citizens have followed the democratic process. The citizens have looked at the 2 propositions that came up, the 206 and 414, and with a lot of confusion came up and voted for what the November results came up. The aftermath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After Ms. Wilson, we have Manesh Patel.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Kelly Poe Wilson. I've lived in Flagstaff since 1985. Just to be clear, I voted for this 414, and I knew what I was voting for. I read the literature. I'd also like to mention that I would be willing to pay 30 cents more for my tacos if I knew that the person making them was living with dignity. I'd also be willing to pay more in my property taxes to improve our schools. I'd be willing to pay more in my vehicle licensing taxes to improve our roads. But I would not be willing to pay $150,000 to fund an election for a special interest group. My first choice for what this council decides is that they look at 414 and work to amend it and slow down the rate of increase. I agree that $4 in 6 months is too much for a lot of businesses to bear. I don't like the alternative, though, of repealing it, which is what the Elevate proposition does. However, if you decide to let the election go forward, which is your right and the right of the people who signed the petition, then make it be for the general election in 2018. 414 had to go through all the hoops to be put on the general ballot. There's no reason to give a special interest, like the Chamber of Commerce, a special election that me and all my other fellow taxpayers have to pay for. Thank you.
So after Manesh Patel, we have Arturo Mangana.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Manesh Patel. I'm a resident of Flagstaff for the last 29 years. I grew up here. Mayor Carl Evans has known me for many years. I will say this. I have fallen on my face to the point where I couldn't afford tomorrow's lunch in this city. Twice. This is my third go-around in this community, and I have made it. I am not here to talk about my losses or my endeavors. I am here to strictly inform our council and electeds what is going on in the city. Well, we're divided, number one. That should have never happened, folks. That should have never happened. Why would we divide our own community? Is this something about divide and conquer for a personal agenda? Any electeds should always act in the benefit for the entire community as a whole. Right now, there are two concerns, option one and option two. Voters voted it in. Voters are saying, we want to revote. Leave it to the voters. Let them revote. And if it is truly standing that Prop 14 will be reapproved by the voters, so be it. Let it be the will of the voters. Right now, as everyone has stated, many different ideas and many different thoughts. I have a lot of research here. I also wrote a letter and emailed it to all of you earlier today. I was going to talk a lot about this, but tonight I'm going to leave it alone. I'm just going to say this. We're not here to do over a Super Bowl. We're not here to do over anything. We're here to prevent a huge catastrophe that could happen in the near future. That is protecting our community. That's what all of you were elected to do. I say, put it back on the ballot in May. Let the voters vote in the special election, and then let it be the rule. That's all I have, folks. Thank you.
So next up, we had Arturo Mangana.
Good evening. Just want to start with some questions. How is it possible that in the mornings the mothers go to work with hunger and return to their homes with hunger? How is it possible that those mothers and fathers crack open their skulls with 2 or 3 minimum wage jobs while you sit there as council members and collect your checks that are totaling something like a minimum wage job? Anyways, there should not be a special election. I support Prop 414. If you put a special election, you will usurp democracy. Tonight you have heard much about gross domestic products, but behind this, there are the gross realities of poverty. I just want to ask you, Coral, directly, what is your opinion on wage theft? Have you experienced wage theft?
Yes.
What is your position on wage theft?
I think wage theft is unfortunate. And I guess your question was, have I ever experienced it? And I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, council member.
So with that, we have had an hour and 40 minutes straight of public participation. We are going to take a break, a 10-minute break, so people can go to the bathroom. We will be back at 10 minutes till 8 o'clock, and we will continue on with our public comments. We have approximately 2 more hours. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we are just streaming right now the discussions on the minimum wage in Flagstaff. Some people think that the increase would be too much, while others disagree. So we are listening to these discussions. As you heard, it's still going to go on for about 2 more hours, and this is not the first time that they've had discussions on this minimum wage increase. It started at around 6 o'clock. It's about 7:43 here right now in Phoenix, Arizona, and this is a special meeting to consider potential options regarding the minimum wage. Now, as you heard, there's about 5 minutes in this break here where everyone's just sort of using the bathroom, getting a snack, whatever it is they need to do, because they're going to have this discussion again for the next 2 hours, you guys. Let me know in the chat, or feel free to tweet at us what you guys think about this. What do you think about the minimum wage increase in Flagstaff? Do you agree with it or do you disagree with it? Let me know what you think. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Hi guys, and welcome to Fox News Now. Again, I just wanted to let you guys know they are doing a short break right now for the people involved in this discussion about the Flagstaff minimum wage. We're still streaming it live here on Fox News Now, in case you're wondering what's going on here. Well, they're taking a short bathroom break because they plan to talk about this again for the next 2 hours. And this is not the first time that they've had a long discussion on the minimum wage, so we can expect this to go on for quite some time tonight. Again, some people believe that the minimum wage increase is great, while others feel that it's too much. So we'll see what people have to say here. The break should end in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching with us here live on the Fox News Now stream.
Okay. So in counting the cards that we have left, we have approximately 2 hours of public participation left. So at this time, I'm going to say if there's anybody in the audience who does not have a public participation card in, who wants to speak, we are going to stop taking cards at 8 o'clock. So you have approximately 6 minutes if you want to speak to turn in a card. I'm also going to suggest that the people that come up to speak stay within their timeline. So when the light turns red, I'm going to ask that you be considerate of everyone that's here and that you stop talking and give other people the opportunity to be here as well. With that, I'm also going to call up 5 names at a time. So if you all can just kind of line up, I think that might go quicker. And when you get to the podium, if you would repeat your name so the clerk has that would be helpful, okay? So I'm going to call up 5 names. You guys will line up. And then when you come up to the podium to speak, if you could just repeat your name so she has that, I think that would help facilitate the process so we can make sure that everybody who came out tonight has the opportunity to speak. Again, in exactly 4 minutes, we are going to stop taking these cards. So if you would like the opportunity to speak tonight publicly, you would need to turn that in now. So next up would be Robin Prima, Frankie Beasley, Gus Meller, Kathleen Petty, and Kim Kallas. Cullis? Yes. If you guys could just line up in order, I'd appreciate that. Again, repeat your name when you get to the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Robin Prima, and I'm the president of Flagstaff Lodging and Restaurant Association. And I got 10 more people, so I'm speaking on behalf of them, so I like 4 minutes.
Can they stand up, please? One, two, three, four, 5, 6. You're going to have to stand up all 10 at this point because you're asking for 10 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, 9. Okay, there. Nope, you already spoke, sir, so there needs to be one more. Okay, in understanding that, you have 10 minutes.
All right.
Excuse me, wait, hold on 1 second.
Mayor, just for clarification, those that stood need to understand that they can't speak if he's speaking on their behalf.
Yeah, so if you stood up,
Or
that
if they
means you're giving up your right to speak if you have a card.
Or if they spoke already, they cannot be counted.
Yeah, and so, for example, Dave, you stood up. You actually couldn't stand up. So if there's somebody else that wants to stand up at Dave's place. Okay, so 3 more people stood up. So we don't expect for you guys to come in with the card. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This evening, we're here to ask the City Council to put a sustainable living wage to be put on the ballot. As we went through the democratic process and have about 9,000 signatures, we don't want the City Council amending our document. Yesterday morning, I was approached by a guy named Steve. He's a disabled person, and he is on a fixed income. His rent went up due to landscaping costs and snow removal and so on. Also, his cost of caregivers gone up. He asks how is he to survive if cost of living and services keep going up. Potential investors and businesses now perceive Flagstaff as a hostile and anti-business city. Prop 414 is recklessly written without thinking of the consequences to our town. We strongly urge the City Council to take the leadership role in addressing this issue. This would restore stability in our town, as we cannot go on with a bad climate dividing the community. Most of our businesses in town are small businesses, and it is inevitable to address Prop 414 with reduced operations and staffing, layoffs, and increased cost of products and services passed on to the consumers and customers. Over 2,200 NAU employees will be affected, and mostly student workers will not get any raise. This town cannot afford highest increase in the country. Point one I'd like to make. In California, over 250 companies are moving out of state. We don't want to see that happen in our Flagstaff. Point two, it's not easy as 1, 2, 3 to create a budget. And it's going to be hard. And all the businesses, the community colleges, the city, the nonprofits, we all will have to make new budget and work on this. But it's not easy to do. It's not like 1, 2, 3. Third, businesses closing down. We already seen some businesses closing down, and we're going to see a lot more if this thing goes through. 4, prices going up. 5, NAU employees not getting a raise, and their cost of living will go up. 6, the very people you talk about helping are the ones that's going to get hurt. Our Flagstaff community has been polarized by Prop 414, and we need to see a sustainable solution. The expedient way is to put a Sustainable Wage Act in the May 2017 special election ballot, not November 2017 and not 2018. Time is of essence, and minimize any economic damages and job losses. It is imperative that the council perform its required fiduciary duty and listen to the citizens. Demand for special ballot and allow for the May special ballot. As Flora aims to protect the local economy, we support the Sustainable Solution 414 and implore this newly installed City Council to take the leadership role to restore economic stability, promote economic vitality, place the Sustainable Wage Act on the May special election ballot. I am finishing copies of our official statement dated today, February 14th, and request the council to have it entered into the minutes of these proceedings. I have copies for each of the council member and the city clerk. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and happy Valentine's Day, and a happy 105 birthday to our state of Arizona. Thank you.
Frankie Beasley, followed by Gus.
Good evening, Council Mayor Evans. My name is Frankie Beasley. I am here tonight in complete opposition to a special election. I'm disappointed that we're here tonight having to drag this conversation on after informed Flagstaff residents and voters approved by 54% Proposition 414. To discredit these votes, to say that people were uninformed and uneducated about the matter, is a complete humiliation and lack of regard for our fellow community members and for your constituents. Approving a special election vote for May is a complete slap in the face to democratic institutions and democratic ideals. This is not what a democracy looks like. Those that are calling for a special elections have used nonprofits continuously as pawns in their deceitful game, lied to the community during their petitioning efforts, and completely and blatantly disregarded the working class community. The reason you're not seeing as many working voices here tonight, working class voices, is for that very reason. They are working long hours with multiple jobs. So it's interesting, and I hope that everybody in the audience is taking that into critical consideration. Their voices, meaning the working class, have already been silenced enough, and this special election will only silence them further. Repealing 414 by having a special election, because it will do just that, wipes out any chance of the creation of a local office to enforce wage theft issues, as well as a place for workers to come and gain resources for wage theft cases that they are experiencing. And wage theft is happening in Flagstaff on a daily basis. I just want to remind people of that. I'm disappointed that we continue to silence and altogether disregard low-income voices from all of this. The Daily Sun has continued to ignore these stories, Many of the businesses that are present tonight continue to disregard these stories, and now you as the council may do this if you approve a special election in November. This is also not a conflict of interest, and I support representatives who stick to their campaign fights and promises, fights such as increasing minimum wages. Attacks on Councilmember Putsova are nothing more than another attempt to undermine the democratic process. We cannot continue with the status quo by continuing to silence and ultimately be oblivious to certain voices, such as the working class. We are continuing to perpetuate this status quo. It's time the business community become creative and resourceful